Is it time? Shall we hence? Let's do it. New hair reveal, by the way. It's not that different, but it's definitely a little like greener. I'm happy with it. How are y'all doing? Oh, I should probably adjust where I have my... I very slightly adjusted my camera's spot. Wrong button. Am I still centered? Yeah, I'm still mostly centered, so... Might adjust that in a bit. We're fine. Eva! Oh shit, been a while. Great to see you. Hope all is well. I am starting to move to Zen. Don't have it open right now. There's a couple small things that I've been chatting with the team about that are getting there, but we're so close to having Zen where I want it. That like I need them to let me disable the animation on that. I need a hotkey for copying the URL of the page I'm currently on. And once I have those two things, I'm all in. I'll talk a bit more about it later. We'll see how I feel about that. I can't know until I use it for a while. Yeah, I saw there's a Copilot for free. That's a new Hype Train banner. Fancy. I wonder if that's AI generated too. We thank all the subs that have already thrown in. Oh shit, Dennis, I missed you yesterday. Thank you for the early resub. We got Priest starting us off strong today before the stream even started. Then Januland with the 21 months. Appreciate that a ton. We got Wolf here with the 18 months as well. Thank you all for the support. Welcome back. Yeah, it's getting really close. I'm working on moving off of Arc. It has a couple core features I really like. I did see this happened, but I don't know how much there is there that's interesting. The Google thing I really wanted to talk about is their new video model, but sadly don't think I can get access early. I've been trying. Actually, let me see if anybody replied. Yeah, nothing. Rip. I'm not reaching all the way to F6. No, my left hand can't reach there when I'm browsing. Not happening. Yeah, thank you, Team D-Man, for the Prime, as well as Mert, with the 28 months in a row. Is this the... yeah, this is UI Dev's thing. UI Dev is killer. Yes, I have. I was on the dev beta, but I just switched back to no longer being on beta, like today. Oh, I never set this up. Yeah, there's the Command L, Command C combo, but that's disgusting. I already posted my thoughts on Jamie Foy getting SOTY. I'm fucking hyped. His first SOTY win, I think he was the first person ever to go pro and get SOTY the same year. I am positive he's the only one to go from flow to SOTY the same year. and to then get Sodi again, it's so easy for somebody who has that much success that early. Sodi's skater of the year. Sorry for not contextualizing. When you have that much success early on and you get the highest achievement in skateboarding, which is skater of the year, it's hard to stay motivated because you went from spending your whole life not getting recognition to suddenly getting all of it in a really short window. I would have expected he gave up some amount, or at least like chilled out, which he did for the next year. He didn't go anywhere near as hard the year after he got his first Sodi. He went insane this year and absolutely deserves that win. I am so hyped for him. He's going to go down in the history books of skateboarding as one of like the greatest to ever do it. Double Sodi is so rare, and his story is just so unbelievable. I am more than hyped for our boy. Anyways. I got a lot of random email to do after stream. Why does everybody fucking email and DM me on Wednesday? I've made it so publicly available that this is not the day to hit me up. Thank you, Jiraj, for the 30 months of tier 3. Fucking legend out here. We got Rudo 18 months in, 25 total. And Yortis also with the tier 3, 6 months in. Thank you all for the support. Really appreciate it. My hair's not flat. It's not as puffy as usual because I didn't put product in because I was a little late, but yeah. This is not the worst. Like, this isn't a zero chance, but like at the same time, they see my tweets all the time and those have a lot more viewership. I definitely get a spike of emails and DMs when I post. I used to schedule posts for the mornings. I don't get online until like 11:30 at earliest. So I used to schedule posts when I had like really good memes and I posted too much. I'd schedule them between like 5 a.m. and noon. So they would auto post. So one would like pop off at 8 a.m. And then I would get DMs from people who were trying to get a hold of me thinking I was up because they saw my post. When in reality, I'm not going to be online for many more hours. And it's always funny. So I stopped doing that because it was getting me DMs that I had to respond to at times that were inconvenient. And even more subs. We got Sterling here, 16 months into the tier 1, 18 total. Casper with the 22 months of Prime, legend. And Aaron with the 5 months of Prime. Thank you all so much for the support. Oh shit, Sebastian. Always good to see you, man. I haven't done an audit of This Week in React for like 2 weeks, so there might be things in there I need to do. Yo, Carlos with the 9 months of support as well. Thank you all. Keeping this hype train going. Goddamn. I did see the team shared new things. Let me make sure. Cool. That's all good. Let me hop over. Let me just open up all these, see which I need to do videos for. Inertia 2 I really do want to do. Free Copilot I definitely think I want to do. State of JS I have to do. Don't think there was too much else. I saw Prime did a video on the Rust SQLite rewrite. How's that performing, actually? $54K in 8 hours isn't bad at all. This breaks my heart. Seeing the Jose interview getting 24K plays is, yeah, that's so sad. I watched this live. It was so good. Jose did a great job of poning Prime multiple times throughout. Oh shit, we just got a bunch of gifts from YouTube. Thank you so much, Paul, for throwing the 5 gifts over on YouTube. Yeah, I'm still on Arc, but I'm eyeing Zen more and more. I should actually check and see if the folks in Zen have solved my copy problem. Mentions. I wish mentions would let me do it like per location. Yeah, it's just the Control L, Control C option, sadly. Someday. I don't think I'm asking for that much, honestly. Yeah, every Zen or every Discord feature that has shipped in the last 6 years has caused as much harm as it has resolved. It's so bad. Also fair. Oh shit, you built that? Because that part works. Oh, there's a checkbox for include all servers? Where? Ah. Why? Why is that on by default? That makes it so much better. Thank you, Carlos, for the 9 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. And we got definitely not an LLM with the Prime. Can LLMs say that they're not LLMs? Are they allowed to say that? I had to get my tea bag out. I'm having it going. Addy, why the fuck are you gifting? Don't I owe you money right now? I guess now's a better time than ever to do the offset and start recording, right? Let's do that. Marker offset. We'll go for 2110. Good. I actually remembered words. I actually remembered to wipe the files off of my recording SSD for once, and I have over 70 or 60 62 hours of recording available, which is nice. So used to that number being significantly lower and a little bit scary. Now it's not. I can record for 3 days with no issues. It's also the tiniest bit chilly, so hoodie it is. I can't help but not rep the TRPC hoodie, you know? It's too good. I don't feel like going into details because it will not do much good, but I personally don't like the Tamagui guy very much. And I've heard enough bad stories of people who have worked with him that I'd prefer to just not talk about 1JS. Here, I'll make this whole video for you right here, right now. As long as you're using something that is Chrome-based or Firefox-based, you're fine as a dev because both have really good dev tools. If you want to use Safari, feel free, but please open a real browser when you're checking the console. That's it. Zen is what we're talking about. I did see this happen. I don't know what it is yet, though. It's not the curse, it's the beauty of SF. Click the wrong link the second time. They partnered up with Gemini for this. Interesting. Okay, this actually looks really cool. I'm not going to lie. Is this? Oh, yeah, Moist Critical. I have this in my watch later, funny enough. Like if I think it's like top 3 of my watch later. I almost started this before stream, but I was too late already. Very much excited to watch that later. I'll allow it. Oh, we got a hype chest. Yeah, long form with lots of ads on YouTube is money gen. But like when I see any of the numbers for like the real long form YouTube streamers that are streaming like multiple days a week and leave the VODs up and get a ton of views on it, their ad revenue is much higher, especially because like tech brands don't do YouTube advertisement much. So my CPMs are kind of garbage. Like I don't make much money on the ads that YouTube places. That's why we have to do the sponsor stuff, because if we don't, like straight up, one sponsor for one video, like one of those ad reads pays as much as the 30 days of content like posting every day in YouTube ads. It's stupid. The ratio is insane. It's literally 30x plus I'll make off of one ad read in a video relative to what I would make just from YouTube ads. So this business cannot function without them. Twitch gets more reviews and has better chat, but it doesn't make more ad money. It makes more sub money. So if I'm making more off of subs than ads, which I am because I stream so little, Twitch definitely makes a bit more money on the live side. YouTube, if you leave the VODs up, can just generate insane money from the revenue or from the ads on the VODs. Yeah, ads pay garbage. Just like for straight up for reference, one video's ads are like $300 to $600 depending on how well the video performs. I think this was stupid. It's a change for no reason. If you're going to do UI changes, you should do them all at once so users can get over the change rather than weird ones that cause them to have to relearn constantly. It's a phenomenal deal for the brands that I work with. Absolutely. Think about it. Imagine paying a DevRel at your company $150,000 a year to make YouTube videos that get almost no plays versus paying me a much smaller amount to actually get your brand in front of millions of developers. It's kind of obvious. I think it's a phenomenal deal, even the rates I'm charging, which are high, and I'm probably going to raise them again next year because I get yes. Once I'm talking with a brand, I almost always get a yes, like immediately, and not even with much negotiation, which means my rates are too low. So they'll be going up again. Just a matter of getting enough brands in the pipeline. I'm also trying to sign more on contracts next year, so I don't have to like learn about dozens of brands at a time. I can just have the like 10 to 15 that I work with regularly. And I have some cool brands coming in the pipe. You'll be excited to see some of the stuff that'll be sponsoring in the future. It's good stuff. I have legitimately considered sponsors from brands, not like Manscaped specifically, but I think a Nord sponsor would be reasonable because I do actually use them for dev stuff. Having a little button I can click in my nav bar that lets me connect to a server in Australia and then test latency and make sure my site still performs well is actually really useful. And I think I could advertise that to y'all in a meaningful way. But it's also a VPN. I don't want to be yet another YouTuber shilling VPNs. So I'm probably not going to do that. And also, when you consider how much money, like, I'll talk about one specific sponsor because I'm bros with them. Infinite Red. Infinite Red are contractors for React Native specifically. So if you have a team of React web devs and you want to start building a mobile app, or you have a React Native app and it's falling apart and you want to get it updated and make it faster, or you have an old iOS app and your team is moving too slowly and you want to speed them up. Basically, any type of problem that React Native can solve or is causing, they come in and fix your shit. And they work with like very legit brands on their mobile apps. But very few people know who Infinite Red is. I'm very close with them. I love Jamin, their CTO, who has taken over marketing and sales stuff recently, especially on the marketing side. Don't know if he's actually doing sales, just marketing, I think. He was one of my first fans. He was the first person to invite me onto their show to talk about dev stuff. I love Jamin so much. So when I mentioned I was doing a new sponsor type thing, he immediately hit me up and they were the second to sign up and get an ad in a video. They don't need 20% of my viewers to sign up. They need like 3 of them to get their companies to use Infinite Red for consulting. And they're going to make back way more money than they spent. So for a brand like them, it is the easiest expense in the world because you just need more developers to recognize your name and recommend you in the instances where you need help with React Native. If you compare this to something like Epic React, the like per person cost, let me find the price. I'm sure it's on here. Yeah, like the cost here is $700, which might sound like a lot. But if you take one of my videos, let's say it got 50,000 plays. Let's say 1% of the people sign up for his course. 500 times 695. Okay, that's a lot of money. I'm going to shut up. If I can get 500 people to sign up, that's stupid. Never mind. He's not a good example. What would be is something like boot.dev, because boot.dev is super cheap. Oh, no. It's more expensive than I thought, too. Yeah, these brands, it would make sense, too, because like the yearly, especially if they can maintain it. No, I'm going to negotiate some better deals with these companies, is what I'm realizing. What's a good example of one that doesn't make that much money that I don't think it makes sense for me to work with? Something like, honestly, Manscaped. Like the Manscaped pricing. Shut up. It's like $130 one-time purchase that maybe 1% of my audience would buy. It just wouldn't make enough money to be worth sponsoring me. Okay, we need to figure out what we're actually talking about today. I do want to cover inertia too, because that's exciting to me. Oh yeah, the Zen Alpha. I filmed a video about this, but it broke so hard that I never released it. The goal is to have so many recurring sponsorships that those are the things sneaking into the fast turnaround videos. I did see Zero Sync dropped, and I am considering doing that one. I don't think people will watch this. I don't think they care that much. This is the thing I have to think about a lot, which is like, since I'm so deep in the nerdy details of shit, I like nerding out about stuff. Like, I could go deep about the state of cameras for like 3 hours straight. I could go deep on how sponsorships and like income works on YouTube for days, probably. But that's not what people are here for, and those will not perform that well. What I can get pretty nerdy in the details of is tech stuff and code stuff, because I've built a presence in that space. But even then, I have to be careful. If I go too deep in like the history of the React compiler, no one gives a fuck. But if I go deep into how to pick the right framework, a lot of people give a fuck. So it's weird for me because like I care about all these things because I'm really deep in all these things. But I have to identify the subset of them that is the most exciting to others. But also, if I'm just really fucking hyped about something or just pissed or have a strong enough emotion about something, I'll ignore all of that like mental model and just do it because I care that much. And some of those are my biggest videos, like on Theo Rants. My 2 biggest videos ever on this channel. Shit, the Adobe one's at 600K. That video might hit 1 million plays in the near future. That's insane. The red one's at 470K. Like, these 2 were just because I had strong feelings and wanted to get them out. People love those videos. Let me see what subs I missed, then we're going to get back to organizing. Yo, just Isabel with the 15 months of support. Appreciate that so much. Addy gifting a sub to Elcarve. Good pick for someone to get a sub. And we got Cyan here with a 6 month of tier 1. Yes, our niche has a super low CPM. I can pull it up quick. It's not like the lowest low. It's not like if I was doing videos on drugs or something, but it's not where you would probably expect it considering how much money there is in tech. That's too many numbers. I don't want you to see all of those. And this is fine. Yeah, cool. So for the last 28 days on YouTube, 1.7 million views because I've been posting a little less. $2.45 is the revenue per 1K. That's my RPM, effectively my CPM. That's not great. That's like really low. It is what it is, but yeah, if more tech companies were to do YouTube ads, not like sponsoring a YouTuber, but ads where they like pay Google to place videos, this would be much higher. But like for a finance YouTuber or a business YouTuber, these numbers can be like $20. So for the same number of views, I would have made 40 grand instead of 4 grand, at which point having sponsors wouldn't be anywhere near as important. Google doesn't move this fast. The monopoly thing in the partnership with Samsung and killing Chrome OS, like these things have to have been in the works for like many months, if not years. And Google's just getting pwned in court lately, like in general. I already do this for free in bed. Okay, let's figure out what we're covering. We're definitely doing inertia 2. I don't know if there will be enough for a full video, but we're going to explore it. What other critical ones? We got Copilot's free now. Label priority. This whiteboard is a computer. What is this? Unstyled UI components. Oh, from the creators of Radix. Is there like a Y, though? I'll start and keep an eye on it. No, wrong place. Copilot's free now. Da, da, da. Inertia. I'm going to put this in here, extra for Raycast video. Raycast wrapped. Yeah, Radix isn't super well maintained right now. That's sad. I missed all that. Okay, actually, it's weird seeing it as part of Material UI because I have feelings about Material UI, but UI libraries. All right. A breakdown of how CSS style solutions for 2025. See if we can find my OG one. Will that link still go to the timestamped version? God damn it, YouTube. Is this Chance the one who also used to work on Remix? YouTube Premium used to get me slightly better revenue than people who didn't have it. Now it's kind of flipped where it's slightly less, not a lot less, but enough that like, don't worry about it. Like the reality is that premium subs watch way more content per person. So the amount of money I can make off of them is inherently lower. That's fine. I don't care. Again, ad rev is not a real source of my income. Like use premium if you want to, don't if you don't. Don't feel about ad blocks. I don't care. It's not my real income source. But like something like sponsor block though, that's just bad. That's just being mean to creators. And if those things get popular enough, like YouTube as we know it will die because creators won't be able to make enough money. Oh shit. Okay, then yeah, then I'm much more confident in Radix if Chance is taking over. I love Chance so much. I didn't know he was at WorkOS now. That's huge. I don't do shorts, so I don't watch shorts, and I don't know if I could tell that story in 60 seconds. I do have ideas for shorts. I could actually record some of those today. I had a really dumb one. I'm just going to put it in here so I don't forget it. Food or code? Short skit idea. I saw a really dumb short. It was like car or girl, where it's just a person looking at pictures, like a game, and saying like is car or girl over and over. And I have a whole spin on it where it's pictures of food and pictures of code. And I'm trying to figure out which is which. Yeah, this helps, but I still don't watch them is the problem. Enable is a thing that you believe CS misses dearly. Flex wrap detection. This is something I've wanted for sure. It would be cool to have like a GIF showing it or like a web page I can open right there. Oh, this, yeah. This being near the top would be dope. Yeah, this has a lot of potential to be very, very useful. I like this a lot. I'm the first star. Thank you for sharing. I will play with that more later for sure. My nuggets of wisdom aren't good enough to pull a like pirate software style. Oh shit, Typecraft. Good to see you, man. How it is indexing and skipping gets more automatic, accurate, and multimodality. Yep. Yeah, I saw your tweet, Mickey. That was phenomenal, by the way. The like Theo videos with React in the title and Excalibur in the first 10 seconds. I actually am considering making a playlist of those and like having it be a recommended thing in more videos. It's one of the ideas I've been thinking a lot about. Twitch is so incredibly good at taking a thing that's totally fine and making it worse for no reason. It's like deep in their blood at this point. Okay, I kind of want to do... that's not what I was trying to do, is it? Control click, shift click, and this guy. No. I'll never figure out the fucking hotkeys for this, I swear. I wanted how apps and web differ, and single page apps are a lie. Can I move both of these up for today? Cool. These are the priority things. Cool. I think we have enough to do today here. If I missed anything big, let me know. If I hit accept, it's going to still... Fossabot's going to come in and delete your message. I'm sorry. I would not use Tori unless I was a really talented Rust dev. I'm actually tired of this comparison. No worries. You didn't know it's a banned word. I'm just going to hit the deny button, though. Tori is an easy way to add a UI to your Rust app. Electron is the best way to turn web code into a desktop app. They're fundamentally different. Tori isn't an easy way to wrap your web app for native for desktop. It requires way too much Rust bullshit. And almost every time somebody's asking about it or pitching it as like the solution to the Electron problem, they're the type of person I don't feel like dealing with. Space Drive is using it because Space Drive is building a really complex Rust app with a really complex UI. It's good for that. Yeah, this is... I'm in a similar boat here where I watch so much YouTube, my viewership probably doesn't pay them much. Yeah, like this type of stuff, again, like if you need complex Rust code and you want a UI for it, Tori makes a ton of sense. If that's not what you're doing, it makes almost no sense. Should I do the defensive electron video today? I'll put it on the list. Defense of electron. But we got other shit we got to cover first. So let's... This is new enough. I should bump it up a bit. This is really cool. Yeah, I'll do that one eventually. I got mad about these. Let's do the extra for raycast because that'll be super quick and I'll feel like we're being productive again. Let's do that. Marker extra for raycast. Cool. I'm gonna make a new... I don't know what's going on there. Hide that. Close that. Anything here I want to hide? Yes, there is. Cool. Okay, here is where the video or the extra for raycast is. Sorry for the jarring transition. I filmed this video a bit ago, but Raycast had a really cool thing they just did, and I wanted to show y'all. The Raycast Wrapped. They actually took the time to build something similar to the whole like Spotify Wrapped experience you've probably seen all over the internet, but for my Raycast usage. And I can see here everything I've done with it. You can see how horrible my sleep schedule is and when I'm using things the most. You can also see that I spend way more time on my computer on stream day than almost any other day of the week, which I thought was interesting. You can also see all of the stuff that I'm using, how critical SVGL is to my life, and how much I've been using the emoji shortcut since I set it up. Lifesaver, genuinely been loving that feature. It's weird that their emoji picker is faster than Apple's. Like, I'm pressing the button for Apple's now. Okay, now it's opening immediately, but the first time it took like over a second. Theirs is just always instant. Way better overall. Ready, set, launch. Here's all of the things that I open using Arc. I don't know if it counts when I use the hotkey, because again, I have hotkeys for switching between programs. I don't know if that counts as opened with Arc or not, but yeah, I open a lot of things with it. Crazy how quick Cursor ended up on here, because I only started using it earlier this year. And VS Code was the thing I was using before, but I guess I just never opened VS Code from here. I only ever opened it through the terminal. But or I guess that means it does use the hotkey because I use the hotkey for cursor, but I almost never command space, then type in cursor. Interesting. really cool. I've been super happy with Raycast since I started using it. It took me a while to start using all the features, but you can see I've made progress this last year. And at this point, I don't think I could use my Mac without it. It's become essential software. Cool. Sorry, Fossabot keeps deleting Tory messages. I told you guys it's a banned word. Stop saying it if you don't want to get timed out. It's Tory, Tauri. It's a banned word because 90% of the time somebody brings it up, it pisses me off. And the people who do it, I don't really care if they can or can't bring it up. So I thought it was the easy solution, and it is. So I'm leaving it banned. Cool. That is done. Don't tempt us. I think we should do Copilot's free now. Okay, let's do it. I want to open this one. Okay, I think I have a flow in my head. Yeah. Copilot's been a... Remember back at the end of 2021? Was it 2021 or 2022? I think it was 2022. When did Copilot drop? I think it was 2022. And yeah, oh, 2021 end. I was right about that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I remember doing a video about it last minute. Yeah, oh, no, this was end of last year. Okay. Okay, I can work with that. Sorry, Phase, for the long intro on it. Remember back in 2021 when Copilot was first announced as a preview? It was free back then. Remember afterwards, as it got more and more popular and people realized how useful it was, that they put it out of technical preview and started charging for a subscription, unless you were an open source project. And since then, they've even started to walk that back. Remember how slowly over time... A retake on this. Remember back in 2021 when Copilot first dropped and we all looked at it and were like, there's no way that can be that good. At least I know that's what I did. I even have a video back from 2 years ago where I said how skeptical I was. And then I tried it. Then I got some leaderboard times using it with... I even have a video all the way back then where I was talking about how skeptical I was. But then I tried it. Then I used it for Advent of Code. Then I got leaderboard times I'd never seen before. And I realized, oh, this is a really useful tool. Then they started charging for it, which was weird. I'm not used to paying for an extension for my editor, but it quickly took off. So much so that there ended up being a ton of competitors to... It took off so strong that there ended up being lots of competitors, everything from Cursor to Super Maven to... Retake on this bit. It did so well that they ended up with a ton of competitors, many of which, in my opinion, are quite a bit better than Copilot. And since they've been somewhat desperate to keep up, we've seen that with many of the features being shipped in VS Code, many of the attempts to add new stuff to Copilot, including but not limited to breaking their exclusive partnership with OpenAI and using Claude and ChatGPT, or retake on that bit. We've seen some desperate attempts from Microsoft to keep up with the competition, everything from introducing new models and breaking their ChatGPT exclusivity agreement to adding Claude, to crazy new features being added into VS Code itself to support their ambitions. But they're clearly struggling. I know that because they just put out a free tier. And I'm really excited to break it down, what's good, bad, and ugly about this, as well as the overall success of Copilot when compared to the other newer and shinier solutions. There's a lot to talk about here, and most of it will actually help you be more productive. I know that because it has for me. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. Let's dive in, shall we? Bets on if audio works first try.
Hi there.
Wow, audio worked first try. What are the chances? So I'll admit biases before we go further. I like Satya. I'm a Microsoft investor, but I'm also an investor in Cursor, and I was an investor in Super Maven, which got acquired by Cursor, and I'm also an investor in Pear. So my money's spread out across this. I think I have more in Microsoft than any of the others, but yeah, I like Satya, so I have a bias there. We'll see how I end up feeling after all this.
Hi there. We have some very exciting updates to share for our GitHub community. I'm super energized about this. Today, we are fusing the world's most popular AI developer tool, GitHub Copilot, with the world's most popular editor, VS Code. And we're offering a free version to more than 150 million developers who use GitHub. We're introducing GitHub Copilot free in VS Code. It's a real game changer. With Copilot free, you can use chat to explain code entirely in natural language. You can build with multiple models, selecting the one that works best for you.
I still feel like devs having to pick the model is a leaky abstraction. Like, I shouldn't have to know as much as I do about which models are good at what. And I'm excited for a future where we don't need these, like, it almost feels like a Band-Aid. But the fact that this Band-Aid is being shown as a feature says a lot. I also saw chatter saying the same thing that I was thinking, so I'm happy it's not just me. See Trunker speaking at 0.5x. I listen to Satya at 2x usually when I listen to interviews and things with him, so it feels different. But also he's probably reading to a teleprompter that's set too slow. I've made that mistake before when trying to use a teleprompter. It's easy to accidentally set it slower than it should be. Let's keep getting through this, though.
You can render edits across your files with multi-file edits. You can access Copilot's third-party ecosystem of agents. And of course, you can generate code completions, the core function that started the entire Copilot platform shift.
Okay, I have to be a little skeptical because they didn't show the code here. And every time they tried to obfuscate the code for a Copilot demo, it's because the code was atrocious. In my video about Copilot workspaces, I showed this because they were trying to demo how Copilot could now file a PR for you, but we found the PR. It didn't do what was asked, and it added a new license to the repo, as well as a contributing MD file. It made a ton of changes it wasn't supposed to, and it didn't even do the change it was supposed to correctly. Yeah, I have to be skeptical of what this is changing. Refactor the code, moving the JS and CSS into separate files. Move the CSS styles from the HTML file to this new CSS. Looks like it did that okay here, but hard to know for sure without seeing the code.
Files with multi-file.
Also, the accept, discard, and arrows to go up and down, that's taken straight from Cursor as far as I know. They had that first.
Edits, you can access Copilot's third-party ecosystem of agents. And of course, you can generate code completions, the core function that started the entire Copilot platform shift. Our ambition is to enable 1 billion developers on GitHub. And this is more possible than ever through the power of AI. I have to say, even for myself, the past several years, I have been using GitHub Copilot. My weekends have changed and have been much more fun. The joy of coding is back, and we are looking forward to bringing the same experience to so many more people around the world.
I am going to say something people aren't going to like, and I am just going to accept that going in. I agree. I have been very surprised by how much more fun coding has been since getting more into originally Copilot and Supermaven, but now with Cursor especially. The thing that's fun about it is also a risk to people using it, which I'll get to in a second, but the fun of skipping the scary, hard, or annoying parts. It's like, I'm trying to remember how to put it. I'm trying to think of a good like video game comparison. It's like, no, I'm not, that analogy's not going to work. What's been fun for this for me is a lot of the more tedious parts of development, especially for like weird tasks like resizing an image's dimensions properly without changing its aspect ratio, or solving for greatest common denominator, or figuring out how the hell Cloudflare's like worker SDKs are supposed to work. These things used to be so unfun, just genuinely frustrating to do. And now it's not. The thing that's been fun for me with these AI tools is that it takes away the unfun part. It's like they'll eat the vegetables for you so you can skip to the fun part of the meal. But that's also a risk, because what is boring to one person is fun to others. And if we don't have people that enjoy these important lower level details, they'll never improve, they'll never be iterated on, and we'll be stuck where we are today with the quality of the tools that we use. And that terrifies me, especially in the case of earlier devs, because when you're learning to code, everything is unfun and everything makes you feel dumb and ill-equipped to solve problems. If you learn to use the AI as a cheat to skip that part, you'll keep doing that and you'll never end up developing those skills. And what's fun for me is that I have these skills, but I don't like having to use them all of the time for every little thing I'm doing. But the tool that makes it so I don't need to use that skill for the boring parts is the same tool preventing people from building the skill in the first place. And now that it's freely available, I'm scared that more and more devs, especially those in college, are going to just start using Cursor and VS Code and Copilot and all these things and never end up learning these raw skills and capabilities. That said, I'm sure there were similar arguments when IDEs first happened that are like, developers are never going to know how the terminal works anymore because they just have an IDE. And it was kind of right. Most devs suck at Bash now, but there's checks and balances to all of this. And I don't think we should limit the tools we're building based on how, if they are too good, they might cause new devs to be less successful because they're less motivated to build those skills. I think we should just try to build the best tool because it's the best tool. And I'm pumped that we are doing that, because my experience has been, as a person who doesn't get to code 8 to 12 hours a day anymore because I'm doing a lot of other shit. I have a company to run, by the way. Reminder, I run a company, Upload Thing. The original version of Upload Thing did not have much AI code. At this point, it's hard for me to say because I'm not writing a lot of the code for it anymore. Julius and Mark are my new AI agents writing everything for us. But the core point is that I don't get to code for the 10 to 12 hours a day I used to, but I'm still thinking about it constantly. And what the AI tools allow for me is to have a model of how I want to build this thing in my head. And the 2 to 3 hours I get twice a week end up being as productive as those 8 to 12 hour sessions used to be, because the AI lets me do the part where I take the thing in my brain and put it into code much faster. So yeah, checks and balances. Enough of my ramble. Let's let him wrap up, then we'll read a bit more, maybe even play with it.
Thanks so much. I can't wait to see what you all build.
Why did I do that? Anyways, here's the blog post that came with. Announcing 150 million developers and a new free tier for GitHub Copilot and VS Code. GitHub has a long history of offering free products and services to developers. I was about to make the joke about, remember when private repos cost money? But that was one of the first things that happened when Microsoft acquired GitHub, is they made that free too. I don't even know what I get for paying the GitHub premium fee. Like, I'm paying for GitHub's whole, whatever it's called. Yeah, Pro. Like, what do I even get for GitHub Pro now? No, does it just not exist anymore? I guess I should just cancel my GitHub Pro. That's weird, because I've had that for like 7 years now, plus. Wow, a lot more than that. That's weird. I've been paying them monthly and don't need to. Anyways. Yeah, now GitHub Copilot is free. How is the free tier different? Does it say? Plans and pricing. 2,000 completions and 50 chat requests a month. That's reasonable. All I consider that's absolutely reasonable. Copilot Free gives you the choice between Anthropic's Claude 3.5 Sonnet or OpenAI's GPT-4o models. You can ask a coding question, explain existing code, or have it find a bug. You can execute edits across multiple files, and you can access Copilot's third-party agents and build your own extension. The extensions part's actually cool. I'm surprised I haven't seen more like really dope stuff with that. I thought it would take off more than it has. But I'm still just really fixated on this, that like they're talking about the specific models here. This really does feel like details leaking. This happens a lot when you're like all in on something where you're thinking about it too much. Like when I talk about upload thing, I have to resist the urge to deep dive on how miserable all of S3's quirks are, or all the weird bundling mechanisms that we need to take advantage of in order to make this like system work, because that's where we're spending our time. And it's hard to not talk about the things that are consuming your life. So if you're an AI dev building AI tools and things like Copilot, you're thinking a lot about the different models and what the benefits and negatives are. So when you talk about it, you talk about those things. But these aren't details most people should have to care about. Upload thing users shouldn't have to even know what an IAM role is, much less all the weird quirks and how we have things set up. That's the point. Copilot users shouldn't have to care about these models. I know when I started using Copilot, I had no idea what a model even was. Ugh. Should we give it a shot? Do I have to open up Visual Studio Code for the first time in a while? You are not finding devices on my local network. Nice try, though. Let me make sure I don't have anything open I don't want to have open here, because I haven't opened this in so long. God, I had so much shit open here. File, recent. I'm trying to think of something that would be a good example. Oh, I know what will be. Cool. I now have Quick Pick open. For those who aren't familiar, I built a tool that makes it easier to do a couple conversions that I rely on a lot, like turning SVGs into PNGs, making images square, and adding rounded corners to images. This one was contributed by a fan. Why does this one have the allows pasting images from clipboard and the other two don't? Or no, just this one doesn't. Does it not? Did I forget to add that? Well, we have our first thing to ask. How do I get Copilot open? Here we are. Hit the chat button, make it a chat. Nice. Hello, Theo. How can I help you? one of the 3 tools is missing the allows pasting images from clipboard callout. Please add it. Please provide the code for the 3 tools. How do I do that? That's not useful. So the callout tech, oh, this is telling me how to do what I want. Do I have to hit attachments? Is there a hotkey for it? This might also be super out of date. Yeah, restart to update. Hopefully that's the problem because I haven't opened VS Code in so long. It's VS old. Okay, yeah, that was a new interface, and now it is entirely broken. There we go. I thought the whole point of Copilot is that it was like more stable, and then we had that experience. Fun. Let's make a new chat, paste that, try again. SVG to PNG. Nope. Let's do a new chat. This time we'll use a more competent model. I have to enable it, I guess. Collects workspace info. This is a small project. It should be able to fit the whole thing. Look at that. Okay, so it doesn't actually do it. Let's compare to cursor quick. Sorry, actually getting to it. Quick pick. Cool. Same project, this time in cursor. Starts by actually reading the files. Apply. Is that wrong? I think that might be wrong. Let's cdp/quick pick npm run dev. Oh no, that was right. Look at that. It knows my code base better than me. Yeah, it's sad, but like I'm coming up with what I think are somewhat realistic examples here, and every single time Copilot fails. Sorry, I have to switch to the Copilot edits tab. What? Why are these different? Okay, fine. Get status, get stash. I was gonna check out main, make sure I'm on the latest. Let's give VS Code another chance, but this time in the edits tab. And it's hash to add context. I'm gonna try it without the context first and still using 4.0. Provide the files that need to be modified. Okay, it's not very smart. We'll try again. This time with Claude. Same deal. Reminder that even like cursor doesn't push that they can do this, but they can. I just showed it. Like it was able, I didn't give it context. It searched the code base. It found the ones that have the context it cares about, and then it applied the change. VS Code can't keep up, but I can manually tell it. So let's try that. App, tools, SVG to PNG. Cool. We'll add all of those so it can hopefully figure it out. And I can't just add the attachments. I have to rerun the query. This is such bad UX. Is sure. Accepted. It worked. Just took a lot more time to do all the parts. Yeah, I guess it's free if your time is also free. But like, that was a real basic edit attempt. Let's give it something a little more complex and see how the two solutions compare. Also, that was still with Claude Sonnet. So, yeah. How about we'll make a whole new one and give it the right context this time of add files rounded tool. Also, I don't know if you guys can see this. The like box here is clipping into the edit files in your workspace. I thought that might be because my like screen size, but no, it's just like that. It's just broken. And like I would normally not harp on this too much, but you need to understand how broken the VS Code extension like API is. It's really hard to make a VS Code extension that does anything other than pop up on the side and like give you a little info. Even things like my type error tool, like I have I'll just change this. Scale equals. I have a tool with TypeScript that will give you a better typed error. It's pretty TS error. We see it here. It translates the original error. In order for this to work, this has to be rendered as an SVG icon. That's how the extension works because you have no way to add that type of context otherwise, like at all. So is my command S not working? There's no way I like unbound it. That's annoying. Okay. Fun new things. Here's what I wanted to ask it with rounded. No, it's not rounded tool. I want to use square tool. Use the most common color on the image's border as the default background color. Let's see if it's smart enough to do this. It is in the end just using Claude, so it theoretically should be the exact same as it would be in Cursor, because Cursor's also, at least for my default, it's set to use Claude Sonnet. It is funny how like similar these UIs have gotten and how much more broken Microsoft's is. Yeah. Editor, don't speed this up. I want people to feel the pain that we're feeling right now. And what's that icon? What's the red square or dot? Okay, we have the new get border color. Doing some fun math. Why did it switch to single quote string? And did it like everywhere too. What the fuck? Let's try it. I don't even know how to save right now because something's broken. Command, no. Save without formatting. I literally can't get it to save. Okay. This is a great experience. Let's try the unsquared one. Did it just not do that? How do we use it? Okay, so it just didn't come up as an option. Okay, I think it's fair to say that didn't work. Let's try the same exact prompt in a little bit more competent an editor. And reminder, yes, Cursor, or yes, I am an investor in Cursor. I am not trying to make ChatGPT look bad here. Or sorry, reminder that I am an investor in Cursor. I'm not sitting here just trying to make Copilot look bad. I'm trying to use it in the basic ways I use ChatGPT. Third take this time. Reminder, yes, I'm an investor in Cursor. I'm an investor because I like it. I'm not just sitting here trying to make Copilot look bad. I'm trying to use it the way that I use Cursor, and it's just not doing it. I forgot to give it the context, but did it figure it out still? Yeah, I forgot to tell it Square Image Tool, which means I gave more info to the version in VS Code than I gave to this. It's also way faster. Oh, shit. They have the separate chat and composer. I forgot. Okay. They both have this problem where the chat and the composer are different. I never normally use chat. I'm only using it for this comparison. Can I tell it to apply still? No. Cool. We'll ask composer instead. I'll leave it the context of Square Tool. I won't give it additional. Did I make a new one? Yeah, I'll make a new one. Square Tool, not SVG tool. Yeah, it's significantly faster. I don't know how. They're using the same model. I don't know why it would be so much faster. Maybe it's because the Copilot one is getting so many new users. So I haven't tried yet, but I'm willing to bet this will actually work first try. I didn't even look at the diff. We can check it after. Upload. What? I'll give it more. It's sad that both couldn't handle what I would have considered a relatively basic task. Let's have it log the color that it detected, though. It's breaking use effect rules. Fun. Kind of want to gut the local storage bit. Okay, I'm actually going to take the time to make this work. You know what? I'm going to take time to make this work in VS Code because this is a VS Code video. I'm going to be more specific with my prompt this time. Behold background color. The user should be able to select between white, black, and detected color. The detected color should be the default, and the hex code should be shown under all of the options. Good pun from chat. It's so good at being a reactive that it has no idea how to effectively use effect. You're not wrong. Another good point that someone made was about burning tokens by using all the context. Yeah. Wait, more than other tools. Did you really need to add 40 files to context? Yeah. This UI is nice. It scrolls better when it's applying things. And I like the fact that it like keeps the line it's on in the middle and scrolls up and down around it. I actually do like this UX here. I'll give them credit there. I hope that cursor can copy some of this because I like this view much more. And then it bugs out, so I have to shut my mouth. Like, why can't I see the code underneath? What happened there? Really starting to feel like this AI wave is causing much buggier software to get shipped already, including the like high-end AI tools. If I accept this, what happens? Okay, so it just hallucinated a bunch of shit here, I think. Oh. Sorry, random alarm. Yeah, it's kind of insane. No, format options does exist, I think, but it is meant to return a string. I could change that, I suppose, but I want to see if it worked first. Already on the right tool here. Upload. It's just not showing me options. Try a white one. Let me make sure this is an appropriate image. Okay. I tried it on a white one. It's still using the like local storage value. Why is it such a hard task for AI to complete? Oh, I not save after? I forgot the save hotkey doesn't fucking work. What happened to my VS Code where it sucks this hard? Okay, so it did hallucinate all of this. The fuck? Oh, because it doesn't fucking save. Oh, because it hallucinated that background colors now have IDs. And use local storage needs 2 arguments. It literally got everything possible wrong. And it's not... I'm going to go insane. I'm trying so hard. There we go. Object, 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 and object, object. I'm going to make a new fake image to test with. Give it a nice red color. Not square image. Hop in, drop this new not square image. And it's working, it's detecting. Wait, no, it's turning white to, or what? Okay, let's bring back the format function. Let's upload box. Options. Yeah, I don't feel like fighting the selector box as hard as I'm going to have to. I'm just going to stash and go back to cursor so you guys can see how I would normally do this. -a get stash. Cool. Back to a slightly less annoying editor. I'm going to give it the better prompt. And this time I'm also going to include the options selector file. Okay, I'll look at the changes quick first. So detect border color. Did it create that new file? It did. Look at that. We'll accept the new file. Hopefully this is now going to work. Probably needs to be VS Code, like refresh the server. Okay, use state. Cool. Got rid of the local storage here. Oh, no, it didn't. It's just using normal state for that. Use effect, if image, then we set that. That makes sense. Background color detected. Detected color, background color. Detected color. Options are detected, white and black now. Cool. And here, oh, it added the subtitle option. Nice, that's the right way to do this. Cool, and every time you accept one, it saves, which is really nice. So I don't have to hit the save button the whole time. Forgot to run the dev server. Okay, that part worked. Oh, look, you see the subtext under. Detected, white, black. How hard was that? How hard was that? Could I have added this functionality myself? Yeah. If I was doing this not for a video, what I almost certainly would have done would have been rage quit VS Code, go to cursor, never open that because I never do. I would have went at the top of square tool. I would have either here written the like detect border color function, or I would have made a separate file. I probably would have just put it in here. I would have started writing it, And then if it didn't immediately know what I was trying to do, I would have command K'd, said I was trying to do, and then it would write that function. And then from there, I'd probably go and do all of the rest myself because, as you saw, once it comes to connecting the different parts, that's where these tools and models tend to fall apart. I had a joke a few days ago that I'm going to start writing all my code in one file to make it easier for the AI bots. Hopefully now you see why I suggest that, because the multiple file hopping is just not something these tools are particularly good at. Also trying to figure out why it still thinks that doesn't exist. Restart TS server. Cool, that did it. Yeah. Now if I command click, it brings me here, as it should. Dope. Yeah. I tried. I gave it an honest go. I just, as much as I love Satya, as much as I am pumped that Copilot exists and made this all a thing, and as much as it's still like the perfect example of how AI tools can be good, I just can't do it. Like, it's weird that Microsoft was the lead here and they've just fumbled it. I like if you're gonna pay for a tool, you shouldn't pay for Copilot. There's better options. If you're not gonna pay for a tool, the free tier here seems fine. Let me know what you think. Are you really hyped about having a free tier for one of these types of tools, or are you just going to stay paying for Windsurf or Cursor or whatever else you're using? Let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Cursor is a free tier too. Disk browser, you mean diabrowser.com. I did see that they did this. I just don't care because it's so aggressively not for me. I've talked about why I'm not going to make this video a bunch. All it's going to do is get me in trouble. People are going to use it to say I don't know how to code. And it will do more damage to me than it does help to others, so I don't care. I did see that. I thought it was hilarious. I loved that steak ad parody. I'm not clicking your link, Mo. Okay, I'll do it, but hidden. Okay. It's actually funny. What's Kent's AI advice? I'm trying to remember. I think I saw it. Let's say how frustrating kind of about AI was, but seeing Cursor do it so fast is impressive. Yeah, I'm very happy with Cursor. Ah, interesting. Might check that out later. Shit. The Queen of Bash herself saying that she's happy with Cursor. This, if they were doing a round right now, I'd put more money in just hearing that Bash, or that Bash cop, bad cop, the legend herself, is that into it. Oh, without Cursor. Sorry, I misread. I'm stupid. Never mind. Yeah, reading is hard, okay? Look, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. It's so over. Yeah, I'm going to go sell my stock right now. Prime moment, yeah. Prime stops posting every day. All of a sudden, I'm the one who can't read. You use Eclipse. Lol. Cool. That is done. Inertia 2. Kind of want to go through the state of JS next. Yeah, I've been using Zen. I'm really happy with it. A couple more things I want them to touch up, but it's getting real close to where I can move over. ...2024 was a kind of chill year. I kind of want to make a joke. Yeah. 2023 was a wild year for JavaScript. But what about 2024? It feels like things kind of calmed down finally. Next.js shipped with almost no new APIs. Or retake. 2023 was a wild year for JavaScript, but what about 2024? It kind of feels like things slowed down. In many ways, that's great. Like we didn't get a whole bunch of new APIs in things like React and Next.js, but in others, it's not so great because we're not getting crazy levels of innovation anymore. Or are we? These are all great questions, and the newest State of JavaScript survey just dropped, and I'm excited to go through it with y'all to see what changed, what's good, what's bad and ugly. Let me know what you think about there. It's important to keep up with these things, but retake. As with AI taking over, it's more important than ever to stay on top of things and be as productive as possible in your roles. So switching tools all the time might not be the best move, but at least keeping track of what's going on, that much I can almost guarantee is worth it. There's a lot of things in here that are worth understanding, knowing about, and maybe even spending some time learning. Before we can get to those, we need to hear quickly from today's sponsor. Also, thank you so much, T2SDE, for the raid. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you to everybody who's showing up. If it's your first time, hi, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos about tech stuff live on Twitch. Just a whole bunch of nerds hanging out here talking about software dev stuff. I'm also live on YouTube. I actually haven't checked to see how that is going. Awesome. Thank you all. Yeah, appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you all. We're about to go through the State of JavaScript survey. Let's do it. The State of JS 2024. Let's take a second to consider something. 2024's top 3 front-end frameworks were all launched over a decade ago. That's pretty nuts. Now, sure, all 3 have evolved a lot along the way, and the patterns of 2014 would seem downright antiquated today. Decorators all over our components, hawks, and all the... God, we were in such a mess at that time. It made me think I would never like front-end, and now you guys know me as the front-end guy, which is so funny, because back in 2014, I hated JavaScript and front-end. Hell, even like 2018, I still did. I only got into this stuff in 2019. I'm still relatively new in the JS world. My history is all back-end. But given the JS ecosystem's reputation is constantly churning whirlwind of change, it can be nice to know some things do remain constant. Not consts. Consts don't remain constant. Everything else, though, yeah. Speaking of constants, Vite and Vitest are still topping every chart and leading the charge for a newer, simpler generation of tooling. Yeah, the stuff going on there is awesome. I can't wait to talk more about it. They've also added a new metadata appendix that will tell you more about survey respondents and the survey itself. Don't forget, you can also apply any of the variables to other charts using the query builder. That's really cool. Shout out to all people who sponsored, or shout out to all the partners who sponsored this, by the way. Having these surveys is so important, and everyone helping with the translations and whatnot, you're all legends. Also, I wear the HTML version of this shirt all the time, and every time I wear it, people ask me what it is and where I got it because they want it so bad. It's just the shirt from the State of surveys. You could buy it on the HTML survey or the JS survey if you want one. It's beautiful. Anyways, we'll blast through demographics quick. Decent percentage, 15% of the respondents were US. Everything else is spread relatively wide. The median age is slightly younger than the previous surveys, State of CSS and HTML. Age and income are positively correlated. If you're older, you make more money. Wow, 43% are between 30 and 39. This actually lines up relatively well with my YouTube demographics. Years of experience. It's kind of funny to think that in terms of JS, I would be here, but in terms of dev, I'm here. Versus yearly income. People who are over 30 years make less than people who are 25 to 29 years. It's very interesting seeing how these ranges split and spread. So since the highest earners don't really have a big jump between the different year levels other than like 5 to 9. Very interesting. Keep working. You'll make more money later. The company size one's always fascinating to me to see how similar everything is up until like 50 people. Hell, even up to 100 people. It's all like within margin for error. Then 100 to 1,000 is a huge bucket. Then 1,000 plus is another huge bucket. Very interesting. The yearly income split. Interesting to see the median around here being in the 40 to 60K range. Job title's also a really fun one. I've always been interested to see how these are split. I'll never forget the advice I got early in my career when I was switching over to more front end. I was about to change my title to front end developer. And one of my managers was really concerned I was short selling myself and was going to hurt my long-term career by doing that. Thankfully, that never went through because I ended up getting flogged by Twitch. Long story, don't feel like talking about it. Interesting to see the split here in terms of salary to title. Cool to have that. But yeah. Also, everyone loves to say you don't need a... This one's fun because everyone loves to say you don't need a degree. Only 25% of people even doing the surveys don't have one. And if you look at the salary ranges, while yes, you can roughly make the same amount of money in the top percentiles, regardless of if you have a degree or not, the median is much higher. You'll make significantly more money on average if you just finish your degree. Worth considering. Gender, better ratio than I would have expected, honestly, thanks to their renewed outreach efforts. Awesome to see. God, I'm scared to see the income split by gender. That makes me feel better, actually. I was scared that was going to be a worse thing. To see the range being roughly the same, that's huge. I don't think the rest here is too important, so let's dive into where things start getting fun. Features. Syntax features. Okay, so what does this vote for? The question was, which of these syntax features have you used? 85% of devs have now used nullish coalescing. That's awesome. 70% have used dynamic import. More than I would have expected. Cool to see. Private fields at 45% is a lot higher than I would have guessed. Logical assignment, hanging out at the 44 range. Hash bang grammar. I mean, I've used this. I just didn't know that was considered like a syntax feature. And then error.cause. This I should use more. String features. Only 76% have used replace all. I think string.replace is the most unintuitive behavior ever, that it only replaces the first one. The fact there's a separate all sucks. Pumped that people are using it, but I'm surprised it's only 76%. I use it like all the time, especially advent of code. I don't know if I could do advent of code without replace all. I hate regex, guys, okay? Two sorted. Yes. For those who don't know, if I have an array, I'll just clear this out. Const demo equals 4321. Const sorted equals demo.sort. Sorted is 1, 2, 3, 4. But so is demo. It returns a reference to itself while also modifying itself. I hate that. If we do this again, but this time const sorted to equals demo2.to sorted. Sorted 2 is sorted, but demo2 is not, because we're creating a new array that is sorted now. It should have always worked like this. I hate mutability, for those who don't know. Yeah, find last took long enough. To reverse, to splice, same deal. With the twos, it creates a new array. Good to see these getting adoption. It would have been nice to see it higher than 40%. I think this should have been the default behavior, but here we are. Yes, all settled, catching up. I've been pushing this for a while. Promise.all is almost never what you want to use. All settled is what you're looking for most of the time. Yeah. If you don't know why, In promise.all, if one promise fails, it cancels all the others. All settled waits for all of the promises to finish before giving you a result. Huge change. Yo, Alejo, thank you for the 3 years. Really appreciate that. Nuts, it's been so long. Set features. I feel like I'm the only one who actively uses sets. I see them so rarely in other people's code. It's such a good feature to just have a set of keys that are all unique so you can check if something exists or not, but also the ability to like union them and intersect them. It's so cool that we have all these set functions now. It's a shame no one ever uses them. Group by I have not used. Okay, this is actually really cool. You can create a new object that makes separate keys based on a function. That's nice. I would actually see myself, this might be really useful for advent of code shit now I think about it too. That's cool. Oh, look at that. Harrington snuck in with a tan stack shout out. Super excited about the future tan stack. Sorry, making a wardrobe adjustment. Browser APIs. We got WebSockets, of course. Who doesn't love a good WebSocket here and there? PWA is at 49%. Higher than I would have expected. Is there a button to compare to last year somewhere? So it'd be nice to see how that's comparing. Because I would guess it's going down. Yeah, PWAs they feel dead to me. I haven't used one in a very long time. The geolocation API, 35. How are 35% of devs using your location? That feels not real. There are more devs using your location via the browser than there are using WebGL by almost 2x. That's terrifying. WebRTC is also really low. How is geolocation twice as popular as WebRTC? More than twice. That's weird to me. Temporal will ship someday. Fingers crossed. Language pain points. Static typing, 32%. Browser support, 8%. Can I just put Safari here instead? I feel like that's more accurate. Not too much there. Oh. I swear I didn't pre-read. Just funny that, yeah, we all feel the same. Also, I saw somebody in chat say the fact that maps and sets don't serialize well makes you hate using them. For maps, I can totally hear that. For sets, a set's just an array with a guaranteed uniqueness clause. Just throw it in an array and transform it on each side. It's basically free to do that. And also, yeah, Super JSON helps a ton with those things. But I agree. It's weird that those different things that you can store in the browser, like the different data structures, aren't JSON compliant. It's kind of annoying that objects and arrays are the only things that really are. But sets are still good. I use them a lot. Interesting. Error.cause was the most saved. That makes sense. I remember saving that because I was excited to look into it more. Let's talk about libraries. I was going to ask, is React still considered a library? It is, but so is Next, and I wouldn't consider Next a lib myself. Okay, that's experience. Let's switch to sentiment. Webpack, 18% positive, 47% neutral, and 35% negative. That sounds about right. React's almost 50% positive. That's good to see. It hasn't plummeted too far. 30% neutral, 20% negative. Vete's still just slaughtering here with like so little negative sentiment. Jest's at the 35, 50, and 15. Sounds about right. Next's negative is growing a little faster than I would have liked to see. Still crushing Webpack. Actually, no, these are very close. React and Next are similar in negative, but there's a lot more neutral here. I'd expect that to keep closing in and for the next positive and negative to keep growing. The reality here, and I've talked about this a bunch, there's a fundamental difference between tools that people picked because they want to use them versus tools that are so popular that you show up at the job and they're already being used. And when you combine that with the complexity of the tool, you get a really interesting function for how people feel about it. If you have a tool that is not used by, or if you have a tool that's primarily used by people who picked it on small teams where everyone on the team is part of the decision, or it's just a solo dev, and the API surface area for that thing is simple enough, you'll almost always have really high sentiment. But then once you get to a certain threshold where more and more places are using the tool, more and more devs are touching it. And the crazy thing with something like React, the average React dev didn't choose to use React. They're using it because it's what the people around them were using. It's what the project they were assigned to had on it. That causes React to have an inherently worse sentiment because the people working on it, on average, didn't pick it. And if you didn't choose the thing, you're so much less likely to enjoy it, especially if that thing is complex. And that's why I think Next is going to start getting horrible numbers here, because you see how close Next and React are for the number of people who answered. Next is becoming the way that businesses use React. If you're a company and you picked React because it's the industry standard and you can move relatively quick with it, Next is probably going to follow up really soon after, which means more and more devs who are using Next aren't using it because they want to. They're using it because it's the thing that the people around them are using, which means the sentiment's going to be worse, especially because it's changing a whole bunch. If you didn't want to learn it in the first place, and now it's changing, you're just getting more and more frustrated because you just spent a year learning this thing you don't like, and now it's changing on you again. It's so frustrating for these devs, and I fully sympathize. But as tools get more popular, that is inherently going to happen. What's important is to make sure we have good enough education materials to keep people on board and keep building the enthusiastic support from the people on the left side here so that they can help their coworkers come around to these things. Like, I used to be on the right side here. I used to hate React when I first tried it. And then hooks happened and I started using it more. And I ended up very far on the positive side, to the point where people call me a React shill now. That happens when tools get to a certain threshold of popularity. But if you take the time, it can still be good. And I commend React and Next for not letting the size of the framework keep them from innovating. Angular made that mistake, and now Angular is walking it back and starting to make changes again because they realized how far they had fallen because they were scared to change things for that core base. Let's keep going, though. Storybook has more respondents and more positive sentiment than I would have expected. I've had nothing but pain with Storybook. It has only ever gotten in my way, and it's also terrible for testing components. If you use it for like keeping track of your UI library, like you have your company's equivalent of Material UI and you want something to look through, it's nice for that. Otherwise, please don't use it. Views at a similar number of votes to React, which is interesting, but 17% negative, 42 positive. React's 20 negative, 47 positive. Interesting that React has both more positive and negative sentiment than Vue. But the negative isn't as big of a gap as I would have thought. I know a lot of Vue devs feel burned by Vue 3. They're wrong. Vue 3 was a great release. Regardless, nothing's going to compare to these Angular numbers. 40% negative, 23% positive. Whew. ES Build's doing well here, 30-8. Moke is dying. Anything else really interesting in these? Cordova, 30% negative, 5% positive. Ionic, 30% negative, 11% positive. Jesus Christ. All those like turn your website into an app tools are fucking terrible and all dying. SvelteKit's split here is actually a little scary. I know, again, there's like a lot of SvelteKit devs that feel burned because there was a huge API change when they had their like major like gold release and you had to manually update your old project and people were upset. But that split hurts to see. I would have... Also, I'm guessing a lot of SvelteKit devs feel forced to use SvelteKit because they were Svelte devs, but they might have liked it because it wasn't one of these big frameworks. And now that it is, they're upset. Makes sense. There's a lot of things in SvelteKit that I genuinely really like, so it's sad to see the sentiment here. Yeah. Turbo repo is an almost even split. I can't believe mono repos aren't a solved problem. It's totally solvable. Oh, Oh, I didn't expect that. Remix is a 50-50 split on positive negative now. Okay. Interesting. Biome is more negative than positive. Also very unexpected. Solid's climbing up there with the negative numbers too at 20%. What happened there? Wait, TS up is more negative than positive? What? TS up has saved my freaking life. I guess for the average dev, you shouldn't have to worry about the bundling of your libraries. And if you're concerned about TS up, it's absolutely one of those tools like you didn't pick TS up. You have a problem and TS up's the only solution for it, which is how that ends up there. But Jesus Christ. HTMX 25 negative. Fuck. This is a very useful chart for me, seeing what people do and don't actually end up enjoying. Changes over time. This is one of my favorite charts here. So did adjust front-end frameworks. This is interesting. Seeing the like... Oh yeah, sorry, I misread this. It starts bottom right with 2016, positive opinions, neutral usage. But you can see exactly what I'm describing here with this actually. As React's usage went up, it hit a point where it was no longer being used by the people who like it. It's just being used, period. And you go up and then you go left. That's the pattern. And that's what happened to React here, where the sentiment's been drifting to the left because it got too high. That's how it happens. Vue's having a slight positive swing right now, which is cool to see. But like, it's still so neutral in terms of the amount of usage that it's hard to tell. Like in the front end one, React's the only thing that's consistently broken over this like 50-50 line. Also, seeing Solid drifting left is sad. Yeah, it's like all of these frameworks are drifting left right now, if you haven't noticed. Angular is the only one that moved right because it was already so far to the left and they've actually made awesome changes this year. Yeah, Svelte having a negative swing is sad. These are all pretty sad. How about meta frameworks? Next, again, you go up and then you go left. Gatsby had a slight swing to the right. I don't know how. It's so dead. Svelte kits swing left. Even Astro is starting to swing left here. It's terrifying. Mobile and desktop. Everything is like low usage and most of it's going to the left. God, we just hate our tools right now, don't we? Build tools, Webpack, drifting far left. Veet's even going left now. Veet's been nothing but up to the right. Seeing them drifting left here is unexpected. Did literally everything sentiment get more negative this year? Other than Angular? Is there anything that was on the right side here that was positive that continued going right? Maybe in testing? Nope. Yeah, literally everything is moving left. We're getting more negative. Did Expo? Okay, Expo went to the right more. Expo's great. That makes sense. If you're building a React Native app and you're not using Expo, you're screwed. But like, this honestly is changing my tune. I don't think all these tools got worse this year. I think front-end devs are getting more negative. I think we just are getting frustrated and complaining about the tools more. And this negative sentiment is being shown right here. I almost wish there was like an everything option where it bundled it all into one number and showed how much less positive we are overall, because that's how this feels. And it sucks because like I feel like these frameworks and tools are doing the things that these loud, frustrated people asked. Like the Next.js 13 release had 0 new APIs. Sorry, like the Next.js 14 release had no new APIs added, and 15 had 1 added with the use cache stuff, but it removes like 5 others, and it's optional, and it's under an experimental flag, and nobody's using it yet. I don't even see people talking about it. So this is, on one hand, they're saying that everything's changing too much. That's why they're mad. And then we have a year like this year where nothing changed and they're even madder. I don't know what we can do about this. I didn't know that there was a way to export GSAP videos. Thank you, Cassie. I'm saving this immediately. Thank you. Actually, my curiosity is getting the better of me. I have to see if this is using the React. What's the name of the React package for rendering video? It isn't using it. This doesn't need to be in the video. I was just curious. Remotion, yes. Thank you, guys. I was curious if they were just using Remotion for this. They're not. They're doing their own FFmpeg layer. Cool. Anyways. The library tier list. Everyone loves their tier lists. Vite and Vitest are still really high up. Playwright's killing it. Playwright's really good. Astro at that 94% mark. Still lower than it was, but still really good overall. PNPM holding strong up here. But we just saw Svelte really negative right now. How is it there if the negative numbers were what we just saw? Does it explain how this? By the retention ratio. Okay, so ones who would use it again versus ones who won't. That makes sense. It's still weird how negative SvelteKit was, but yeah, Svelte fell down a tier. Turbo Repo leading the pack of the B tier. That feels about right. I almost feel like Turbo is going to start being like a bad word, because if you're in a project that has Turbo Repo set up correctly, 99% of the people in that project won't even know that Turbo is a thing. So the only reason you know about Turbo Repo is because either you configured it or because it's broken. And if you've configured Turbo Repo yourself, or you've had to fix it after someone else configured it, you don't like it. In Turbo Pack, it just hasn't shipped yet. Like, you can use it. I use it in dev mode for Next.js, but it's barely a thing at this point still. I wonder what the threshold is to get in the tier list. The threshold is only if less than 10% of survey responded included that they used your thing. So you're probably like right on the line, Ryan, for solid.js. Retention versus usage. Is there a way to like actually see the names of things in this? Can I just... This chart would be actually really useful if you could see things without having to hover over all of them. Like, can I just pick front-end frameworks and hide the rest? Svelte's got really high retention. Vue's got pretty high retention. Actually, both those are really high. Trying to find solid. There you go, Ryan. Here's your number. You had 1,116 people say they're using solid, and 90% of them said they're going to continue. So your numbers here are nuts. You would have been A tier or S tier if you had hit slightly higher numbers of usage. So yeah, for those curious, solid's an S tier framework. Yeah, then we have everything here is effectively dead. So be careful of Selenium, Cordova, Gatsby, Lerna. God, Lerna. Ionic, WebDriver IO, NWJS, Task Cafe, Rush, and NativeScript. That sounds about right. I'd be careful of everything here. Stencil's right on the line. Angular's online, but it's doing better, so I wouldn't be quite as hesitant. Weird to see Vue slightly ahead of Angular for users, but significantly higher for sentiment and retention. Have we not just been talking about front-end frameworks this entire time? Okay, let's go here. Here's usage across all the frameworks. Yes, I love the rank chart. This is my favorite. And we can see Vue overtook Angular last year and it's maintained its lead. Did anything change here? Nothing changed. Again, 2024 is like a no-op in JS land. Nothing swapped between 2023 and 2024 for the ranks. Astro got written in enough, but not enough to be included here. jQuery, rip. Used at work. Again, this is the thing I've been talking about the whole time. Like, the frameworks that you're using at work, if the team's, let's say 10 people, one of them had to start the project and pick a framework, they're going to pick React. Maybe they'll pick Vue or Angular if they've been around long enough and they like those. Smaller projects might pick Svelte. I'm excited to see more big companies using it. I've been seeing more unexpected Svelte usage. I know stake.com, for example. This was funny. I got to tell Rich Harris, because he didn't know, Stake's built on Svelte. I had to be the one to tell him that, which was really rewarding. Yeah, so one of the biggest Svelte users is Stake, and he had no idea. Anyways. Yeah, Apple uses Svelte as well for Apple Music. It's not for like all of Apple's products, but Apple Music in the web is also a Svelte app. Yeah, so Svelte is starting to get some more industry usage, but the fact that like I have to remember these specific examples because there's few enough of them says something that's worth paying attention to. But it's growing. It's the first new framework in a decade to get an actual level of adoption where it's worth discussing and being part of the conversation at work. It's cool to see it getting more adoption. I'm actually pumped about that. But again, React is what you use because a coworker picked it and you're now helping maintain the project. Vue is similar, and Angular is too, except the person who picked Angular quit and retired 8 years ago. This is going to be interesting. Yearly income relative to framework. Let's do some hypothesizing here first. It's going to do the range thing, I hope. I think React's going to have a wider middle band, skewed slightly right, just because it's so much more popular in the West. I think Vue's going to skew slightly left of React overall, but it's going to have a really big like outlier for like the top 25% that's close to React's. I think Svelte's going to have a really wide range for the 25%, and the middle's going to be massive because it's such a wide range. Let's see. Yeah, these middle ranges are way more similar than I would have expected. Like seeing React and Solid having nearly the exact same split here is very unexpected. I guess JSX frameworks, like regardless of which JSX you're writing in, you're going to make the same amount of money. Kind of a joke. And Svelte's the exact same as well. That is so strange. Seeing Svelte, Solid, and React with the exact same income breakdown. Vue's far 90th percentile is lower than I expected to. I would have thought Vue would still hit up there. I knew it would skew left slightly overall, but I didn't expect that. It is much more popular in Eastern countries, though, so that kind of makes sense. It still hurts to see, and it makes me sad, but it makes sense. Quick, it's like React, but you make less money. Checks out. And then Preact. I guess if you want to make more money on Reacty patterns, Preact will bump you into a slightly higher group. Interesting. This is a very interesting chart. Seeing Lit skewed slightly to the right, but also same exact 90th percentile mark. Like the only thing that is a higher 90th percentile is Preact. Yeah, this is fascinating. Shout out Cassidy. Here we have the number of items. How many items this category respondents have used? Oh, this is of all the things that are in the survey, how many of these have you used? So for all the frameworks, most people have used 3 or less, and the number gets real small as you go down. But for heard of it, most have heard of at least 6 of them. Interesting numbers. Wait, I thought we just determined that people are getting more negative. Are we finally actually swinging slightly? Oh, it's just 2.7, 2.8. That's not a real number. I don't care. Good to see we're not going down anymore, because this was my concern before when I did my last video. Framework pain points. React issues are the biggest source of framework pain points. Do they have examples here? React is stupid by default. People are mad about the major changes between React and Svelte. Lack of interesting differentiation from React. React is pain. Memoization needs in React and constant re-rendering are annoying. manual dependency management for activity. A lot of these are being solved with the compiler. I feel like the things that are solving React's problems don't get talked about as much, like compiler. And the things that are niche that most people shouldn't care about, like the new suspense behaviors, are massive drama. React must die. Fuck off all React users. React is very hard. Excessive complexity. Too much complexity, complicated features. Checks out. Angular issues is lower, but Angular usage is lower too. That makes sense. Meta frameworks. Time to see how pissed people are at Next. Again, like when I say this thing, like the thing being used regularly is going to be more negative. I hope you understand how much more Next gets used than the other things. Over half the respondents have used Next. Like, that's crazy. The question here is, does it show the question? Yeah, it's just raw usage. Cool. Yeah. So Next is significantly higher in usage. Awareness things are a lot closer. So it's not like people don't know about Nuxt or about Gatsby or SvelteKit or these other options. Is Astro orange? I'm guessing Astro's orange. No, that's Remix. Astro's the green one. It's not like people don't know about these other options. They're just not using them. Nothing is even at half of Next's usage. Obviously, people are going to be madder at Next. That's just like the numbers work out that way. And again, with the rank, Next has been number one nonstop. It looks like Astro is climbing fast. Oh shit, yeah. Astro climbed from like 6th place in 2022 to 2nd place. Gatsby died. Remix, that's Nuxt actually. Nuxt hasn't moved. Remix, that's SvelteKit. Remix is all the way down here now in the 6 range. Jesus Christ. Docusaurus losing to Remix. That's sad because Docusaurus had a really good year. Still probably, if I had to pick something right now for new docs, I'd probably lean into Docusaurus still. I'm pumped for Astro. This is insane growth. Just like understand the size of the gap here. Like for Astro to get closer to Next and to eventually overtake Next, it has to double its current usage. More than that. Double would be 46 and Next is at 54. That's a large gap to bridge. You can't just snap your fingers and suddenly get there. Like it's even at its current growth rate, which slowed down, by the way. It doubled from 2022 to 2023, and it only increased by about a fifth since. What about other meta frameworks? Analog, by the way, if you're not familiar with Analog, I don't know if Angular would be making improvements right now if it wasn't for the work that Brandon Roberts put into Analog. It's like their Next.js, and it's still the best way to do backend stuff in Angular by a lot. And I know Brandon Roberts has worked his butt off making it as good as it is. We got 11T in here as well. A bunch of others. Tanstack routers doing better. Excited to see Tanstack start next year and how many people start moving. Used at work. Again, the size of this gap, I need you guys to understand the next biggest at work full stack meta framework is less than half of Next's usage. It's almost a third. That's crazy. If you're looking to make money as a full stack dev, Next is the option. And I'm sure when we look at the yearly income, I was thinking a bigger spread here, but look at the numbers on the side here though. 10,000 people responded and 5,100 said Next. 1,400 said Astro. The second biggest full stack framework to Next.js isn't Nuxt, it's No Framework. No Framework is the second biggest. Insanity. Only too interesting there. We can skip that. Oh, actually, company size. This will be fun. Interesting that the company size spread doesn't seem as different as I would have expected. Docusaurus is the only thing where that like middle percentile, 75th, spreads to 1,000 because big companies are using it. Interesting. Oh shit, Salma. Fucking love Salma. Oh shit, video and Rive animations with WebGL shaders. That's cool. Visualization tool for live music gigs. I'm scared it's going to make sound. Enter without sound. Thank you for making that option for me. Okay, yeah, this is stunning. I'm saving this to look into more later. As always, Salma makes crazy recommendations. Number of items. 31% of people haven't heard of any or haven't used any of these frameworks. As I was saying before, like it's the second biggest full stack framework is no framework, which is kind of crazy. Heard of, slightly better numbers, but like there are more people who haven't heard of any of the full stack frameworks than there are people who are using SvelteKit. It's similar numbers of people using Astro to people who have never heard of any of these tools. Think about that. Think about the gap there, that there are more people who haven't heard about any of these that are like doing a JavaScript survey. So they're in the know enough, they're doing a survey, but there's more who don't know about any full stack framework than there are people using Astro. That's crazy. We still have a long ways to go with these meta frameworks and full-time solutions. Again, happiness seems like it's flatlined. Vercel made it into the top 10 framework pain points. That's fun to see. Testing. I don't want to make you guys suffer. We'll just look for the highlights quick. Jest is still really popular. Storybook is still too popular. Playwright is growing fast as it should. Playwright's really good. Don't care. Oh shit, Shande shouting at Shruti. Love Shruti. Awesome to see. Number of items. 21% haven't heard of or used any of these tools. And 15% haven't heard of any of them. I'm doing my job. We're killing the test tools. Testing tools happiness, slightly better than it was, but it's back to where it was in 2022. It's like this line isn't moving anymore. I do feel bad for framework authors right now because they're pouring their hearts in, trying to make their tools as good as they can, and it doesn't budge this line. It sucks to have a thing that you can put a ton of effort and energy into and not see a result. Like you'll see the result in terms of like the framework itself has these features it didn't before, but you're not going to see people being happier. Svelte put so much effort into Svelte 5. It is a great release that makes Svelte so much more scalable and ready for real production workflows. And the sentiment went down. It sucks. Mobile and desktop, this will be a fun section. Electron, usage going down. Where's positivity? I need to make my defending Electron video. Yes, Tori's collapsing. Electron and Tori are closer than ever because so many people were psyoped into thinking Tori's this magical solution to all the Electron problems, just to realize it's a solution because it doesn't include any of the things you need and you have to go write them yourself. Tori is a glorified front end for a Rust like CLI tool. And if that's what you're doing, if you're building a complex Rust library and you want to expose it with a UI using something competent, Tori's a great way to put a React app on top of your Rust app. It is not a competent replacement for Electron. I'm tired of people pretending it is. That might need a video of its own. Nothing else here too interesting. Wait, since when is TK Dodo at Sentry? When did that happen? What? Holy shit. No one ever tells me things. For those who don't know, TK Dodo is the one maintaining React Query / Tanstack Query. He's also the one with like the blog you need to read as a React dev that tells you how to deal with everything React, especially with state management stuff, especially React Query stuff. Check out his blog if you haven't. It's an essential resource. I would struggle to hire a React dev who doesn't know who TK is at this point. Huge hire for them. Also, 41% of devs in the survey haven't used any of these tools for desktop and mobile apps. So 41% still don't touch desktop or mobile. Surprised how many do. But yeah, it shows you the relevance of these things. Electron and React Native tying for pain points. Let's hop over to build tools. Monorepo is going to be a bloodbath. Vite's climbing. But the rate has descended. See, it was jumping so much every year, and now it's slowed down a bit. Because my hot take is every project that should be using Vite is at this point, and there isn't much left for it to grab. Because what's left is old things on Webpack that are never going to move because they're bought into so many crazy plugins. And Next.js, which is so deeply built into Webpack that they're rebuilding Webpack is easier than rebuilding Next. So I don't know how much more growth we're going to see for Vite, and I'm scared that means it's going to have the thing where it went up, and now it's going to go left in the sentiment. Surprised Bun didn't make it in, but it's just not quite popular enough yet. Interesting. Same number of people using Vite and Webpack at work. That is very interesting to me. Webpack still pays better. Very interesting. It's also crazy seeing the range here. Like the tool you pick and the salary you make aren't correlated that much. The tool you pick and how easy it is to get your first job, those are probably still correlated. How about company size? I know this case, I haven't looked yet. Vite's going to be much smaller companies than Webpack overall. If I'm wrong, I have a lot of thinking to do. These are like exactly the same. Interesting. Good to know. I'm going to think hard on that one. Summer, we'll see the hacky tip later. I'm in the middle of filming a video. Shit. Satya snuck his own thing in here, and it's Blue Sky. Shout out. Thank you, Satya, as always, for the hard work you do. Definitely give him a follow if you want to keep up with these surveys. Did he not link his own Blue Sky? Come on. And he's not even linking it on his site. There's your Blue Sky. Never mind. Third time's the charm. There you go. Thank you, Satya, for all the hard work you put into this every year. Enough of this. Monorepo time. PNPM still winning. NX is doing fine. Turbo Repo's growth is slowed massively. It's so crazy how unsolved monorepos are. It's really rough right now. It's really rough. I'm not going to pretend otherwise because like it's the right pattern for so many things, but the tools are garbage. Like, look, the happiness has not changed ever. Ever. That sucks. That's so sad that we've never seen any growth in the happiness of monorepo tools. What did Prime sneak in here? This is recommended resources. It's funny. Prime's job is now terminal because they can't say Netflix anymore. What do we got for other tools? Lodash, date functions. I love date functions. I use it so much. And Day.js. I swap between these two more than I probably should. I lean Day.js. I like the API more. I know the moment API is the wrong way or whatever, but I like Day.js. They're both good though. Both great solutions. Someday, Temporal will actually be ready. Three.js come in with a sweep here. Is React 3 Fiber in here, or is it just Three.js? Interesting. And D3 still killing it. Framer Motion still high up. GSAP still doing really well. Spring being this high. Okay, React 3 Fiber would be higher if it was in here because React Spring is by Poimanders and it was originally largely for Three.js and React 3 Fiber. Makes sense. Backend framework still Express dominating. But look at that. Oh, that's Nest, not Next. Sorry. That makes me sad, actually. Nest doing twice as well as Fastify is heartbreaking. Fastify is so underrated. If you're starting a new project, that's Railway Fastify. If you're starting a new project and you're looking at Express, just consider Fastify. It's basically Express if it wasn't slow as fuck. I use Fastify as my go-to web server for basically everything that is a web server. If it's not Next for me, it's probably on Fastify. Hano is really cool too for things that you're throwing on like Cloudflare and whatnot, because it's much more like runtime agnostic. But Fastify is the fastest and the most node ready by a lot. Hano almost feels like Node is a like second-class citizen. It works fine, but I personally lean Fastify. We use both at Upload Thing, believe it or not. We use both pretty heavily. Fastify lets me do a little bit more and have a bit better performance for long-running servers. JS runtimes. Node wins. Browser's close second. Bun is climbing fast. Bun taking out Deno is huge. Also, Bun being tied with service workers is kind of hilarious. Cloudflare workers is a write-in. Is at 0.3%. That's because people who use Cloudflare workers, half of them don't even know it's not Node. They just assume and then make mistakes and then get mad. Lambda and Vercel are the top two here. Cloudflare workers is below Vercel Edge. Insane. Cloud Functions by Google is pretty high up too. Seeing Netlify so low is interesting. I'm curious to see if that bumps up because we have some fun things coming. Non-JS languages, we're all stuck in fucking Python because of the AI wave. PHP is coming back. Java never went anywhere. I did not expect to see that many more ChatGPT users than Copilot users. That's kind of nuts. This one's going to be wild to look at next year in comparison. Somebody with a good memory, when we go through this next year, remind me to compare to 2024. I want to see how this shifts around. I'm expecting Claude to go up, Copilot to go up slightly, ChatGPT to stay roughly where it is. And if Google's current Gemini tear continues, could be very interesting. Also, Cursor is slaughtering. Cursor is like the only IDE in here up until, like, it's the only IDE over 10%, which is kind of nuts. We got plenty of other IDs like Tab9, Codium. Codium is spelt two different ways here, though. Are these? Oh, these are different things. I forgot about that. That there's two Codiums. Whew. Vercel's getting close to AWS for hosting. GitHub is still too high with pages. I mean, it's free, but what? Netlify is beating Cloudflare. That's good to see. Heroku is way too high. Why is Heroku still 19%, boys? Come on. It's time to move off. Sharing the survey on Twitter, Facebook, or by email is scientifically proven to improve your coding performance by up to 15%. What does sharing it in a video get me then? Should be even more, right? Oh, this is the TypeScript JavaScript split. Look at that. TypeScript dominating. Dominating. Less than 20% of people are 0% or are under half TS. That's crazy. TypeScript 1. And almost all of us are compiling our JS now. AI code gen, still leaning 0%, but a lot of people are saying like 10%. Interesting. Most of us are writing JavaScript professionally. I would like to see more people you doing it as a hobby. 40% is low. Like, come on, we got to use it for fun. Front end dev still 98%, 64% are back end, 26% are mobile, 18% are desktop. All very interesting numbers. Nothing else here super. Okay, SPAs are still winning, but SSR is growing. We're at 60% of people are doing SSR for their sites now. SSG's at 46%, multi-page apps are at 40%. Partial hydration's only 20%. Islands is 14%, and it gets lower and lower. ISG is 9%, and streamed SSR is only 9% too. PPR, especially because it's like, considering that this is a next feature, it being at 8% is pretty nuts, especially because it's like under a hidden flag. I'm excited for PPR to become a standard though. This similar to how static revalidation became really common, partial pre-render needs to become common as well. Yeah, also a good point from Ryan. More people are using streamed SSR than are realizing it. Absolutely agree there. It's funny because like Next.js does such a good job of making it so you don't have to know those details. The things just work, but you end up with numbers that look really low here because nobody knows that they're doing it. "35% of people said that code architecture is a pain point for JS. What do you mean? Just put it all in one file. State management at 31%. Depths at 29%. Build tools at 28%. Where are mono repos? Mono repos should be way higher on this list. New proposals. Everyone's hyped on temporal. People are for some reason hyped about decorators. Yeah. Explicit resource management. Fun stuff going on there. Most of those aren't very well known. Missing features. People still want static typing even though they have TypeScript. Standard library because we have to use the libraries for everything. Signals. People are hyped about. Pipe operator. Give me the pipe operator. I want this so bad. You guys have no idea. No idea at all. It's so good. Someday. I'm going to start polyfilling it at this point. I need it too badly. Not polyfilling, but Babel plugin. Most people want the native types to be as similar to TS as possible. Makes sense. Web tech happiness, again, has not moved 5 years. That's sad. JS happiness went down very, very slightly 2020, 2021, but has not moved since. I think we've just accepted. Like the hive mind has taken over at this point. And now my favorite section, the materials. Video creators. Whew! I never thought I'd see the day I'm that close to Fireship. I'll take it. I didn't even do the video hyping up this survey this year, so to get that high up still is huge. Primogen's close. Also, MeDoDev being here is nuts. As the author called out, it's worth highlighting how vibrant the Spanish language ecosystem has become, with MeDoDev in 4th place overall. Like, how nuts is that to have a Spanish-only, effectively, tech creator be double the next highest English creator? That is huge. Huge shout out to MeDoDev. He's been awesome. And every time I talk to him, I get something crazy from him. Like SVGL, the thing I use for managing all my SVGs for my thumbnails, this tool is by a person from his community that was a huge fan of mine. And the last time I met with MeDoDev, we were just at the Vercel office. He asked me if I would be down to take a selfie with him to send to this one other person. And then he showed me SVGL that they made. I was like, wait, what? That's so useful. And now they're one of my favorite people in the community. Medu just, he cares so much about lifting the people around him and doing whatever he can to support the community he's in. It's unbelievable. Just such a great dude. Yeah, shout out to MeDoDev. Shout out to the SVGL guys. It's primarily Pablo. Killed it. Phenomenal project. I use this almost every day. Yeah. Kevin Powell's still killing it. I have like 3 of his videos in my queue to watch later. I've been excited to for a minute now. It's a cool list. Low level. Look who made it in. Pirate Software is still here, just lower than expected. People. The section for just filling in people's names, Medu was the name that most people put in. Huge. Awesome to see. And now, the most important part, the awards. Most adopted. I'm not sure what this is going to be. Veet, still? I thought his growth slowed a decent bit. That's what it looked like. Highest retention is Vitest, of course. Once you're on a new test solution, it's not shit. You're not going to move. Highest interest, roll down. For those who don't know, similar to how the Next.js team is rewriting Webpack in order to make it faster with TurboPack, the Vite team is rewriting Rollup, which is the production bundler for Vite, in Rust with roll down, so it's fast enough to be used both for dev and production. Most write-ins, Analog. Woo! Good to see Brendan in here. Totally deserves it. As I've said, Analog is a huge part of why we're seeing the Angular renaissance, and I am pumped to see it getting the recognition it deserves. Most commented, Angular. Still not the newest kid, but it's still the talk of the town with 41 comments coming in about it. And the most loved library, again, Vite, sweeping. The conclusions. We got another double conclusion this year. Several years ago, another State of JS survey put Astro on my radar. I decided to try it after spending a few hours with it. I fell in love with the tech. It was almost love at first sight. Suddenly, I saw myself rebuilding my website, administrative tools, and other projects with Astro. Now I can say that Astro is my favorite framework by far. JS is a dynamic and exciting ecosystem continually growing with many libraries and frameworks, from reusable components to client-side, server-side, and static solutions. Countless ways to achieve your goals. I like this call out. Like, go play with new things. I agree. Every time I try something new, it changes how I develop in some way. Even if I don't like the thing, it's beneficial. Thank you, Fernando, for writing this. But I gotta see what my girl Shandae had to say. Love her. She's done some of like the coolest React content I've ever seen. Check out her talks if you haven't. Just under 5 years ago, I discovered the advantages of using TypeScript for the first time. I wasn't alone in this journey. I was among many JS devs who were just starting to explore TypeScript and its benefits for teams aiming to create scalable, maintainable front-end systems. It's amazing to see how quickly TypeScript has grown in popularity. I'm thrilled to see the majority of survey respondents now use TypeScript in their daily work. Today, my go-to stack for both pro work and personal projects contains React, TypeScript, Vite, and Jest. Large and rapidly growing teams have placed their bets on these tools, and they're looking for Large and rapidly growing teams have placed their bets on these tools, and they look for expertise in these areas when hiring front-end devs. So it's no surprise to see that they've been widely adopted and retained by other organizations as well. If you'd like to focus on mastering a few essential tools rather than continuing experimenting with new frameworks and libs, or if you're like me, you prefer to focus on mastering a few essential tools rather than continually experimenting with new frameworks and libraries. Also like me, you might even hold off on adopting the latest version of reliable front-end tools until they reach stable releases and at any issues are resolved. You're not alone, and there's huge benefits for those of us who prefer the tried and true path. This is a message that's very much not for me, so I shouldn't be as like, I don't agree with this that much, but it's not for me, so it's fine. The people who are the best at any given tool aren't the ones who only use that tool. They're the ones who use that tool and keep track of everything else going on. So maybe like for the top like half of people in a given tool, I would guess the majority mostly use that thing. But the top 10% of people for any of the things we talked about today, they use other shit too. Nobody who's in the top like 90th percentile of a thing only uses that thing in the dev world. There's too much to learn from other tools and technologies. I think that's everything. What a survey. I'll admit I'm a little sad. I was hoping this year we would see a bump in the sentiment since things slowed down a bit, and it seemed like the biggest complaint last year was that stuff was moving too quick. Well, we had 2 years where things didn't change a lot because we're too busy rewriting our stuff in Rust. But as a result of those 2 years of less change, we didn't see a positive sentiment boost. We actually saw it go down slightly, as well as frameworks that made big changes like Svelte getting penalized for it too. And it's sad. I don't want to see a web dev world where we're scared of innovation. And I guess that's the one silver lining here. It looks like not innovating doesn't help sentiment either. So on one hand, there's no reason to not keep innovating because people don't care. They're going to be mad either way. But on the other hand, there's not that much incentive to innovate because people don't care. I was hoping for a better survey result this year. I'm hyped about these things, and I hope you guys are too. I know the people who watch these videos are not the average JS dev. I'm just scared of what the future looks like for them. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. What's crank.js? Generators, I already hate it. Thank you, Indifferent Ghost. I'm going to label this one priority. It's not the highest priority, but I want it out before the end of the year. I did look at this off stream, but I didn't think it was worth doing a video. Cool. Oh shit, we got another hype train started. Let me thank all the subs that I missed. Oh shit, did I miss another raid? I'm so sorry. You know, I was in the middle of filming that and I totally missed that. I suck. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. I get through and wow, I missed a ton of subs. Okay, thank you, got you, Cyan Flare. Either way, appreciate it. We got Q-Link here. 18 months of tier 1. Thank you for each and every month of that. Ronan throwing the sub over to Typecraft. Thank you so much. We got Code Cooch here. 1 month. Thank you. We got Fuji. Fujitsu Star with the Prime. Thank you so much. Seijo with the tier 1. How did I miss a 25 gift bomb? I am so sorry. Holy shit. I was locked in for that. Thank you, Croucher, so much. Well, say huge thanks for helping you speedrun your way into a career. If it wasn't for Crate3 app helping the doc site. Fuck, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I missed this. I hope you're still here to see this. I will say what I always do, which is this has nothing to do with me. You wouldn't have done all of those things if you didn't want it. You wanting it and putting the work in is why you're successful. It has nothing to do with me. My channel was one of many places you could have gone to do what you did. I'm thankful it was my community. I'm pumped it was my community. My community isn't the reason. You're the reason. My community is just the tool that you picked in the process. So yeah, take your credit for your win. Not mine at all. Ronan throwing the gift to Ahmed. Thank you for that as well. Love the strategic gifting here. Lermatroid with the happy holidays. Thank you so much. 21 months. Jesus Christ, you guys have been around for too long. Reese here with the 22 months of Prime. That big a number on the Prime is nuts because that means you have to click the button every time. Eucerin, 29 months as well. Thank you all for the support. G Sporto hitting the 12 months straight, 20 months total. God, I hate this new Twitch upsell bullshit. Alejo over 3 years is nuts. It's crazy it's been that long. Ronan it with, again, the gift, the strategic gift subs over to Ryan. Thank you for that. We got Darzex here. You love React. I don't know why things are so negative. It is what it is. The Prime sub for GPRAC. Thank you for the 5 months of support. Rotating Phaser, 12 months straight, 13 total. I just filmed this video. I should have included the fact that like they have the money to burn, which is why they're making it free. It's disabled because the moderation tools are fucking garbage. Yeah, and we got Alpha Wolf with the Prime as well. Thank you so much. I'm gonna marker extra for Copilot vid. Oh, that means a lot, Emily. Thank you so much. I don't deserve the credit. I'm just here because I want to nerd out about shit. I'm gonna put a note here. Extra should go near the start. Get these up.
Hi there.
Shoot. I'm just gonna skip to like where I was for my rant. Yeah, when I came here, just stick it to whenever I came here. It's clear VS Code is scared of the competition and they're flexing the... It's clear GitHub, Microsoft, VS Code, whoever you want to refer to them as, is getting more scared of the competition and they're trying to flex the one thing they actually have. That thing, of course, is money. None of these other tools can afford to give this generous of a free tier because these models cost a lot of money to run. That's why the AI tools are expensive. It's not just because they're trying to make tons of money. It's because the models are expensive to run because you have to run them on really expensive hardware. The only reason Microsoft can give this generous of a free tier is because it's Microsoft. They have the money to burn and they're scared of losing their market share, which clearly they're scared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this for free. Cool. Should have included that in the first pass. I'm sure we can fit it in somewhere. I think I'm going to wait on the Zen browser coverage. I talked about it at the beginning of stream. I'll talk about it more next stream too. It's missing a few tiny things I need to make it my daily driver, and it's getting so close. It's so close. So that's my comment on it right now. If we have time at the end, I'll talk about it a bit more. Yeah, my stream is literally just Arc full screened right now, and my top nav hidden. It's not that hard to get ghosty. I forgot the thing you have to do. You have to get into the Discord, and then you get in. I love Payload. I'm excited to work with them more. We got more priority-ish stuff to cover first. How easy is it for me to play with inertia? Is there enough here for me to cover? I feel like... Yeah, there's enough here. There's enough here. Let's do it. Sorry, I'm not keeping it up as much with YouTube comments. Marvelous. I haven't used that enough to know. And I have a video like this already. Cool tools that I've been using. And I have another one coming up soon. These types of videos are coming out more. I just have, in case you haven't seen, a bit of a backlog. Videos recorded up till the 21st, not even counting what we've done today. We're like over a month. Yeah, it's our cushion. It's only getting bigger. I think I can cover this. Titles. Laravel plus inertia plus React equals better than next. I like that. Marker. Yeah, pin tabs suck. I've been surprised. I've been using the pin stuff more. I didn't used to use it very heavily, but I've been doing some Persona playthroughs. Oh shit, new John video. Saving that for later for sure. But I'm doing a Persona 3 playthrough and helping a friend with their Persona 5 playthrough, and having like all the different guides for that is super helpful. With multiple YouTube channels having the direct links, super helpful. So I'm using it a little more. I will never share the music I make with you fuckers. It will never happen. Do I even have FL Studio? Okay, I still have FL on here, but I'm like 2 major versions behind. Anyways. Inertia to... Let's do it. A couple months ago, I gave Laravel my first real attempt, and it didn't go great. A few months ago, I gave Laravel a shot for the first time, and it didn't go great for me. I had a bit of a rough time trying to set it up and get it working how I expected, and it just didn't meet my DX expectations as a React full stack dev. Thankfully, they listened, and they made a lot of really cool changes, none of which are what we're here to talk about today. What I want to talk about is what I'm here to chat about is the most recent release for Inertia. You might be asking, what is Inertia? It's a router. Why do we care as JS devs, though? There's a reason. Inertia was the highlight of my experience trying out Laravel. It actually is one of the best routers for React. Yes, you heard that right. Inertia's a router for React apps that lets you host them on platforms like Laravel, or even other frameworks like Phoenix and Elixir. But it was cool as is, but it was missing enough things that it wasn't the easiest recommendation. But the DX, the ergonomics, and all the parts were kind of coming together. They're no longer coming together. They're no longer just coming together. They're here. Inertia 2.0 is a huge change for Inertia, and it's honestly kind of feeling like Laravel is now one of the best React frameworks, as crazy as that might sound. Hear me out right after a quick break from today's sponsor. Anyways, Inertia 2.0, redefining front-end dev for Laravel. We're excited to announce the stable release of Inertia 2.0, bringing significant improvements in how you build software with Laravel. The release is part of our continued investment in making the front-end dev experience with Laravel as productive and enjoyable as possible. They create Inertia so backend devs can easily use popular front-end frameworks like React, Vue, and Svelte without needing to build an API. This is cool. You'll understand in a minute. Inertia acts as a bridge between your server-side apps and your JS front-end, which enables you to build single-page apps while still enjoying Laravel's robust server-side routing and ORM. 2.0's big change is that they rewrote the request handling layer entirely. Before you can understand all this mumbo-jumbo and why it's cool, we should understand a bit more about how Inertia actually works. Inertia lets you write a controller in PHP that does something. In this case, we have our user controller function. Users is user active. So this is coming from our ORM. We order it by name, and then we get the ID, name, and email. Here's where it's fun. Return Inertia render users. Pass it this data. Users is the users we defined here. And now if we go into the Vue code, we define props in our users.vue file to have this array as the data being passed to it. And we just have the data here now. Because what's happening is the Laravel server is responding to a request to the user's page with this controller. And Inertia doesn't send HTML or JSON. Inertia takes the component that you specified here and renders that and returns the result instead. So it can server render it so you get HTML, or it can client render it still too. You have all the things, all the options and customization you'd expect. But the coolest part is it lets you pass props from PHP to your JavaScript without having to build an API to do all the back and forth. That back and forth is a huge part of why frameworks like Next are so powerful. But if Laravel has it, via inertia, the need to use another language but if your framework has it like inertia plus Laravel, the need for a TypeScript backend in the same project goes down a lot because that friction is reduced so much. And I like if you're going to be one of those people who insists on continuing to build with these types of tools, but also use React, why are you still building a REST API? Just use something like this. It's so much better. And it makes things like the Rails world feel hilariously antiquated because it's so much better. And of course, there are mutations as well. What I want to show you guys, though, are some of the really cool things with responses. So if we have, okay, let's see. Event show. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Is one of the like page updates. Not routing. Let's try to find a good example in here. Okay, that's cool. That's not what I'm looking for. Forms might actually have it. Yeah. Okay. Just for an example, this was the thing that blew my mind when I tried it out for the first time. Here we have a form in React. Function, handle changes, handle submit, all just vanilla React stuff. On submit, handle submit, we post to users with the values that we stored in state. What happens when we do that? Well, if we go here, we see we have the store function, which is what we called, right? That would have been a post, whatever. So when we submit the form, this store function gets called, and it creates a new user with all of this data, but then it returns to route users.index. It returns you to this user's page when you're done, because you can specify in a post request on the server what the client should do after, and it will actually respond with the data for that next page. The ability to revalidate and change the experience the user's having from the server side like that, it's so good. Let me see the demo app, yeah. Wrong ping. This is the Vue version. I want to find the React one. Cool. Here's the React one. Believe it's under public for the JavaScript code. No? It's so much easier for you to just clone the code base. I'm going to do that. I have one locally I could play with, but I'm lazy. Cool. So in here, oh yeah, resources was under. So this is the CRM app demo that they have on their website written in React. This is still going to be using Inertia 1. We'll get to 2 in just a second, but I need to make sure you guys understand why this is so cool. There's way too much stuff in this. But if we go to users, create, we have the use form hook, which by the way, comes from Inertia. They have their own form primitives, which is dope. And the on submit posts to route users.store. I don't think it's smart enough to let me command click from here over to the Python, or I don't think it's smart enough for me to command click from here to the PHP. It might be with their new Laravel PHP like VS Code extension, but I'm not running that right now. So we're going to hop over to the user controller. Why is Windsurf trying to do things? Anyways, I don't have this environment set up, which is why we're getting all these errors, so ignore those. The thing I wanted to show here is in the create function, you can respond by rendering the create page. And if we go to the store function, we store after validating their request. If it has a photo, we update the photo, and then we redirect them to this route, which means by doing nothing on the client at all, we literally just have to post to this route. The page now updates. There is no code that is do this post, then navigate to that page. The server-side code does the store and then returns a redirect. This is great. The backend should be the thing determining what the front end does when the backend gets something submitted from the front end. This is how full stack dev's supposed to work. The front end shouldn't hit the back end, get something, and then decide what to do with it. The front end should be told by the back end what to do after a change occurs. This had a problem, though. Inertia was focused a little too much on the back end interrupting the front end and telling it, no, you go here now. There's a lot of flows that doesn't workflow, like a live chat widget or something that needs to be pulled. If it's going to re-render the whole page or redirect you when something changes, that's no good. It also, I had no idea how to set up infinite scroll with something like this. It just wasn't viable under this model. That's why 2.0 is such a great release. I want to look at these examples before we go any further. Let's see how polling looks now. Use poll from Inertia.js React. Use poll number. Polling your server for new information on the current page is common, so Inertia provides a poll helper to help reduce the amount of boilerplate code. It will also stop polling when the page is unmounted. But you have an optional argument with an object where you can give it a custom start or finish function. Can you tell it which props you do and don't want to revalidate? Because I know you can on some other things. Oh, it also returns a stop and start, so you can trigger it to start and stop the polling. That's cool. Oh, it's all the router reload options. Okay, cool. Because router reload lets you manually pick which things should or shouldn't be revalidated, which is really, really helpful if you only want to fetch one prop and have that update. They should have put an example with that here so you can see that that's a thing. This is too small a thing for how big of a functionality it is. Anyways, that's just one of the cool new things. We also have prefetching, deferred props, infinite scroll, and lazy loading. Prefetch is so cool. By default, Inertia will prefetch the data for the page when the user hovers over the link after more than 75 milliseconds. The data's cached for 30 seconds before being evicted. You can customize the behavior with a cache for on the link. That's so cool that you can give it that level of specificity in the caching. I sense some potential chaos with people putting different cache for times all over the place, and then you get weird, unintuitive behaviors, but that level of control is really nice. Interesting. You can also pass a click to it. So if you start clicking, it will start prefetching as soon as you start the click. So you don't have to wait for on mouse up, which is effectively how clicks work. When you do on click, it doesn't trigger till you let go. But this will start fetching the data before you let go, so you get it a little bit faster. Also, you can mount the prefetch, which means it will always prefetch even if the user doesn't do anything. Ooh, this is cool. You can combine strats too. I haven't seen anyone else do this. That's really nice. You can pass prefetch and array. Next.js, I hope you're taking notes. Programmatic prefetching, where you can manually prefetch by calling router.prefetch. Yes, that's so good. So good. And it lets you fetch data for page 2. So now when you load the page, you can automatically load data for the page before and after. So when you click next, it's immediate. That's really good. And obviously they provide a hook too. Whew. So cool. And even a flush all, so you can get rid of all the cache shit. Oh, for something like logged out state, this is incredible. Because when you log out, you want all the old cache to be evicted, so you can't navigate to fake signed in pages anymore. This is so good. So good. They even got SWR. Okay. Very interesting. You can specify how long it should be considered fresh for, as well as how long you can see it before the data is considered invalid. Really good stuff. Deferred props. Oh, most React devs don't even have access to this right now. Imagine you have something in your backend that's fast, like the user data, and you want to get that to them immediately so that you can see your little like top nav on the site. But you also have something that takes longer, like a report you're generating. The way you would do this old school is you'd have everything render on the client and you do 2 API calls, one to go get the user data, one to get the chart. This all has to happen after the page loads. You can fire those requests off. So you have the huge penalty at the start. You have to see a loading state before the user icon comes in. And chances are you don't even start the fetch for the chart until you know the user is signed in. So you're making multiple network requests, all blocking each other, taking forever. If you can defer the promise, you now have the ability to send the rest later. You can have the first response include the user data, so you have the top nav and all those things, and have a loading state as the rest is being generated, all from one request, usually being streamed. Remix has had this for a while, where you can import defer, and when you return something in the loader, which is how you get data from the server to the client in Remix, you can wrap something with defer, and now this promise can be passed down as a promise, and now on the client side, you can wait for it and load different states while you're waiting. Did not expect to see inertia with this, which is really cool. What we see here is when we render this page, we give it all the users and all the roles, but since permissions takes longer, supposedly, this gets wrapped with inertia defer, and then we respond with permissions all. So now this part can come in later. This lets you group all of the things, but you can still fetch data in parallel by grouping props together. Yeah, super cool. Super cool that you can defer things like this. And on the client, what this looks like, it's similar to suspense, where you have a suspense component with a fallback, and then whenever its children are done, they're done. But it's kind of inversed here, where deferred data equals permissions. Since this isn't an actual TypeScript object, they're using string keys for these things, which makes sense. I don't think it has a type safety story, sadly, but that's the one catch here. And you have the fallback loading div. So while we wait for this promise to resolve as part of the stream, we can show the fallback state. Huge. Game changer. Super cool. I'm pretty sure this is the only non-TypeScript framework that has defer. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there another tool that handles the back-ended front end that lets you defer some of the data from the server to the client like this? Even things like Live View and Elixir kind of struggle with this. You have to build your own solution if you want to send some data after. And I know they're actually working on some of the streaming stuff that I showed Jose and Chris McCord at ElixirConf because of how powerful this model is. I did not expect inertia to beat them to it, but it's really cool to see. I know LiveView has async, but it doesn't have a concept of responding with some things immediately and then some things later. Like the classic example of this. Let me just... I have a Next.js sandbox. Let me find it. I have this one. Git status. Cool. We'll use this project. Unintentional cursor add. That makes my life much easier. Cursor's so based. Here we are. Cool. I just made this super beautiful mock app really fast. The goal here is to show what I'm referring to. Let's say this user profile icon takes a little bit of time to load. Did it just make up a path for that for me? Did it build me an SVG? That's pretty handy, actually. So let's say this top nav needs some user data. We'll make a fake async function, get user data. We'll await, I'll make a fake wait, async wait for, async function, wait for. Cool. So here we're getting this fake user data. We'll await in the top nav. And now when I load this page, I'm going to hit the refresh now. 1 Mississippi, then it loads. If I pull up the network tab, you'll see we wait, and then it all comes in. And this load here takes almost just a little bit more than a second because of that 1 second delay. But what happens if in the page content, if I async function main content, swap that over. Nothing changes because both of those are firing at the same time. So it's still going to take the same 1 second because those are going in parallel. But let's say this one, the main content, wasn't that fast. We'll await, wait for 5,000. Now it's going to take 5 seconds. Now when I load this page, you see the little loading state there. 3, 4, 5. The whole page takes as long as the slowest piece of content on it. So now that we have something that takes 5 seconds, we don't get any response until that part is done. What we used to do is we would just not render that part on the server. We would have an API you hit, and then the API would send the response after the page loads, runs the JavaScript, determines it needs the data, and then fetches. What if we didn't have to do that? What if I could just wrap this with a loading state? And now we get back the part that's faster immediately, and we get back the part that's slower when it's ready. Now I'll load the page again. The 1 second still takes its time. Then the content comes in. That's the magic here. When you have the ability to defer, you can now prevent yourself from blocking for anywhere near as long as you otherwise might have had to, which sucks for users. If one API on your page is slow, the whole page gets slowed down. Now you can take the slow parts and wrap them. And if you wanted, you could even wrap the user icon, because that's the part that we want the data for, I'm assuming. So async function user avatar, or I'll say user menu. I don't know what the fuck that just did. I was going to take the icon from here. So we'll just yoink this guy, paste that there, put the user menu here instead, kill that, delete that. Now the user menu is being fetched by TopNav. We're still going to see that 1 second load time, but if I wrap this in suspense, I'll even not put a fallback state here. It'll look fine. See, now when I refresh, it's instantaneous. We get that when it's ready, and we get the rest when it's ready right after. So good. So good. This makes things way easier than they used to be to do these types of complex loading behaviors and patterns. And now the user, when they click something and they navigate, they'll get to see it immediately even if the data is going to take more time. Server-side defer is a magical pattern, and it's so cool seeing it reach frameworks that aren't even JavaScript frameworks. Okay, apparently you can kind of do this with live view, where you can immediately assign a value and then async assign other values. Cool that it allows that. Yeah, relatively similar. Wait, so that weird bug I had in the 1@5 stacks video, if I had moved that to assign async, would that have just worked? So I had to do a bunch of workarounds. I need to dive into live view more. I've mostly avoided it because I'm React brained. And that's why I like inertia, because I can use React with inertia. Yeah. You can even specify multiple things that it waits for here. It's so cool. It's so cool. Awesome to see this pattern catching on. Ooh, there's also the ability to merge props now. So if you're doing pagination, you can combine the previous response with the new one. If the prop returns an array, it will. If you use merge, if you use merge and the prop returns an array, it'll append the response to the current prop value. If it's an object, it'll merge the response to the current prop value. That's really cool. Interesting. You can defer it and then mark it as mergeable after too. Very fancy. Is that? Oh, no, that's that is the infinite scroll page. Yeah, infinite scroll is just the merging props thing. That makes sense because I can see how this makes infinite scroll way easier. You just have get give you more. That's dope. And of course, load when visible. This is actually really cool. You can have a component when visible. So when you scroll to a section of the page, if you don't want to fire off an expensive query until you get somewhere, when visible means now when this component is shown, then we're going to trigger the call to get that data. Otherwise, we're going to show a loading state. That's so cool. There's even a buffer prop if you want to preload. So even when it's not visible, you can put in a buffer in it. Well, this is a really good pattern. There are a lot of things here for us to learn about. And I've been saying this. I even told like the next team to check out inertia and see some of these patterns because there's really cool stuff here that we can all learn from. And if any other language, framework, or community wants React devs to start working with them and use their stuff, they should take a close look at inertia. Because inertia is no longer just the way to use React with Laravel. Inertia is one of the best ways to bridge the backend and front-end gaps, regardless of which backend and front-end frameworks you happen to choose. It's a really cool project. Huge shout out to everybody who's been working on it. I'm excited to see what Inertia 2.0 enables and how it impacts the web dev industry as a whole. Realistically speaking, our front ends should know more about our backends, and our backends should care more about our front ends. And without tools like Inertia, that's never going to end up happening. Thank you as always, and until next time, peace nerds. Cool. Happy I chose to do that one. I was iffy on it initially. I'm pumped that I decided to last second. Oh, fuck. That might have fucked up my management tool, whatever. So there's no way to delete markers. Like there's actually no way on Twitch to delete them. Oh, fuck. Let me go re-record that section quick, actually. Marker, re-record, inertia, pro pick part. Okay, so for a decent chunk of this, I didn't have this visible, so I'm going to redo this part. Cool. I'll even say it. Hi, Theo or Phase from the future, or viewer even. I screwed up and was covering the corner. So I'm going to quickly re-show what I was trying to demonstrate there. When I refresh the page now, we get nothing there. Then the pro pic comes in. Then a few seconds later, the rest of the page content comes in. Wait, how is that not? I had the tab. I had this open the whole time. How is that not visible? What do you mean? Oh, it's just the first 1 to 2 minutes. Oh, whatever. That I care less about. Then never mind. FaZe, maybe make a joke that I'm covering it when I'm talking about it. No worries. No worries at all. Yeah, if you want to make a joke at that point and just like put an arrow there that says Theo's stupid and his face is covering the thing he's demonstrating here, I think that'll go well. Full permission to bully me on that one. Can I just like sign up for this? Let me see if I can. Quick. Okay, I think I have everything I need here. Oh, my favorite thing is when my employees tell me that I'm stupid. It's great because it means I can do better. If you've been around for a while, you might know about my love of Excalidraw. It's a really important tool to me on like a sentimental level. I have terrible penmanship and I was always scared of whiteboarding. And if it wasn't for Excalidraw, I probably wouldn't be doing content in the first place. Because when I discovered it, I had so much fun diagramming things to show how I was thinking to other people. And they liked it too. They liked it so much that I started doing it for presentations and things at my job. And then I started putting some of that on YouTube and it blew up immediately. There's another tool though, TLDraw. And there are some awesome people working on TLDraw as well. What I didn't expect was for them to build a computer. Wait, what? It's a whiteboard. Well, looks like they're taking all of the things that I thought were really cool about... Well, it looks like they're taking all the things I thought were cool about tools like Excalidraw and that freeform flexibility and mess that's controlled vibe and letting me use it for AI stuff like I never would have thought of. I want to bait you with a real quick example before we go any further. Let me find the link. Where's the Google post? Here it is. Wait. Here we are. Just so you understand how insanely cool this has the potential to be, here is a flow they created. You have text that prompts an image gen, that prompts an instruction to do something with it. And now you have, in that little effort, a tweet generator. Oh boy, there's a lot to go into here. Before we can do that, a quick word from today's sponsor. Okay, I was skeptical when I first heard about this, but then I saw this and I knew I had to play. So let's play. I signed up. If I have to pay money, I'm more than down to. Anything to support Toad Pond's employer. By the way, if you don't know Toad Pond, Toad is one of the devs contributing a lot of this crazy work. The amount of things I've seen Lou do in this space is unbelievable. Just crazy AI, image, video, canvas processing. And considering how hard and annoying it is to set up things like agents and the types of crazy code I've written to try and do a multi-step AI flow, this would be one of the easiest ways to. Let's take a look at some of their demos. We got the Hello World demo. Click this button to run. When a component runs, it will send data to any connected components. So we ran that, then it ran. Text input will display any text-like data that it receives. Click the lock button to prevent a text block's text from changing. Hello world, please subscribe to Theo. Now if I lock that and press play, nothing happens, but if I unlock it, it will. Next up, special components. This is an image component. When an image component runs, it will create an image based on the data that it receives. A fish living its best life. Look at that. That's a happy fish. Yeah, components do different things depending on what data they receive as inputs. Let's play with this one. A software dev YouTuber with a great mustache and blonde hair. Of course, it's all like resizable, playable. This is actually a really fun way to play with these workflows. Oh, look. That's pretty spot on. That's basically me. Did it hallucinate an Adidas logo? It did. That's great. Blame Gemini. Building a graph. Oh boy. So here we have multi-part. When a component runs, it will run any connected components. So if I press play here, it's going to go through to there. It even has a little animation to show you when it happens. And here it gives a better description. A vibrant, colorful fish swimming gracefully through a coral reef, bubbles trailing behind it, sunlight filtered through the water, creating a peaceful and joyful scene. The fish embodies a sense of freedom and happiness. Bold words, but very cool. I think I'm seeing the tower. Okay, multi in and out. Oh, I see. So if I take a picture, let's find a good one of my face quick. Graphics, thumbnail faces. And I think I did put that in graphics. Face 2024. Find a good one. That looks like a good one. That did not do what I expected it to. That's fine. I will move this here. Now it has my image and watercolor painting. I mean, not inaccurate. That is basically me. And it gave a description, and it's building a website of it. Interesting. This part is slower for reasons that I think probably make sense, but it might have also died. Let's try you can just rerun this part too, which is cool because it's all piece by piece. Ran for 60 seconds last time. Oh boy. I won't make the YouTube viewers wait the whole time, but y'all live here with me are stuck waiting. Give it a little longer before I give up. I get so many emails on my workday. Oh, I finally got my fucking tripod I've been waiting for like 2 months. Cool. Anyways. The website gen didn't work. That's fine. User prompts. You can use the dialog component to prompt the user for an input. So when I press play, ooh, what would you like to see? A corgi on a skateboard. Because who doesn't want to see a corgi on a skateboard? I do unironically see a ton of potential for this for like prototyping workflows that involve AI stuff. I haven't seen a tool like this that makes it this easy. Oh, look at that. Look at him. He's so pumped. That's a good boy. Looks like he's got to push Mongo, though. You got to push with your back paws, not the front ones. Come on, you know the rules, bud. And then instruction components. Oh boy, this is where it's going to be complex. Basket cats. Write the rules for the game. Write a newspaper article summarizing a championship game based on these rules. Also makes an image, but this image has additional text that came from the rules. And then here, like regular text and images can be included as well. So here we're pointing that to make it look like a 1981's newspaper sport photograph. I can tell Lou is all over this. They just like, when you know their style well enough, you realize this is just how their brain works. And now they can make crazy shit like this with it, which is so cool. Now all the inputs are resolved. We have this wonderful fake article. Claws out, baskets full. Tabby Titans triumph in Basket Cats Championship. It tried its best. Text is still hard for AI. Arrow labels. Oh boy. United States country. Topic, writing interesting fact based on the country and topic. This one I'm going to play with for sure. The United States has over 750 million acres of forest land, covering roughly 1/3 of the country's total land area. Actually, we'll do JS. Write a tweet about the technology in the style of the creator. Let's see how it does for writing me a fake tweet. But I guess it's not fake. It's real if I post it. This feels just like me. Summarize how the creator feels about the technology. It's possible Gemini just doesn't know who I am. This might be an ego hit. Fuck! I really need y'all to hit that sub button. We got work to do. Drawings as inputs. Oh, this is one of Lou's favorite things to demo. I hope they didn't nuke their Twitter because they had so many crazy posts showing this stuff. Looking for any of their video posts. Okay, we might have scrolled too far back. Maybe not. This isn't the one I was looking for, but I love it. They prompting draw a picture of me. They spent a lot of time trying to get it to make a nice looking snowman. It struggled. God, where is the initial demo they did when they copied the like Apple drawing math thing and got it working real early? It was so cool. Obviously, phase chop all of me scrolling around here. That's too far. We're getting close. Okay, I might just use it to search. Toad, pond, min, faves, 1,000. Oh, somebody found the links. Thank you, chat. Oh, TL drop posted it. Thanks. Cool. Here's the one I was looking for. This is the one I was looking for specifically. This is dope. Letters and numbers. So letters and numbers, picture of like a phone, like keypad, J plus D, and they can figure out from the image what each is and do the math. Like they love drawing things and having the computer solve it. I'm so excited to see how TL Draw Computer goes further with it. Describe this image as if it were a great work of art. So it's going to take this image, describe it though as great art, and then use this image plus that great art description to make a new image. This is so Toad Pond. This is so Lou coded. Oh, the model's overloaded. Rip. There we go. Just one bad call. That's fine. A burst of cheerful chromatics, an examination of the winter waiver. It's a little too hard to scroll in these containers, but I think that was intentional. Like they went out of their way to make it so it's like obviously cutting things off so you know that you don't have to care. But that's cool that I took this crap drawing and then made it something actually decent looking. Control flows. Don't tell me there's if else. The Beatles, I Want to Hold Your Hand. Is this song about love? Yes, nope, maybe. You can prototype some crazy shit with this. That's cool. That's really cool. Timers, we know how timers work. It's cool that they exist in this, but not as immediately absurd as some of the other things. Ooh boy. Fun. When a toggle is set to false, it will stop the workflow, but still allow data to be pulled through it. So this is a loop, but it has a stop. So when I give it an input, it will rerun. I kicked down the mailbox because I have a terrible fear of mail. You're standing in front of an open field, White House board, front door. Now the mailbox lies in pieces. I see a letter in the mailbox, or in the pile of mailbox pieces addressed to my dead father. Open the letter and read the contents aloud. Look at that. It's doing some psych horror shit. I noticed the blood was green and got very confused. Very curious to see how it handles this. Shit. You feel a wave of confusion wash over you. This is cool. I like the idea of like using toggles to do workflow stuff like this. See what I mean? Though, like you can prototype crazy shit with this. This is nuts. Interpolate between inputs. Interesting. So you can choose how much of each side to take in. This is so Lou coded. To have a slider, how much do you want it to be crime and punishment versus 101 Dalmatians? Like, I don't think you can make a project like this without a brain like theirs. College student named Dimitri is struggling to pay his tuition, desperately hatches a plan to steal a valuable collection of rare dog figurines from wealthy eccentric known for his love of Dalmatians. This is beautiful. This is such a crazy project. Is that all of them? We went through it all? Cool. Let's make something stupid. Nike's new AI-powered smart glasses. Greatest for commercial. Okay, let's change this to a new JavaScript framework that's like React, but way slower and nobody actually uses it. Tired of JavaScript frameworks that are too fast? Introducing Slow-Mo.js, the framework that takes its time. We're slower than React, less popular, and we're proud of it. If you're looking for a framework that will make your website load at a snail's pace, then Slow-Mo.js is for you. Don't settle for speed. Choose Slow-Mo.js and embrace the lag, because who needs productivity when you've got Slow-Mo.js? Visit our website to learn more. Why does the JS logo look like in like an Adobe Suite product. Oh God, do we have to hear the speech? I'm scared.
Sound of a dial-up modem connecting, followed by slow, deliberate typing. Are you tired? Tired of JavaScript frameworks that are too fast, exaggerated? Introducing the framework that takes its time. Sound of a snail slowly crawling.
What sound does a snail make when it crawls? At first I was like, oh, it didn't put the like annotations in for like there's annotations for what sounds it should make, but they didn't do that. They just read it. But the sound of a snail slowly going by. Like, I don't even know what sound that would be. Anyways, make it very sad and serious. You have to manually trigger this next step.
Sound of a single slow violin note. In a world obsessed with speed, we've forgotten the beauty of slowness. Long, the violin note continues. We rush, we hurry, we strive for efficiency, but at what cost? The violin plays a slow, mournful melody. Our souls wither, our hearts grow cold, of a slow, dripping faucet.
This is great. I have to play more. I can't help myself. Theo T3.gg makes YouTube videos about everything happening in the JavaScript world. Every React dev should probably watch him, he has a great mustache and bleach blonde hair. Write a short advertisement or blurb for why people should sub to this channel. Scribe. Let's see how it does now. We're asking it to make me a blurb on why you should subscribe. Stay up to date with the ever-evolving world of JS with Theo, T3.gg. His YouTube channel is a must-watch for React devs, covering everything from the latest framework updates, insightful tips and tricks. Subscribe now and level up your JS game. JavaScript. Yeah, it looks just like me. I'm excited for the speech. I'm specifically excited for the sad and serious version. That's how it does that. Let's hear the original.
Upbeat, technological music fades in and then fades slightly under the voiceover. Are you ready to take your JavaScript skills to the next level? Do you want to stay ahead of the curve in the ever-evolving world of React development? Then you need Theo, T3 in your life. Theo's YouTube channel is the ultimate resource for everything JavaScript, from in-depth tutorials and insightful tips and
I have to hear the sad version.
sound of a single melancholic, the world of JavaScript.
A single melancholic pause. The hallucinated like call outs are so good.
Sound of a single melancholic, the world of JavaScript, a vast, unforgiving landscape. Frameworks rise and fall like empires. Libraries become obsolete like forgotten relics. You struggle, lost in a sea of documentation, battling cryptic error messages, haunted by the specter of deadlines, sound of a heart beating slowly. But there is hope. Theo, T3. On YouTube, a beacon in the darkness. He offers not empty promises of instant mastery, but the hard-won wisdom forged in the fires of countless coding nights. Sound of a single, sustained voiceover. Subscribe to Theo. Face the JavaScript abyss together. T3.gg. Find solace in the shared struggle. There's no notification bell. The void doesn't send alerts. Cello.
There's no notification bell. The void doesn't send alerts. Oh my God. Is that the first time AI has unironically been hilarious? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. I think we have to end here. We peaked. The void doesn't send alerts, but feel free to hit the bell. Let me know what you think. And until next time, keep computing on your whiteboards. God damn it, Lou. Art. That's the most Lou. Like, did they encode Lou's brain into the AI somehow? Like, what? Yeah, if we can find a way to sneak that into the intro. I almost want to re-record the whole intro now that I've experienced it. Let's do it. Cool. If you've been around for a bit, you know how much I love whiteboarding, specifically Excalidraw. My penmanship's not great, but that program made me escape that, and now I'm doing diagrams and even YouTube videos because of how much I loved it. But it's still just a whiteboard. What if it wasn't? What if it was a computer? An AI-powered computer that could do all sorts of crazy stuff. Probably doesn't sound that interesting, but I had to take a look when I saw what Theo was up to, and I was skeptical at first, but I saw that Theo was doing it. I trust these guys a lot, and after playing with it a bit, I'll just play a clip from what's about to come. Yeah, this is going to be a fun deep dive. But first, quick word from today's sponsor. In Phase, make sure the sponsor spot starts before the 2-minute mark. If not, we can chop around and I can even re-record the intro if I have to. You have enough stuff to figure out something good here. Cool. Thank you for the clip. I am probably just going to download this immediately and post it on Twitter.
Subscribe to Theo. Face the JavaScript abyss together. T3.gg. Find solace in the shared struggle. There's no notification bell. The void doesn't send alerts.
That was too good. Thank you. Who sent the clip? Nihil, thank you so much for that. Base UI looks really promising. I haven't had a chance to dig in just yet. Okay, so we got 4 actual videos recorded so far. This, I'm just leaving here. I have to build things for it, so I don't feel like doing it live. I think it might be Electron time. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna do a thing. I am making a video defending Electron. Gotta take advantage of that $200 a month subscription, right? Oh shit, did the clip suggestion actually end up being useful? Never expected that. I'll definitely try this and give feedback because I haven't yet, but I will. Next stream, I'll have things to say. I'll set that up after stream. I'm going to add that to my to-do. What's the other thing I had to do? Just making sure I stay on top of my to-do list. One of my friends texted me, the void does not send alerts. Oh, don't worry about the highlights. It's just my name highlights. I have my name on here. Just literally don't worry about it. Are people liking that post? I'm actually very curious. Yeah, they're prompting clips more because people who clip have higher retention on Twitch. So they're trying to get more people to clip in hopes that they increase retention for people. But I don't think it works that way. There's a cause and effect that Twitch has never understood. Okay, there was an article a while back where somebody was trying to do a native app and they built their own native text rendering and it ended up using more RAM than Electron did. I think I saw it on 8chan a while back. I cannot remember. If anyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about and drops a link, he'll be my favorite person. You found it? Oh, the I at the end. In defense of Electron. I don't think I've seen this one. It might have been on Twitter. This might have actually been it. Thank you. This is phenomenal. Great find. It's not what I was looking for, but I'm going to rock with it. Thank you so much. Midnight, yeah. Thank you a ton, Midnight Grocer. Let's do it. We need to have a chat, and we need to have a talk, and it has to. I think of the flow of how I want to get this one. We need to have a talk about We need to have a chat about Elixir. Why am I saying Elixir? We need to have a conversation about Electron. I see it getting so much hate, and I'll be real, it doesn't deserve most of it. Electron as a technology isn't just important, it's actually pretty good. And I think these misconceptions about how Electron is used and the bad Electron apps we've all experienced have resulted in a negative sentiment that just isn't fair. I want to take the time to break this all down and do the thing you're all going to flame me for, defend Electron. Because my life is way better as a result of Electron's existence, and yours is too, especially you Linux users. Y'all need to shut up. But before I explain why, we need to hear quickly from today's sponsor. Cool. One sec. Sorry, I needed a sip of water. I think this needs to be Excalibur. I'm going to do my best to structure this, but this one's going to go all over the place. I'll warn you in advance. Defending Electron. I'm going to try to break this into 3 parts. Part 1 is, what is Electron? Part 2 is, why does it suck? Part 3 is why is everyone wrong about it? Cool. So, without further ado, what is Electron? You know what? I'll ask chat first. Who knows? Actually, I'll poll. Do you know how Electron question is, do you know how Electron started? And I'm actually very curious how many of y'all have any idea how Electron initially was started? Most of you guys don't. This will be a fun history lesson. The history of Electron is fascinating. Oh God, you guys are spoiling it now. For those of y'all who are younger, you probably don't remember Atom. Atom was a huge shift in the IDE space. Before Atom, there wasn't really one editor of choice. Basically, everybody was switching between things. A lot of people were on Sublime Text. A lot of people were on crazy custom configs and JetBrains. A lot of people were trying and failing to make Vim work, because NeoVim hadn't really caught on yet. Atom was a really big shift in how IDEs were built. The goal of Atom was to make an editor. If you couldn't tell by our little, if you couldn't tell by the Octocat floating around here, Atom was actually created by GitHub. They made it because they wanted a better editor with better Git flows and integrations, and most importantly, extensibility. But all of the devs working on this at GitHub were front-end devs building user interfaces and experiences in the browser. They only really knew web tools. Nobody at the company knew how to build good native apps, much less build a good native app for Windows, Mac, and Linux. They had no idea how to move forward. But they realized they could build a pretty good editor in the browser. But the browser is not where people want to edit code. And on top of that, a lot of people who wanted to make things like plugins for it didn't know native languages. And if you had to make your plugin for Atom for Linux, Mac, and Windows all separately, you're dead in the water. They picked a very interesting solution. They created a stripped down shell of Chrome so they could build the editor in that, ship it as a desktop app using web technologies. The result was an editor that didn't feel too great. I'll be real. Atom was not a fast experience as a dev, especially if you were used to tools like Sublime Text that were super optimized and flew. Every time you pressed a key, you'd see the response immediately. But the extensibility aspect was very real, and Atom got a ton of love. Sadly, though, it has died. But it didn't. Sadly, Atom is over, as is called out on the top of this page, but its legacy is not. Because Atom, in developing that Chrome shell, realized that could be useful for other things. And since Atom was also one of the first fully open source modern IDEs, that shell got ripped out, and that shell is now known as and that shell is now known as Electron. Yes, Atom, because atoms are like the things that matter is made up of, and electrons and neutrons and protons are the parts. Electron is one of the parts from Atom. That's where the name came from. Atom is one of the things that went into building, or Electron is one of the things that went into building Atom, and it has long since outlived. Another really interesting thing happened that almost feels like a video of its own, which is VS Code. Microsoft has some of the best IDE devs in the world. Whether or not you like building on Microsoft systems, Visual Studio is a really powerful piece of software. Those IDE teams are incredible at what they do. They saw what Atom was doing, and while obviously they didn't think it was particularly great quality-wise, the potential of a simpler editor with an extension platform that any JS dev could contribute to was super promising. It was so promising that they spun up a project internally to explore building an editor in similar tools. They ended up also going with Electron, but because they had, I'll be frank, much better devs at Microsoft than there were on GitHub working on this, VS Code was able to become one of the best editors ever made. So much so that now these forks are raising tons of money. VS Code proved that Electron wasn't the problem with Atom. And this is going to be an important theme as we go along, because there are plenty of Electron apps that used the experience that Atom created to make things way better than Atom. So that's the history. Let's just go to Electron's GitHub. Obviously, since then, Electron has grown massively. 115,000 stars on GitHub. I think it's in the top 10 most starred projects, probably even top 5. It's used for all sorts of things. What are the most popular apps using Electron? I'm going to ask Perplexity too. Thank you, Perplexity. I will never install your Mac app. There are so many. Slack, Discord, Teams, WhatsApp, and Skype, all in Electron. Visual Studio Code, Atom, GitHub Desktop, Postman, all in Electron. Figma, Notion, Obsidian, and WordPress Desktop, all Electron. 1Password, Bitwarden, Tidal, Twitch, all also Electron. The Twitch desktop app's been deprecated for a long time, but yeah. Electron took over. And there's a lot of reasons for it. Do I want to put the reasons here too? Yeah, this might have to be multiple parts. 1.5. Why did it get popular? This is honestly kind of a simple point. Electron got popular because it lets you build software quickly for the web and every desktop platform with one simple code base. That was awesome because the people you hired to build your website can now make meaningful changes to the desktop apps for every platform. And a lot of companies were able to start shipping desktop apps that otherwise might not have been able to. That was really, really cool to see. But it came with costs. This article was posted by Daring Fireball back in 2018. Electron and the Decline of Native Apps. This isn't about Chrome. This is about Electron. And in case it wasn't clear, Electron is a stripped down Chrome shell. So you probably on your computer right now have 10 of the same Electron shell just in multiple different apps because they can't share those parts. They all have to download the whole thing. So you probably have more than 10 instances of Chrome on your computer right now because of this. One of the many costs that we'll get to. Microsoft thinks Edge HTML cannot get to drop-in feature parity with Chromium to replace it in Electron apps, whose duplication is becoming a significant performance drain. They want to single-instance Electron with their own fork. Electron is a cancer, murdering both macOS and Windows as it proliferates. Microsoft must offer a drop-in version with native optimizations to improve performance and resource utilization. This is the end of desktop applications. There's nowhere but JavaScript. I don't share the depth of pessimism regarding native apps, but Electron is without question a scourge. I think the Mac will prove more resilient than Windows because the Mac is a platform that attracts people who care, but I worry. Let me see how many Electron apps I've opened right now. And I don't keep a lot of apps open. Arc's Electron, Curse's Electron, Notion's Electron, Ghosty isn't, Finder isn't, Preview, Affinity isn't, Legcore absolutely is. Half of the apps I've opened right now are Electron, so I'm sorry. 6 years later, you're wrong. In some ways, the worst thing that ever happened to the Mac is that it got so much more popular a decade ago. Wait till you hear about the M1s, man. In theory, that should have been nothing but good news for the platform. This is mostly focused on Mac and how bad Electron apps are with Mac and how Mac developers and Mac users expect more. There have always been bad Mac apps, but they seldom achieved any level of popularity because Mac users collectively rejected them. Word 6.0 is the canonical example. Word 5 for Mac was a beloved app and a solid Mac citizen. Word 6 was a cross-platform monstrosity. Mac users rejected it, and its rejection prompted Microsoft, at the height of its mid-90s power and arrogance, to completely rethink its Mac strategy and create a new business unit devoted entirely to the Mac. Microsoft's Rick Schott wrote a terrific piece on the whole saga. Da-da-da. Yeah. They spent so much time trying to solve the bugs that they never made the UI good, is the summary there. The key point here is that software that is un-Mac-like doesn't do well. But the interesting tangent here is that even though Word 6 wasn't very Mac-like, the fun tangent here is that even though Word 6 wasn't very Mac-like, it's still far more Mac-like than using Google Docs inside of Chrome. Google Docs on Chrome is an un-Mac-like word processor running inside an even more Google Docs on Chrome is an un-Mac-like word processor running in an even more un-Mac-like web browser. What the market flatly rejected as un-Mac-like in 96 was better than what the Mac market tolerates seemingly happily today. You have no idea how far it's gone. Oops, not the button I'm trying to press. It's also fun because Apple is shipping worse and worse apps too. The quality of software for desktops has been going down. I absolutely agree there. But it doesn't support page up and page down on the official Mac App Store. Does it now? Because I know they read his posts so much that anything he says, Apple's going to deal with. So page up, page down work now. Anyways. The point here is that Electron apps are bad and don't feel like Mac software at all because they're multi-platform. They're meant to be the same everywhere, but Mac apps should feel like Mac apps. And this is going to suck forever. People were upset, and they've only gotten more upset since. So I guess this is where we should dive deeper into part 2. Why does it suck? There's a couple reasons. Obviously, we just talked about the native aspect. It's not native feeling. The problem with that is if you're used to Mac apps feeling a certain way or Windows apps feeling a certain way, Electron apps will not feel the same at all. Even between different Electron apps, they might feel entirely different. Like some of them put things properly in the menu options up here. Some of them just don't use these at all. Some of them have menu bars that are hidden. Some have menu bars that work the way old Mac apps used to. All of these apps are different. And none of them feel quite like we're used to with a native Mac app. So the lack of native feeling is absolutely a thing that sucks about Electron. There's also performance. As we all know, JS is slow. Thereby, using JS to build your desktop apps is slow, and they're going to be terrible. Why would you ever use this? The other important thing is that companies can ship worse stuff faster. Because Electron allows them to send a web page instead of just a binary, you can constantly change out that web page, and it makes software more fragile, which is also worth calling out here too. Resulting software is buggier and less reliable overall. These are all the things that people understandably see as concerns with Electron. And now when an app doesn't perform well, they assume that the reason is because Electron sucks. And I understand. I can somewhat sympathize with why people would think these. But of these concerns, 2 are kind of valid and all of them are overblown as hell. And here is where you guys are going to start getting mad. And I know it. I am already scared of this comment section. It is what it is. Why you're all wrong. Let's go through these in order. Not native feeling. What's the problem here? Why does this not matter? The reason, nothing is anymore. If you've tried any of Apple's new pieces of software, God, go try Journal out. I'm not saying it's cool, or I'm not saying Journal's bad, to be clear. I'm just saying it doesn't feel native. Or all the things that we just saw in that article, the Daring Fireball article. Even new Apple software doesn't have basic native functionality that you would expect. Native software feel, where you feel the OS as much as you feel the app, is over. And I think that's a good thing, because the way Mac feels hasn't improved for 10 years. The only improvement I've had for my experience on my Mac for the last decade has been the processor. Everything else has been the same or gotten worse. Don't get me started on the new notifications and permission system in recent Mac releases. It is garbage. Native feel means literally nothing now, because the native software is worse than a lot of the software we use on the web. And the web gives you the flexibility to make software of different quality levels. So let's do part 2 on that note. Performance. Bad apps are bad everywhere. There's a couple layers to this. The first layer that I want to discuss is a concept I talk about. I just call it the default rule. When a tool gets popular enough, it becomes the default. When people picked a tool because it solves their specific problem and they're in the know and they care a lot, they pick tools to build their... retake on this bit. We need to break down the different types of creators really quick. Creators of software, to be clear. There are the people who care a lot, and there are the people who don't. The harsh reality that most of y'all don't want to accept, and I understand because it took me a while, is that most people are the latter. I would guesstimate maybe 5% of devs care a lot about the quality of what they're shipping. The rest just want their paycheck. And these people, they're not the ones watching videos like this. They're not the ones trying out new tools and frameworks. They're not the ones researching to make sure they pick the right solution for the job. They're the ones that Google, how do I make a desktop app? The first result that comes up is what they go use. I think we can also all agree, and this will piss some people off, I don't care, that the quality difference between these two types of people is meaningful. I'm not saying that there are people who don't care that are bad. I'm not saying that just because you don't care about software dev doesn't mean you're not a good dev. I'm saying it's much less likely you're a good dev versus somebody who does care a lot. Which means at a certain level of popularity, the people who don't care start to use the thing. And this is what I think happened to Electron the same way it's happened to React, to the web, and to so many other things, is when it becomes popular enough, this gigantic mass of people who don't know what the fuck they're doing start to use the tool. And the harsh reality is that Electron is the tool for those people. If you don't know how to build software and you don't really care to figure it out, and you go look at how the desktop apps you use are built, you see they're all in Electron, you go use it. It doesn't matter if you use Electron or if you use Tori or a native solution or React Native or go build in a Swift UI. These people build worse software. And the fact that builders who suck pick Electron doesn't mean Electron itself is bad. It means the developers are bad. And when we talk about how miserable an app like Discord is, and then you see a 17-year-old kid intern there and fix a third of the bugs in 3 months, it emphasizes just how incompetent the devs there are. And I hate saying that because I know a couple people who are really good at Discord, but I know even more that have quit because it sucks. It's such a shit show. I don't even use the native Discord app anymore. I use Legcord, which is an open source fork. It's not really a fork because it's their own Electron wrapper for Discord, because the web app is more stable than the desktop app because the desktop app blows chunks. It is so egregiously bad that I can sympathize with the people who blame Electron for it, because there is no reason Discord should be as shit as it is. My cat's screaming, 1 second. Sorry about that. Cat just needed to know I was alive. He also heard me shouting. Anyways. I want to make sure that we really understand this point before we go further. If you have a pie, we'll say this is the every app pie. This pie can be split in multiple different ways. If we were to split this pie for desktop apps via Electron and not Electron, I'll be generous here. I'll say that this side is Electron and this side is everything else. Electron is what's being used by the majority of these things. Now let's make a different pie. Every dev pie. We split a little different. I'm going to curve this more like that. Great developers. Everyone else. The point I'm making here is if we look at this pie, we compare the number of great devs compared to all of the less great devs. We look at this pie, Electron, everything else. There is pretty much no way that we can overlay this that doesn't hurt. If I group, I want to make this visualizer first. I don't do groups enough. Group selection, we'll make it green. Cool. So if we take this and we overlay it, remember, the small chunk is the great devs. There is pretty much no way we can rotate this where we don't have a bunch of shit devs using Electron. Even if theoretically all the greatest devs were using Electron, you still have a ton of shit devs using Electron. There is literally no way to rotate this that results in a lot of good devs, or there's literally no way to rotate this that doesn't result in a shitload of bad devs using Electron. If your thing is popular enough, this is going to happen. And if you're bragging saying everybody who ever built an app in Swift, or if you're bragging saying every Swift app is faster than every React app, what you're actually saying is our framework isn't popular enough for bad developers to use it yet. And that's not an argument against the tech. That's an argument for the tech. The fact that there's a shitload of bad Electron apps shows how successful Electron is. And I'm tired of people blaming Electron when what's actually happening is that this percentage of shit devs happens to be in that pool a large portion of the time. We need to be realistic about this. It doesn't matter how we turn it. The bad devs are using Electron because there's more Electron devs than there are good devs, period. That's just reality. So we can't blame the tech. There is no tech that is broken out of this cycle ever. But that's only the first half of the performance conversation, because the quality of the apps being shit, being the developer's fault, is only part of it. Or retake. We're only a part of this performance thing, though, because there's also a ton of misconceptions, and I'm going to make another one of those bold statements that's going to piss a lot of people off. A lot of the time, Electron is actually going to have a better and faster experience for users than a native app would. Go ahead, burn me at the stake. I'm just going to show you real numbers here. It's hard to build a performant Swift UI app. If you're not familiar, Swift UI is the new native UI kit for building applications on macOS and iOS. Ironically, most native ChatGPT apps struggle to render real-time chat messages. Something that the web-based solutions like Electron can do easily. Embarrassing, I know. I did a quick benchmark for a few popular AI chat apps, and almost all of them reach 100% CPU real quick, including OGs like MacGPT. Bolt AI is not an exception. This developer made Bolt AI, which is originally a native app. The earlier versions of Bolt AI reached 100% CPU when the message text was longer than 2,000 characters. 100% CPU utilization for 2,000 characters. The fuck? That's like, is this Electron? That's so bad. The reason is simple. All state updates happen in the main thread. So the faster the stream, the more CPU cycle needed. So you can throttle the UI down to 60 FPS. SwiftUI's text component is inefficient. Updating its contents trigger expensive relayouts. Markdown rendering is also expensive. So the solution to these problems is you switch to the text editor instead of the text component, and you disable Markdown viewing for real-time messages entirely. These two improvements were able to reduce CPU down to 36%, but it's still not the same performance of a web page, especially once you start scrolling. In version 1.12, this developer completely changed the underlying implementation and moved to JS Core plus CSS for the rendering, and now it's way faster. Even for a large amount of text and with live Markdown rendering, it tops at 34% CPU and scrolling at 60 FPS. Super happy with the latest release. You guys need to understand something. You are not better at rendering text than the Chromium team is. These fuckers have spent decades making the world's fastest method for rendering documents across platforms, because the goal was to make Chrome as fast as possible regardless of what machine you're using it on. Electron is cool because we can build on top of all of the efforts that they put in to make Electron, and specifically to make Chromium, as effective as it is. The results are effective. The fact that you can swap out the native layer with SwiftUI with even just a web view, which is like Electron but worse, and the performance is this much better, is hilarious. Also notice there's a couple more Electron apps he has open here, including Spotify, which is only using less than 3% of his CPU. Electron apps don't have to be slow. In fact, a lot of the time, a well-written Electron app is actually going to perform better than an equivalently well-written native app, because you don't get to build rendering as effectively as Google does. I know technically Spotify isn't Electron anymore. They have their own weird CEF fork. It is what it is. You get the point. It's still Chromium. I want to go to next. Here. So I, at this point, just don't buy the performance argument. There are absolutely things that should not be done in Electron. Like if you're building a game engine editor tool, or you're building crazy visualization stuff, or even if you're building an editor that's goal is to be as fast to render text and respond as possible, you're going to benefit using retake on that. There's a lot of cases where if you really care about performance and native pipes, like you want to do a native like GPU render for a game engine, you're building an editor for that. There's a lot of these types of things where Electron doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand, I get it, but performance, more often than not, for the types of apps people are complaining about, the reason the Electron app is slow has nothing to do with Electron and everything to do with the shit devs who are building it. So let's go on to point 3. Companies can ship worse stuff faster. They wouldn't have shipped at all. The moment that I realized how down bad the Electron haters were was when I realized how many of them were Linux users. As a recovered Linux user, I grew out of it like most of y'all should. One of my favorite things ever was when Electron started to get popular, because no actual company is going to spend their time building a GTK version of their app, building what's the KDE one that's doing okay right now? It's not GTK. Like there's so many different solutions on desktop right now for Linux. It's GTK, Qt. Is there another? Just Qt? Cool. Wayland's a GPU layer. There is to think companies without Electron would suddenly start rebuilding their apps in Qt and in GTK for all the Linux users and all their crazy preferences is just, I'll be frank, it's delusional. It's not going to happen. That's not the world we live in. Now, also imagine the fact that we're moving from X server to Wayland. Do you know who is going to put the effort in? The Chromium team. Do you know who's done a great job of making sure their runtime works and performs well in Windows, Mac, and every flavor of Linux? The Chromium team. Now, for the first time ever, I can build a good Mac app on my Mac using all the tools I'm used to building with, run one command, and now you have a binary you can use on Linux. And it's the exact same experience for the users. That is incredible. It is so cool that for the first time ever, we're actually getting real software on Linux. So much so that Google themselves built a Linux machine that has quickly taken over in elementary and middle schools, the Chromebook, because Chrome is now in and of itself powerful enough to run on a crappy Linux computer and give you access to all the tools you'd ever realistically need. The web and the web platform have gotten so efficient and capable that with it, Linux has too. We may not be in the year of the Linux desktop right now, but it will literally never happen if we leave Chromium and Electron behind. These are essential pieces to making Linux a viable platform. The only reason I could actually daily drive on my Linux framework machine for a few days was because these tools have gotten as good as they are. Even the ones that don't have a desktop app, you can just use them in Chrome and they're fine. And there's community people building their own wrappers around the website using Electron that are making great experiences too. It's hard for me to comprehend how people who want Linux to be successful can also hate on Electron. There is no world in which Linux succeeds and Electron fails. These two technologies should be seen as complementary. And the fact that the Linux community, I shouldn't say the community, there are so many great people in the Linux world that understand this and are actually hyped about Electron, but the ones who don't get it, the non-devs that hang out in the Arch Linux forums and shit on you for using a Mac, those people are a scourge and no one should treat them with anything resembling respect. And those people coming after Electron constantly saying Google is evil and destroying the entirety of software, they don't actually want software to be better. They just want to feel right. And fuck all of them. Don't listen to them for anything. They are the ones who have pushed and proliferated this idea that Electron is the problem. They are useless. Don't listen to them. And that's just talking about Linux, by the way. We haven't even considered the fact that you also have a Mac app and a Windows app, and now they can both be decent. That is crazy. It is so cool that we're now at a point where Mac and Linux, or it's so cool we're now at a point that like Mac and Windows users can use the same program at the same time and have the same experience. That I can tell somebody who's using Windows what button to press, and it's the same button in roughly the same place for them as it is for me. And now as a dev using a Mac, I can ship Windows software. A dev on Windows can ship Mac software. The fact that we can all work together in this way and make apps that are as if not better and we can make apps that are not just as performant as before, but sometimes even better than the native counterparts. That's not just kind of cool. That's literally magic. Electron as a technology has enabled us to build faster and better software that it's not like we would have built it in other things otherwise. It just wouldn't have existed. There wouldn't be a ChatGPT desktop app if we didn't have something like Electron. There wouldn't be a good Spotify player if we didn't have something like Electron. There wouldn't be all of these awesome things we use every day. All these apps I use. Notion could never have existed without Electron. VS Code and now Cursor could never have existed without Electron. Discord absolutely could never have existed without Electron. All of these apps are able to exist and be multi-platform and ship and theoretically build greater and greater software as a result of using this technology. That has resulted in some painful side effects, like the company's growing way faster than expected because they can be adopted so easily. So they hire a bunch of engineers who don't know what they're doing and the software falls apart. But if they had somehow magically found a way to do that natively, it would have happened the same exact way. This has nothing to do with Electron causing the software to be bad and everything to do with the software being so successful that the companies hire too aggressively and then kill their own software in the process. But the killer for Discord, if in the future Discord is eventually usurped and somebody builds something genuinely better, I'll bet my ass it's going to be an Electron too. And I guess that's actually my fourth point too. The software being built in Electron isn't buggy because Electron is buggy. It's buggy because there's more devs doing more things for more platforms at the same time. And the result is that more code is shipping and more bad things happen. My bet would be that if you took an Electron app and a nearly identical native app, the Electron app has less code. But if you took two random apps, one random native app and one random Electron app, the Electron app will have much more code simply because the Electron app has more people working on it, shipping more features more aggressively. The timelines for these things can move much faster. It is hard to ship fast on technologies that don't take advantage of web platforms and standards. As a result, the people whose goal is to ship fast and capture markets as quickly as possible tend to lean towards Electron. Those goals are not aligned with quality software experiences. Electron has nothing to do with that. If the business's goals and incentives don't push them towards making better software, they won't. Electron is not an incentive. It's not a reason. It's just a tool. The people wielding it are wielding it to achieve their goals, and those goals not being aligned with you as a user is something worth complaining about. If your post or if you were to complain about Discord's performance on Twitter, and the complaint was, I feel like Discord keeps getting new features that nobody wants. The app is getting buggier every day. Whenever I open it, it has an update. I'm hating Discord more and more because the quality of experience is trash. We are perfectly aligned. I couldn't agree more. But the moment you say, wow, Electron sucks, at the end of it, you've just lost the plot. You're not talking about a thing you understand if you think that's the case. If you actually think Electron is the reason that Discord on desktop sucks, you don't understand Electron, Discord, business incentives, or basic software development. Straight up. And that's why I get so annoyed about this, because I am genuinely beyond tired of people who don't know jack shit about how web applications and software development work, commenting on these things because they set up a Linux machine 3 years ago, so they think they're cool. It's tiring at best. And I hope this video does its part in shutting this down. That said, we should talk about alternatives to Electron because there are a decent number of them, and they're also even more misunderstood. We'll start with everyone's favorite banned word, Tory. Tory is a banned word in my chat on Twitch and YouTube, and it's banned for a reason. Usually when people bring it up, it's the specific demographic of people that I don't want to hear from because they don't have anything to add. Tory is an alternative to Electron in the sense that it lets you write JavaScript code that is a desktop app, but it is fundamentally different in the sense that it is trying to get you to write Rust code. Electron has an incredible ecosystem of tools and solutions to bridge the TypeScript layer running on your system to the TypeScript layer running in Electron. So if you want to read from the file system, you want to access device APIs, those types of things, there's a whole ecosystem of packages and solutions that admittedly vary in quality, but there's a lot of stuff there. In Tory, the expectation is you write it yourself in Rust. And that is totally fine and cool if you're building a Rust application. If you're a Rust dev building a crazy Rust native tool and you want to build the UI for it quickly, Tory is almost certainly the best way to add a good UI to your Rust app. Because as we discussed before, these JavaScript-based frameworks and rendering engines are actually really, really fast. So if the slow part is using TypeScript to parse your file system, maybe rewriting that part in Rust or starting from that part in Rust and then using the JavaScript for the thing it's fastest at, which is the rendering aspect, could actually result in something pretty good. It's also not Electron-based, it's JSC-based, so it's using a different JavaScript engine and things, so it's a little bit smaller and lighter, but it's also less reliable and stable as a result. And since there isn't this ecosystem of packages, it's pretty hard to build a good Tory app without just writing a bunch of Rust code. I've tried and failed multiple times now, and don't get me started on the mobile side. It will get there eventually. That said, if you are a Rust dev building Rust software and you want a good UI for it, I actually think Tory was I actually would say use Tory. It's really awesome for those types of things. But that's never why people are bringing it up. They're bringing it up because Electron is so slow and terrible. Why don't you just use Tory? because I'm not a Rust dev. I'm not trying to build Rust software with a UI. And that's what this is. It's a thing you staple onto your Rust app to give it a good UI. And it's really cool for that. The other option, and this one I'm a little more bullish on, is React Native. You might think of React Native as the thing you use on your phones to have crappy phone and like mobile apps. They're not that crappy anymore. If you want proof, go use Blue Sky. It's way faster and more stable than Twitter, which is native. React Native now has some interesting additional packages. We see here React Native Windows. This is, by the way, official Microsoft package, because even Microsoft now admits that the dev tools for building Windows software are trash, and instead of pretending they can fix it, they're building better things on top, including but not limited to Windows Subsystem for Linux, which lets you just run a Linux terminal and shell inside of your Windows machine. And now React Native for Windows, which is a layer built on top of the universal Windows platform so that you can write code that doesn't suck on top of it, in this case with React Native. Microsoft maintains it because they realize that React Native needs to save them from the hell they've carved themselves. And now with modern Windows, there's actually a lot of things using it, and not just random apps, big ones that are important. Things like Outlook and the calendar are all using React Native for Windows now. And even crazy native stuff, like most of the Xbox's UI is now built in React Native, or the start button in Windows 11, now also built with React Native. These things are all using React Native because turns out the developer experience building with React is pretty good, and JavaScript commanding the native layer on what to do is not particularly slow. But that's just Windows. What about Mac? Oh, did not do that intentionally. Well, if I change this URL, React Native Mac OS, also Microsoft. There's a reason for this, because Microsoft's goal is not just to fix building native apps on Windows, but make it so people are more likely to do it in the first place, themselves included. By making React Native work on both Windows and Mac, now they have a much happier path to build software that's pretty good for both platforms at once in the same code base. And they are actually doing this. A lot of modern Office software, like the Microsoft Office suite, is using React Native for Windows and for Mac, all maintained by Microsoft. Microsoft and the React team now work relatively closely to make sure React Native is constantly moving in a direction that benefits all of these platforms. The amount of money and time going into making React Native great is hard to fathom. That all said, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that React Native for Windows and Mac is a super easy thing for you to go set up and build an app with. They're getting there because their focus isn't making it really easy for somebody to spin up a new app. Their focus is making it so stable and reliable that Microsoft scales of software can be built on these platforms. And they've had a lot of success with it. I do genuinely believe the future is one where Microsoft recommends React Native as the way of building desktop apps for both. And I'm excited to see where that goes. There's an important point from chat, which is that both of them are missing their Expo. And I absolutely agree. If you don't know Expo, it is a set of tools that makes it way too easy to build native mobile apps using React Native. You run the CLI, you now have an environment working on your machine. You can simulate iOS or Android, or even run it on your actual phone by scanning a QR code. And when you're ready to deploy, you don't need to even own a Mac. You can set it all up through their Macs and their cluster, and it will deploy it all for you. It's super cool. I legitimately cannot fathom building a mobile app right now without using Expo. In a future where either they or another similar set of tools can support React Native on Windows and Mac, the future is going to be real bright there. And the main benefit for React Native, if you don't understand it, if it wasn't clear enough before, React Native doesn't render in a web view. It doesn't render inside of any browser, anything. React Native is just JavaScript code that tells the native platform what to do. So if you render a button with React Native for Windows, it will render a native universal Windows platform button. So it's not going to have the negatives of the web UIs. That said, as you guys saw before, there are plenty of cases. Oops, let me get back here. But remember this example I gave earlier? Just because it's not using the native, or just because it's not using a web layer doesn't mean it's faster. It might even end up being slower if you paint that natively. If you're using React Native for iOS and you're rendering a Swift UI output in the end, that might end up having the same performance issues that Daniel's Swift UI app had. But if you had rendered that in a web view, it might have been better. It's kind of crazy, but that's where we're at. The performance question isn't as simple as Electron bad, native good. There are so many layers here, and the reality is that the difference between these options isn't big enough to make a decision based on them. There are plenty of ways Electron is faster and slower. There's plenty of ways that React Native is faster and slower. There's plenty of ways that Real Native is faster and slower too. When we talk about these things, we need to be realistic about what the tools can and can't do, and realistic about what our users should and shouldn't be able to do as well. I don't know if I have anything else to say here. This has been quite a rant. I've had this in me for like 3 years now, give or take. Don't be too mean in the comments, guys. I just want to make sure that people don't get shit for building software that's important. And I guess I'll wrap this up with a shout out to the Electron team. There are few people in software that get as much shit as you guys do, despite doing something that is so good for the software ecosystem as a whole. To everyone helping maintain Electron and make it great, to everyone building software with Electron that is great, to everybody building the packages and ecosystem that makes this all possible, thank you, genuinely. You made it so I can move to Mac from Windows. You made it so that You made it so I can move to Mac from Windows. You made it so my friends on Linux don't get left behind. You made it so people like me can ship not just good, but great software to every desktop platform, and you deserve nothing but praise for that. I am sorry you've gotten as much hate as you have. You do not deserve it. Let it come to me instead. Going forward, if you're going to hate on Electron, don't at them on Twitter. At me. I'm the one who will sit here and defend it because it's time. Stop talking shit on things you don't understand. Until next time, peace, nerds. I am going to get so much shit for that video. Holy shit. So what's fun about accessibility is that Chrome's accessibility is fucking awesome. So the cross-platform accessibility is going to... You would have to be better than Google at cross-platform accessibility, which is unlikely. Oh, shit. You got timed out for the Tory. I'm sorry. Make sure you star out one of the letters. I forgot Fossilbot does that when I approve. I need to change that setting later. So sorry, Jolly. I didn't say that Twitter is bad because it's native. I said Twitter is bad and it's native. Blue Sky is good and it's React Native. I wasn't presenting it as native made it bad. I was presenting it as it is native and it's bad. And if you can't comprehend that, you're not coming into this conversation in good faith. Yeah, okay, cool. My bad. If that was unclear in the video, I might go re-record that part, but like I was trying to make it as clear as possible. Like, native doesn't mean better than the Electron alternative or the React Native alternative. You can make great software in both. You can make shit software in both. Twitter's always been native. So Twitter uses React Native Twitter invented React Native for web, and that's what they use for the website, but they use Real Native on their platforms. God, that one's going to get me in so much trouble, and I don't care. I am right, and I am dying on that hill. It wasn't really a whole segment because I'm waiting for a couple more things to come through. I talked about it a bunch at the start of the stream. It's getting real. I don't have it open right now. It's getting so close, but like the animation is too juddery still. I need to be able to turn it off. I just don't want it. Also, when the animation goes all the way to the right, you look right below like my profile picture, the window goes too far and then snaps back. There's like a couple of these little things that need to be fixed. But once they are, and I could just turn off the animations and have a fun experience, awesome. Also, the rounded corners have a little bit of like artifacting on them, just like little cleanup things that are going to get good. But it like realistically speaking, I need the same browser for my videos that I use day to day because I show you guys the things I'm doing day to day. And the browser would make my videos look worse. And I don't want to make my videos look worse fundamentally on the principle of moving away from arc faster. When it is there, and it is so... The fact that it has progressed as much as it has in so little time is still unbelievable to me. I thought we were years from Zen being usable. We're weeks, possibly even days. And I'm like this close to moving. This might actually trigger a sub rant. I don't know. I don't think it can be a video, but like there are two types of Apple users. There are Apple users who prefer Apple devices for the objective performance and other experience wins. And there's people who like Apple on the principle of it, on the principle of Apple doing things better. They care more about their battery life than they care about the app actually working. They care more about using native technologies than they care about having a new feature. They care more about having the newest iPhone than they care about it having the feature they liked in it. They care about the principle of what Apple represents more than they care about the actual experience. And those people, they fucking love Safari. And more power to them. I'm an Apple user because macOS crashes the least of my modern OSs. And M series hardware is phenomenal. That's about it. I actually could move to Linux. I've considered it, but there are enough things that just were raw friction when I tried, and enough pieces of software that are only on Windows and Mac that aren't on Linux, that I am, for better or worse, stuck here. Oh, what did I miss? Oh, did you send me a sub? Probably will be in here then. Yeah. Crazy how much of dev you've grown just under 5 months. Watch all my YouTube videos, all my Twitch podcasts, or past stuff, and surprise yourself how well you can code now, what you find more valuable. Reading others' code and understanding it. Thank you so much, Void. I went on this rant earlier. I'll go on it real quick again. This has nothing to do with me. This is you. You wanted the growth. My content and my community gave you tools you didn't see before to get better like that, but you're the one who did the work. And I'm like that you said that. You've grown as a dev in just 5 months. You did the work. My content gave you resources, but if my content and my community didn't exist, you would have found them somewhere else. You were hungry for it. It has nothing to do with me. I'm lucky I got to be the place that this happened. It's cool and awesome that I get to make a living helping support devs getting to that point, going from an okay dev making some money to leading their teams and making real change in the software world. I love that this place can be one of the ones that happens in, but that's your work, not mine. Thank you for the kind words. Regardless, it means a ton. Just want to make sure you're giving yourself the credit you deserve for that. I think I thanked all you guys. This one triggered an extra for another video. We got Alpha here with the Prime. We got Thor Jr. here. 2 months of tier 1, 17 months total. Fucking legend. Thank you all. Apple absolutely knew this. Apple's been doing ML stuff on all their devices for way longer than anyone gives them credit because they never wanted the cloud to do that. So when they wanted to clone the Google Photos features that let you search for cat in your library and have pictures of cats come up, they couldn't just do that in their cloud. It's against how they operate. So they had to make the phone powerful enough to do it on there. And when they made processors for computers, they did the same thing too. The browser is Zen browser, and I'm actually really excited about it. I'm still rocking an M2. I bought an M4 Pro, and then when I saw it didn't have Wi-Fi 7, I immediately canceled my order because I'm not spending $5,000 on a computer with worse Wi-Fi than my fucking phone. That's not happening. Apparently, Apple is moving to their own Wi-Fi chips with the next computers and phones, but eventually. This is a good question, Hujiro. I'm thinking if this is good enough to make a short out of or not. I'm leaning no, but I think I have an answer at least. First and foremost, scrap all the guilt. Nothing you're experiencing right now is your fault beyond your success. And success leading to pain points like this is very, very common. The first thing to recognize is like the position you're in. By the sounds of it, you've succeeded in making yourself essential to the company, which is first and foremost the key to any complex workplace relationship. You need to be essential. And you've made yourself essential now. If they're giving you all of that work, it's also probably the most important work, because that tends to be how it goes. They are no longer in a position where they can operate without you. Assuming that's true, you now have a shitload of leverage, like a disgusting amount. It took me a bit to realize I was in this position at Twitch, and I realized it because I did a team hop. And when I hopped teams, the old team was so upset, not at me because they were hyped for me to have the opportunity, but they were upset that this set them back as hard as it did because my level was much lower than my productivity was, which meant that when a person who is just below senior leaves, the role that's open is a just below senior role. So they can't even replace me with a backfill that's even like half as productive. I was fucking fast. So they had to go petition for more and more senior roles because my junior mid-level ass happened to leave the team. And that... Also, thank you, Akis, for the kind words. The harsh thing I had to accept there was that, like, I'm really valuable, and where I am in the company is a strategic decision. I have to think about this now. I can't just work on the things that needs to be done anymore, because that's what I had done my whole life. If I want to continue growing my role at this company, I now have to be strategic about what I do and don't spend my time on. It doesn't matter how important the bug is or how much I care about this feature. If it's not improving my position at the company, I need to not do it. And that was a shift that, I'll be frank, I failed to make that shift. I remember the first time I sat in a meeting after like coming to this realization where I just sat down and had a conversation with this is a fucking video. Fucking Christ, this is a video. Let's see. Happens when you are too good. The pain of being too good an engineer. Screenshotting your message. Hujiro, are you okay with me using your username in this if we do it? Totally okay with blurring it out if you're not. Feel free. Awesome. Cool. Cool. This is not going to be our usual video. I got an awesome question from Hujiro that I wanted to take the time to break down because it's sent me down an introspective... retake on the intro. This is not going to be the usual Theo video. This one was prompted by a message from a chatter, Hujiro. Hopefully I got his name pronounced correctly. Retake on that. Third time's a charm. This is not going to be the usual Theo video. It's weird to talk about these types of things because they're really deep in the mechanics of how businesses and teams operate, and it's also a really personal story. More than ever, the things I'm going to talk about here might not apply to you and your role and your life and the specific position and team you're in. So don't take anything I say here as gospel on the right way to deal with the workplace that you're in. This is meant to be a conversation about the things I succeeded and, more importantly, the things I failed in as I got good at coding. A lot of this is going to be about my personal experience and the failures that I had when I started getting better at code, and hopefully it's going to be helpful to you guys as well. So if you're a good engineer or even a great engineer and you're getting frustrated with your workplace, or you hope to be in that position someday, hopefully there is something of value for you here. But if not, at least the sponsor will bring you some value. Cool. There's our cut. Let's go in. This rant was triggered by a message from the chatter Huijiro. Hopefully I pronounced his name correctly here. It was a really good question. Mind if I ask you for advice on managing a thick-headed boss? I've been assigned work that feels 3 to 4 times bigger than other teams inside the company, and I work alone. I feel like this is the fault of myself, trying my best to work well and fast, but I guess I shot myself in the foot, and this is not sustainable. I have felt this exact way far too many times in my career. And I don't know how to explain this other than to get personal with it. First, though, I want to challenge you, the viewer, and also the chatter. Think about where you're at in your career. The most important question before you can do any more deep diving here is, how important are you to the company? This is a hard thing to judge, especially when you're still new or even if you're there for a while but lower level. You got to think about the bus factor. If you were to disappear or stop contributing to this code base or working at this company, how much does that hurt them or slow them down? There are far too few devs who take the time to think about this because the answer kind of sucks in both ways. Either you're not essential, which means they can let go of you at any time and be fine, and that is a harsh reality to face, or you are essential and now you're kind of trapped forever because if you stop, everything that you've ever worked on, all the people you hired fail underneath, and it sucks. So it's a hard question to ask, and I think that's why most devs don't bother. It's not easy to accept either that you're not essential to the company or that you are essential and now you're stuck maintaining all of these things, possibly indefinitely. But once you've figured this out, let's assume you've figured this out now and you've realized like, oh, I'm pretty essential here. It would be really hard for them to operate without me. This is the experience I had, and I came there in a weird way. I hopped teams a lot when I was at Twitch. In my first year, the name of my team and the people I worked with changed 3 times, roughly. There was even a window there where I switched my office twice in 2 weeks. Yes. Actually, I switched where my desk was 4 times in 3 weeks, and I switched the actual office I was in twice in 2 weeks. It was an insane pile of reorgs and people being hopped around and moved. I got shuffled to working on the video on demand platform, which is how people watch things on Twitch when they're done being streamed. Turns out nobody does that, which is why the week after I joined the team, it got cut in half and I had to go find a role somewhere else. I had friends in the safety org, so I decided to chat with them. It went really well and they pulled me in. And I am so thankful they did. I would almost certainly not be here on YouTube today if it wasn't for the incredible, exciting, and just supportive experience I had when I switched to that team. I was on that team for 3 years because of how much they helped me be better. The first crazy thing that happened when I joined the team was my manager within less than a month, and I think it was our second or third one-on-one, just immediately brought up, you're underleveled. You are not being paid the right amount. You're not being paid the right amount for the work you're doing, and your role does not represent the quality and reliability of the things that you're putting out. I've never done a promotion before, but I'm going to figure it out because you're getting screwed right now. And that was such a shift for me to have a manager batting for me and fighting for me in that way, recognizing these things and forcing me to reflect and recognize myself. Like, where am I at? What level am I actually? And I owe that manager so much. I am so lucky my first few managers when I worked at Twitch were as incredible as they were. They set me up for so much success. And it's heartbreaking to see the people who don't have that level of quality in their leadership because you have to DIY the same things that I was just given. When I was given that promotion, I was given the opportunity to reflect on how important I was to the workplace and be more realistic about what I could and couldn't do. It gave me the confidence to suggest big changes to how we were building tools and introduce new libraries and solutions to problems. It gave me the buy-in I needed to take these steps further and challenge people on the way they were doing things and request more money when I got a raise and push to get a hire that we might not have gotten otherwise because I thought this person was great. All of this happened because I realized I kind of have some leverage here. I know what I'm doing, and this team now is kind of built around the speed and the way that I build. That realization, or once I had that realization, I kind of just did things and coasted and retake. Once I had that realization, things got both a lot easier, but also a lot busier. I didn't have the fear that I was overstepping. I just had more questions and looked for more opportunities. I was hopping into meetings with teams that certainly were not mine and constantly getting questions from people asking, why was I talking to them? And then I would tell them, be like, oh, that actually helps us a ton. And my environment and my team was really supportive of this. They were hyped seeing me helping out other teams. We actually started to strategize around this, where when other teams would block things that safety thought was important, we would do swaps where they would send me to that team for a little bit. They would send an engineer over to ours. We knew that engineer wasn't going to get anything done on our team, but I would unblock their roadmap so they could actually add the safety features that we cared about. The result was awesome. We had way more leverage. We had way more leverage than ever as a team. Twitch was safer as a result, and I was happy getting to have my hand in so many different things. But my promotions weren't happening. But in terms of my career growth but in terms of my role and level and salary, things had kind of plateaued. A lot of this was because I had a huge stock grant that was worth a lot more because Amazon blew up. So I wouldn't get promotions and raises because that would counteract. It was a whole mess of how I was being paid. But I also felt like I was running out of things to do on that team. So I swapped teams. That team swap showed me so much. I think I've called it the biggest mistake of my career, but in retrospect, so much of what I am today happened from what I learned when I did that team swap. I left safety to work in the creator org because I loved Twitch creators and I wanted to help them do better content by having better tools. And it felt weird to me that the tools for moderators were not just as good as the creator tools, they were significantly better. I wanted to get the creator tools to be at a similar quality level that the safety engineers and I wanted to get the creator tools to a similar quality level that the moderators had with new things like ModView. And I failed, but I learned a lot from this failure. Specifically, I saw how important I was to the safety team because when I left, they were heartbroken. Since I was technically still not a senior role when I left that team, the seat that was left when I quit and moved was a mid-level engineering seat. You can't just hire another random mid-level engineer and get your team back to where it was. Even if it looks the same on the table, it's not the same in terms of the speed that you're shipping. This showed me a ton of different things. First, that my value is greater than any one or two or even three normal level engineers. Not because I'm a way better engineer than them, simply because I can ship faster and solve problems in a simpler, more reasonable way for a lot of things, especially on the front end and the back end front end relationship side. When it came to building really complex systems that could be maintained for years, But when it came to making things much, much simpler and not adding complexity where it didn't belong, I was really good at that part. And when you're rebuilding the entire Twitch website from scratch, what we were doing at the time, ended up being a pretty useful skill that got me a lot of leverage. But because of that, my team couldn't just replace me and be back at the same speed. And I had to face that fact. I had to watch the team struggle and shuffle around trying to figure out what the future of safety looked like at Twitch. And after I left, a lot of the other people who had been on that team for a while started to as well. They're in a good state now. There's a lot of people there that I genuinely care so much about and owe a lot of my success to. But I made things a lot harder for them when I left. And that sucked to face. But then I was in a new org that had their own opinions. And the difference with this new org is that they weren't excited and supportive of a person who was there that could ship fast and had a bunch of leverage. They felt threatened by it. I was showing up and taking tickets that they'd been delaying for months, saying, oh, this will take way too much work. And I would just grab it and do it in 2 hours. And they hated me for it. They were doing everything they could to try and poke holes and everything I was doing. I had a meeting with my manager because he was upset that I was meeting with people higher up than him every week. He would constantly check my calendar to see who I was talking to and where I was, saw the people I was talking to at the company and the meetings I was being involved in, and got mad at me for it. I had never in my life had someone upset with me for the things on my calendar. And the insecurity and like just fear I felt from that moment was horrifying. I immediately privated my calendar and started interviewing at other places because I was so offended by that. But it got worse, like way worse. I ended up rebuilding the mobile app from scratch during a hackathon because I was so tired of the mobile team blocking stuff. We won the hackathon. We built the best Twitch app that's ever been made. And my reward was 2 trophies and an HR warning because the mobile team was so mad. And the HR warning wasn't because of the mobile team. It was because the mobile team went to my higher-ups about how upset they were. And the higher-ups in my org, who already were insecure just from me fucking being there, threw me under the bus and made HR come to clean up the fucking mess. Absolute disaster. And all of that happened for 2 reasons. First, because I was building faster and better than the people around me. And in some environments, they take the opportunity to do better. But in this particular team, in this particular environment, they took the opportunity to drag me down. And the other thing, and this one is much more on me. I was nowhere near strategic enough about how I was better than my coworkers and how I shipped more effectively. There was opportunities that I just didn't take because I didn't see them or think about them. It was a waste of my energy to spend time figuring out which of these tickets can be placed out and run in a specific way to keep from pissing people off. I ended up having to rely on other engineers that I still call friends to this day to coach me through that part. And we got to the point where I would make the whole thing in a day, send it to him, and let him slowly roll it out with me so the team could accept the timelines that these things were moving at. At the same time, I was looking for new opportunities. I was so done at this point. I convinced myself that I could just sit and be patient, though. And this is the advice I was trying to give to go back to the message here. The thing I want to say, and the thing that you should do if you're humanly capable of it, is stop doing work that isn't going to benefit your role at the company. And this drove me mad. And I outright failed at this. If there were opportunities, how do I put this? If there was an opportunity to make something better, like this dashboard I'm in right now, the Twitch creator dashboard, if I had a way to make this better for our creators, but it didn't immediately benefit me career-wise or my positioning on my team, it wasn't worth doing. And if I saw a coworker or a product manager or a lead or whatever proposing something that I knew would make the dashboard worse, speaking up is hurting my position at the company in order to make the product less bad for creators. And that sucked, that I felt like I was between my own role and what creators actually needed. And the fact that my org made those 2 things antagonistic towards each other, especially in contrast to my experience in safety, where making safety operations more efficient or making moderators happier immediately resulted in me having more leverage and more support. Helping creators hurt me on this team. The solution here was really simple. I just needed to shut the fuck up. And I couldn't do it. I still, to this day, remember the meeting where this happened. There was a proposal to change how the dashboard layout works. The proposal was that we would start syncing it on the cloud. So if you had 3 different computers and an iPad, all with your custom dashboard layout with everything sized specific ways, that would now be synced across them. There's a problem though. This split, this setup is all percentage based. So what looks good on this screen will not look good on my vertical monitor. This just went from usable to barely readable. And if I make it even narrower, that is entirely unusable. So if you have different aspect ratios for your monitors or the devices that you're using, syncing the layout is a regression. It makes the product worse, not better. Because I customize my layout for my different devices. They're fine. They never need to change. Why make the product worse for no reason? The reason is we just got a new product manager on the team, and she insisted that this one random ticket on user voice with 5 upvotes was the thing we needed to do. And I shit you not, the proposal for that was going to take 5+ engineers, 7+ months to do. My head nearly exploded. I sat down with this PM. We had a 30-minute meeting. It went for 2.5 hours. And it seemed like she actually understood. When I explained this and how it would actually hurt the product, she listened, she asked good questions, and I was really hopeful that this mistake wouldn't happen. There was something I didn't account for, though. It was the end of December. So we had this conversation. We all took a break for 2 to 3 weeks or so. And then we came back for the kickoff meeting for this huge new ship. I figured a lot must have changed because we had this long conversation about how bad this product change would be. We're about to have the kickoff meeting for it. And I wasn't even on the original invite. I got added last minute. And I'm thankful to whoever thought to add me because what a meeting. Someone tried to report me for sexism because of how pissed I was. I went into this meeting with the goal of sitting back and being quiet because I already gave my feedback. We already had this conversation. This is done now. And the proposal had not changed at all. It was the exact same PDF that I had read a month before. And my question to the PM was, what happened to the 2.5-hour conversation we had less than a month ago? To which she replied, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I kind of forgot about that. We actually decided that we didn't have enough data to prove your theory right, so we're just going to go through with this 7-month proposal instead. I genuinely thought I could just sit and be quiet in this meeting. That was my goal going in, and I outright failed. I exploded. Considering how pissed I was, I actually think I was relatively calm. But holy shit. That was the moment that my career at Twitch ended. Not because, it's funny enough, I didn't actually get in trouble for any of those things. My manager, as much as he was not great, he knew me well enough to stand up for me in that, and also was a streamer, so he knew I was entirely right. I had also at the same time started and was running a data experiment that tracked the aspect ratios of different displays. And of users that used more than one device, 5% had the same aspect ratio on both devices. So I was like literally entirely correct here. Like I couldn't be proven more correct than all the numbers I ran and stats I did and interviews with users. I was right. It is what it is. The frustration here is that I couldn't just let them do the wrong thing. If I actually cared about my position at Twitch and I really wanted to get the highest salary, the highest role, and be in the best place possible, I would have shut up and done the same thing that my coworker did when he built buttons that click themselves. That's a whole separate rant for another day. I will give you a quick TLDR because otherwise I'll trigger myself. See these buttons here? Quick actions? The on click for these buttons doesn't trigger the action for the button. The on click triggers a state change to the active state for the button. And the active state for the button has a use effect in it that runs the action. Already terrible. But it gets worse. The state of these actions gets saved in the layout, which means if the button's in action state and you trigger something like a resize that causes the layout to save and you refresh the page, every time you load the dashboard, it'll trigger that action. This caused ads to run automatically in the middle of the League of Legends World Championship, in the middle of the PS5 reveal. And the engineer who built that got 2 promotions during my time on that team because he wrote a really fancy looking fucking PDF. It shipped because I wasn't on the team when it happened. And the best part was I wasn't on call when that bug happened. The ads team reported it to this team. They denied that it had anything to do with them because look, there's an on-click event that proves the user clicked the button. And then I, not even on call at the moment, looked at the logs and saw the page load event happened 4 milliseconds before the on-click. There is no user in the goddamn world that can click a button within 4 milliseconds of it appearing on the page. It was triggering itself. And I rewrote this whole thing because of that. They refused to merge it, but they at least were willing to merge my quick fix that removed all the state data from the load. Added a bunch of tests saying if any of these break, ping Theo because you fucked up. They deleted all those tests when I quit and then immediately broke it again. I could rant. I have a video I've been planning for years now. The dumbest bug I've ever seen. The button that clicks itself. It'll be its own full dedicated video someday. Fuck everyone who gaslit me throughout that process. You should all be fired for your shit. It's two people and they both know who they are. If you're not sure if this is you, it's not you, you're fine. I know this is going to go around. I know how my videos do at Twitch. I know you guys are going to fucking watch. I'm over 4 years out now. You can't come after me. Sorry, guys. Anyways, the reason I'm bringing all of this up is because I went from being a great engineer on a good engineering team to being the best engineer on a shit team. And the difference here is palpable. Being the best engineer on a good team is great because you're surrounded with people who want to do better, who want to push themselves and want to excel and improve themselves. And if you don't have people around you that are at least trying to keep up, you're screwed and you need to get out of that situation. If you want to move forward and no one else wants to move at all, you're never going to be happy. And it sucks that that's reality. But there are some silver linings here. The first one is what happens when you find those people. You will find some at your current job. There is no company with more than 5 people that doesn't have at least one that's a bit motivated. And I've basically collected these people like Pokemon throughout my career. To this day, I have so many random people from like when I was in university, hell, when I was in high school, to people I worked with on random teams, to people I collaborated with for one feature on a product, that are still people I talk to this day that I consider good friends. Some of them mentored me, some of them I mentored, some of them are the reason I learned React in the first place. And then the people who taught me React at Twitch showed up at ReactConf. I was so hyped to see them. And then Dan Abramov came in to check in on me and see how I was doing. And they were like, wait, what? These moments are not rare. You will find so many of them throughout your career, but only if you do this one important thing. You need to find these people. If you're motivated enough to be however many minutes we are into this video, too many, I don't even want to think about it. If you're sticking around these types of videos for this long, you're watching my stuff, you're progressing as an engineer, and you know the feeling I'm talking about. You have exceeded and excelled past not just where the people around you are, but where they want to go. If you want it more than they do, or you want it and they don't, you're screwed. But the people who want it make themselves known very quickly when given the opportunity. And I have been one to misjudge this. I've had people that I was sure didn't want to really progress in their careers. They were happy with where they were. But as soon as I gave them a little more buy-in or just said, wow, that was a really good solution to that problem, all of a sudden they cared a lot more. And some of these people are some of my best friends now. I gave them the slightest nudge and they ran so far with it. And there's a bunch of these people in my chat right now. Here's one from earlier from Void. Crazy how much I've grown as a dev in just 5 months. Watched all your YouTube videos and all your Twitch past podcast stuff, and I'm surprised at myself how well I code now and what I find more valuable. Reading others' code and understanding it. This message is not about me. It might seem like it is, but it isn't. I happened to provide an environment where someone like Void could grow and do better. But I'm not the one who made them better. I am just a tool that they used in their process to get there. That is all their hard work. I'm just a person creating these resources. But what's really cool here is now I know Void isn't just an okay dev or a good dev. He is probably already a great dev. And if he's not, he's going to be very soon, because he is motivated to improve and change. And a lot of people in his position weren't in that position until someone around them pushed them to try a little harder or rewarded them for something they didn't think that much about. Once you get addicted to that feeling, once you feel what it is to progress and have more confidence and ownership over the things you're doing, you either don't care or you get addicted. The people who get addicted are very visibly addicted. That's what I am here. And if you're that type, I don't know if you can properly assimilate into people who aren't. And this is again the thing I said at the beginning, don't take my words as gospel here. I did this wrong. I'm very fortunate that I found this YouTube career that now pays way better than my job at Twitch did. It took a while to get there. But most don't. I very well could have destroyed my career by not pushing, or I very well could have destroyed my career by not just shutting up and letting things go. I would probably be a principal engineer at Amazon or Twitch now, making a lot of money if I could just shut up and smile through things that were stupid and just ship the thing I was told to. But I wasn't capable. And the people who around me also weren't and just cared more are still people I am close with to this day, and I value them all immensely. They are the reason that I was able to have the successful career I had, because they would defend me, they would understand me, they would coach me when I was being stupid or aggressive or my autism was causing me to spaz out on things that didn't matter. And they supported me when when it hurt and when it sucked. And those allies, those friendships, those people that you know you can trust matter more than any title or role or technology or feature that you ship. Find those people. And if you can't find anywhere you are now, find somewhere that you can. Because if they don't exist where you are, that's the truth. They don't exist where you are. And only one of two things can happen. Either they make you no longer one of those people, or you find somewhere better. I don't know which one's right for you, but I hope this video helps you figure it out for yourself. Whew. What a rant. Until next time, peace, nerds. I don't know how well I answered your question. I saw that you had extra context. I want to scroll up and find it quick. Underpaid and considered a junior dev. You're replaceable. They don't care. I don't know if you're replaceable. Develop your own backend architecture in Golang. You work 60% rewriting stuff on your design system and 40% implementing new features. You might be more essential than they know, which is good, because this makes you a really good candidate to do interviews. These stories are great. Because if you tell a story like this to a potential employer, either they get it and you get hired immediately, or they don't and you can just end the interview process. One of the things I say a lot that sounds like terrible advice, but I think you're in a position where it's actually good advice. Try to fail interviews fast. It feels awful, but if you present yourself as the most interviewable and most hireable version of yourself, you're going to end up in these positions over and over again. If you present who you actually are, you'll fail more job interviews, you'll fail them faster, but you're effectively filtering out the garbage. And if you can more aggressively filter out the things that aren't gold, then you end up finding the gold faster. And it sucks, and it's not fun. And you're going to have to go through hell refusing things and doing nothing and seeing things that are going to be improved and just trying to ignore it. But the two challenges I have for you are, see how little work you can do without getting fired. First and foremost, figure out where the line is and live on it. And use all the extra time and energy you have now to fail a shitload of job interviews. If by March of next year you could have failed 10 interviews, you're going to be in a phenomenal place. Fuck LinkedIn. Are you on Twitter? If you're on Twitter, DM me. Just say who you are. Oh, no, you are on Twitter. I remember now. Yeah, I remember seeing you had a really good tweet. Yeah, you do. It all just clicked. You have done this multiple times now. You ask really good fucking questions, man. I will write you a fucking letter of recommendation and forward it to whatever companies you're interested in. Just tell me. Are you down to relocate to SF? Cool. Yeah. I have like 5 companies I'll introduce you to. Just DM me so I don't forget. Ideally tomorrow, because I'm always really busy post-stream. Easy. Easiest referral in the world. Sub to skip ad. Oh, you did that you liked that rant enough to pay money to not get the ad. That means a lot, actually. Thank you. is not just being a decent human being. He has shown so much introspection and desire to grow. And that's why you would hire someone like him. You don't hire Huijiro because he is the perfect engineer that's going to solve all your problems. You hire him because he's going to grow into whatever you need and take ownership of things you don't even think about yet. And is going to make everyone around them a better engineer as a result. I'll be honest, you're not qualified enough, but you have the most important qualification. You want to be. You want to get there, and you're willing to grow and put the work in. That matters more than any fucking skill you can put on a resume, any level of experience you can have. The fact that when I talk to a hiring manager or a founder at the companies I'm going to be talking to, what I'm going to tell them isn't, he's an engineer that can solve any problem. It's, this is one of the few people I trust to grow into the role that you need here. Man, you're the real one. I'll be honest, I almost cried during the fucking rant. But yeah, I needed this. I didn't realize how much I needed this today, so thank you. That's one that's been like sitting deep. God, the frustration I have with how I was handled at Twitch is unbelievable, and I haven't had enough opportunities to like let that out yet. Good engineers can work well in basically anything. Also said because of the ad. Oh, appreciate that a ton. Thank you on the vibe. And Pixels. Thank you all. Actually, I love that username, Pixels. And I talk about this a lot, Adam. I actually think we're going in this direction where like the trust is how you get into the interview, because the pile of resumes, that shit doesn't work anymore because there's so many crappy AI generated resumes and so many more people hunting. You have to get out of the resume pile via trust. And then the next, wait, how much are you making? Let me do some math. How many work hours in a year? $180 hours a month. Okay, that's 180 times 2.86. So what I'm hearing is for $1,500, you would effectively have 3 months of severance. Can I pay you $1,500 to quit your job? I'm not fucking around. I will set up the details. DM me tomorrow. I will pay you $1,500 to quit your fucking job. And we will find you something great in 3 months. And if you're uncomfortable with this offer, that is a totally fine thing to say. I will help you just as much with or without this part. But if that will make this easier, you can't quit now. That is a totally fine, acceptable answer. Thank you for the honesty. We will chat tomorrow. We're going to get you something fucking great, man. And there's a specific Brazilian dev I want to introduce you to, because he was one of the gems that I picked up when I had a really bad window between Twitch and starting my own company where I worked at a really shit startup. I don't go into the details, but despite how shit that startup was, I made 2 good friends there. One was a Brazilian Android dev that ended up getting really into React Native with me, which was super cool because he was not a web or JavaScript React guy at all, but he was excited to figure it out and understand it better. I've referenced him a whole bunch. He's the one who knew everything about AV players and native stuff. Love him so much. He has had really good luck doing contracting work in the US while staying in Brazil and making US salaries from Brazil. The last thing I am worried about is your knowledge, man. We'll schedule a call and figure this out. You're good. We're going to get this one figured out. You are like I would pay you that hourly rate just as like an investment for where you're going to end up being. Like that's such a no-brainer. Yeah. I'll drop my salary. My salary right now is $50K a year. I'm paying myself like the least I can get away with while still having full healthcare benefits from Ping, T3 Tools Inc., whatever you want to call the business that owns Upload Thing, Webhook Thing, Marker Thing, Ping.gg, and all of that. I'm paying myself what is considered a very low salary for a software engineer here, and I've cut it multiple times. I used to be at 150, knocked it to 110 or 125, knocked it to 1K or 100K, and now I'm down to 50K. This isn't even a tax strat. This is because I don't want to drain the bank account for the business when I make so much money on YouTube. Yeah, I'm the CEO of my company. I get to choose what my salary is. It's a number I can go edit on Rippling. I remember when I explained that to my dad, he just didn't get it because he's so deep in the business world that like the salary is this thing you fight and spend all this time for. It's like, yeah, it's a number I go change in this dashboard. We have about 2.5, give or take, years of runway, and I make enough money on YouTube that I can indefinitely fund the business myself if I have to. But yeah. To be honest, I wasn't really worrying about money when I was at Twitch, but since then I haven't had to. There's the whole like lifestyle creep thing where as you make more money, your lifestyle creeps. And I went through that. Like as embarrassing as it is, I was paycheck to paycheck at 125K at Twitch. I was paycheck to paycheck at like 200K at Twitch. But then the stock started to come in. I held some, I sold some. Funny enough, like I accidentally double paid my tax because Twitch fucked up some filings. But as my salary got higher and higher, I got more and more stock. I already had everything I wanted and needed. Once I had like the computer I wanted, the sound system I wanted, the bed I wanted. I don't remember half of it for sure. A lot of it's just fucking Uber Eats, I'm sure. But now like my spend is way less than my income. So I just get fucked with taxes. It is what it is, but yeah, I'm doing great. I cannot complain at all. When I started paying, I got close to drained because I put like all of my money and everything into paying when we started. We also got into Y Combinator like 3 months in. And once that happened, things started moving fast and money stopped being a concern. Then the YouTube started, and YouTube, up until earlier this year, didn't make me a whole lot. I made like maybe 100K total on it last year net. A lot more money came in, but a lot also had to go out, paying the team, paying editors, buying gear, paying for rent for my studio and everything. I lost as much money as I made at that point. Still had like a decent profit. Like 100K is nothing to scoff at. But like this year is when things really got started, as FaZe is saying. I gave him a huge bump to his pay because he fucking deserves it. I brought on more staff and I'm paying them even more. The amount we're getting now is a lot higher because we're getting the new sponsor revenue, but the costs also going up real fast too. So it's a balancing game. We're in a spot I am very comfortable. Money is the last thing I worry about right now. And I'm like, I have enough that I'm like comfortably investing in a bunch of YC companies. So we're good. Oh yeah, I did. That's the part I was remember. Yeah. You are the easiest motherfucker to hire in the world. I am not worried. And like, I don't know about the details, and I totally get not wanting to share them publicly at all. I just want to make sure you know, in case you didn't, because a lot of people don't know this. Companies that really want you, even companies that kind of want you to work for them, they are very happy to pay a huge upfront like relocation fee. Like when I got my job at Twitch, I think they just straight up fronted me like 10K as like an early payment thing as part of the signing offer. as like a signing bonus that was up front to help me move over there. Very common. Oh, fuck. LinkedIn is not where people like us get jobs. I am not surprised you're getting screwed by LinkedIn replies, because LinkedIn and tools like that are not set up to recognize people who have a lot of potential. They are fully credential based. And somebody who should be hired for potential doesn't make sense going through the credential pipelines. Where then? Here. Twitter, GitHub, Hangout. Make your name known and associated with useful, positive things. Like Huijiro here has now had 2 random comments in my chat that were valuable enough to trigger huge fucking rants by me. That's how it works. It is crazy in what like one office this might seem. I've probably gotten like at least 30 people jobs this year. It's fun for me. I should charge more for it, honestly. I really should make like a proper referral system. I'm happy with that rant. I don't want to talk about my age. I'm old now. Next year is the year I turn 30, and I'm not excited at all for it. I'm old now. Gross. I know it's not that bad, but like, I'm so used to being the young guy. Like, that was my thing, is I was the one who was like too young to be doing what they're doing. Like, I was the 21-year-old in the room full of 40-year-olds planning infrastructure. And now I'm not that. Now I'm just another one of the guys planning infrastructure. Same. What? This is my whole point. The fact that you are like in those rooms having those conversations says so much. You're going to be the easiest fucking hire ever. I'm so excited. I'm genuinely hyped. Are any of my friends at Axiom around? For those who don't know, Axiom's poached like 5 or 6 people from this community. They do this like aggressively. So yeah, if they're hiring, they'll probably just grab you immediately. And if not, there's like a lot of other places who are going to be interested. Yeah, I'm excited. This will be fun. Yeah, this dynamic might be a bigger part of the problem that you're facing. The motivations of people in their 40s are very different from like the hunger of your 20s. Like, why would any of these people ever get a promotion? None of them have changed how they've worked in 10 years. You are at the start. You are a better engineer today than you were yesterday. And if the company is built around these people who don't improve, and that's how they think about promotions and roles and hierarchies, is around these people who haven't changed their quality of delivery in years. If anything, it's gone down. And they're building the systems around these people. When you're almost half their age and still growing, the system at the business is not structured for you. It is not structured for people who are growing still. And as sad as it is, the only companies that are really well structured for that tend to be startups. So the company, we are eventually rebranding Ping. The current brand of Settled On is Things by Ping. Ping.gg is going to become Collab Thing. And we're just going to have all our things. Yeah. In an individual sense, age doesn't matter. But in a dynamics, a team, and a cultural sense, absolutely age matters. And that's what I'm trying to comment on here, is the cultural and like the system that exists at a company where everyone is over 40 except for one person who isn't. It's funny, actually. I say this in the past, but I didn't even remember to for this rant. That terrible team I was on, I was the youngest by like 8 years. The team I was on before, I was the second oldest. And I hired a bunch of these interns who were fucking gods that let us do things that were impossible. And I switched to a team where I was the youngest. I was the new guy that was really hyped and excited and having fun. But I was also a better engineer than everyone else on the team, and they hated me for it. That this new young guy was making them look bad for not growing for 8 years. And I think that was a huge part of where that disagreement came from and why the tension existed. Because I was... It's literally, it's sad, but it's like literally this is, I'm making them look bad. And like if I was at Twitch during the layoffs, I know that half the people around me would have been laid off. Because if you just look at the PRs, you look at the numbers, you look at the tickets closed, I make them look bad. That's why they don't like me. That's also, funny enough, why my product managers were okay with me spending 0 time in Jira. Because if I spent time in Jira, it made everyone else look bad. But if I just didn't, whatever. Yeah, I'm going to tell you something that I was told early in my career that helped me a lot. That is what I wish you were told at your job. And to be fair, this one, I used to count this one as a blessing. Now I 50-50 it, where it was half blessing, half curse. The blessing/curse comment that I got early was from one of the person who shipped Next.js at Twitch in 2017 for the mobile site. Dude was a god, like one of the first actual like Next.js devs. He was older. He was working remote, which at the time there were maybe like 10 remote Twitch employees. Everybody was in person. He pulled me aside at a random lunch because he like flew out for a bunch of talks that we were having at the office. He pulled me aside during lunch and said, Theo, I hope you know how important you are here. Your energy reminds me of why I joined Twitch in the first place. I haven't felt this way in years, but you're bringing back that energy. You're caring, you're shipping, and you're not letting things block what's right for the users. And it's giving me the energy to keep pushing and stay here. I was told that by a 40-something-year-old dad when I was 22. And I don't know if I would have survived at Twitch if it wasn't for that comment from that dev. That's one of the 2 devs that I was talking about at ReactConf, funny enough, where he was so hyped that like he got to talk with Dan Abramov because of me. But he gave me the comment that gave me the like, it's funny because he was thanking me for giving him the energy to continue and inadvertently gave me the energy to continue at the same time. Yeah, I'm seeing people saying that one, it fucked me up in the moment first. It took me a while to process what he was saying, honestly. But once it did, it fucked me up good. But it also resulted in me staying at Twitch longer than I should have because I was scared if I left, that energy would go away. Yeah, this is what's breaking my heart, and this is why I'm like putting my money where my mouth is with you. I didn't feel this for the first 4 years. I felt what I just described. I felt like my energy, my disagreements, and my push was matched. And it made me more incentivized to keep going. So much so that the first time I experienced what you're describing, where people would question these things instead of get excited with me, it was so jarring that it sent me into like a fucking depression for a year. Like it screwed me up to go from multiple teams, even if the team and the orchestration and organization, everything was a disaster. I was so supported because I cared and because I pushed that when I no longer was supported for caring and pushing, I fell apart. So the fact that you have to go the other way, that you have to start from a position where you care and no one else is supporting you, that's heartbreaking. So you asked if you please give an example. I graduated in 2016, started at Twitch, started 2017. The person I was talking about, he shipped Next as I was joining Twitch. I had no idea who he was until 3 years in, though. Like, I met him and I heard of him in 2019 because one of my managers said, you should pay attention to this guy. He knows what he's doing. And we started getting closer by the end of the year. Yeah, the timeline for all of this shit is chaos. 2017 was the chaotic year of me switching roles over and over again. because of like the company restructuring and reorging constantly. And then the next 3 years were me enjoying things on safety. And then that final year was everything falling apart. I appreciate this a lot, Zenith. Thank you. This is certainly not Guillermo. Oh shit, Tim, it's been a minute since I saw you here, man. It's good to see you. Yeah, I hope that this is helpful. Yeah, you'll get over it, I promise. So what I need for Zen to be a daily driver is different from others. I'm just very picky, but we're getting close. Ooh, this looks fun. Current system works with 2 URLs, API appcom and dashboard appcom. Start developing with it like that. The way the back and front end communicate is through environment variables and raw setups. Tell the team that both were the API app.com/API. I could do redirects and not deal with cores. Took 4 months of saying this to make you... Okay. So I'm going to give you a similar story that I think will... I can't predict what the impact of this will be, but my hope is that the story I'm about to tell will show you what this should have looked like in a functional environment. Earlier, I described the custom layout thing. This whole layout system is a binary tree that has a left node, a right node, a split type, so vertical or horizontal, and a percentage. It's a theoretically infinitely nestable like binary tree. Any node can either resolve there or have 2 children. So it can be 1 layer deep, it can be n layers deep. You don't know. Everything on Twitch is done through GraphQL. GraphQL does not allow you to go recursively n layers deep. Your query has to define the depth you go. I'm going to snooze the ad. Thank you for the call out there. Because GraphQL doesn't give you the ability to go as deep as you do or don't need to go, the team in this horrible proposal I was talking about earlier, one of the reasons it's going to take so long is they had built their own crazy system to dynamically flatten and then recreate these trees entirely differently from how the library we were using worked. The library for all this is React Mosaic, which I was maintaining an internal fork for that admittedly nobody really understood other than me and a couple people on the safety team. And they decided that it would be easier for me to rewrite that entire library than to figure out how to store this data on the server properly. Because at the time, we were literally just storing it as local storage. I told them, like, the right data format for this is JSON, because the library we're using has this in JSON. It cannot fit into a GraphQL query without restructuring it entirely. And the amount of friction and process and time it will take for us to build our tree for this layout from scratch from this weird node system is stupid. This should just be JSON. To which they responded, no, we'll never do that. The GraphQL team would never allow us. Which is, up till this point, it's the exact same thing you're describing here, where I knew what the right solution was. I described, in a way I considered to be very clear and concise, why it was the obvious solution, and they just punted me off, diverting to other people and saying, no, they won't let us do it. We can't do that. What they didn't know is that I was good friends with the person who moved Twitch to GraphQL. He liked me because I was the only front-end eng that talked to him, is the way he would describe it, which broke my heart because he was building the API for the entire front end of Twitch. So I scheduled a quick call with him. In that call, I just described to him what we were trying to do, asked what he would recommend, didn't tell him what I was doing or going through at all. I just gave him the facts and said, what do you think we should do? He said, oh, that's easy. Just store it as JSON. It's like, yeah, thank you. Mind writing that in a DM to me so I can screenshot it and send it to this fucking team? And that's why the dashboard works today. Because I had the supportive team for 4 years, and I had built these relationships with so many people throughout the company, I could shortcut my team being stupid assholes by going around them to the person managing the team they're trying to blame, figure out the actual solution, which was what I had proposed initially, and now they can't push back anymore. I weaponized their incompetence against them by shortcutting them. And this is also why, I remember the thing I said earlier about my manager getting mad at me for all the meetings? This is why. Because I would unblock us. They would use these things as excuses to do nothing. I would fix them. And they looked down on me for fixing them. You did it because the company already does that in other projects. Yep. If you have to appeal to bullshit. If they are living in bullshit, you either have to shortcut around their bullshit or appeal to their bullshit. Yeah, this is, you shouldn't be thinking about these things. Yeah. Ugh. The amount of garbage that I have seen shipped because of this specific sentence is unfucking-lievable. And it's, again, crazy because like my first 4 years, my first multiple teams at Twitch, none of them thought this way. They all thought, oh, if you care and you think this is the right, the phrase, I got this early, it was in the safety team from an engineer, Gareth, who I still love dearly. Owe him so much. Fuck, what is it? It's strong opinions weakly held. If you care, state that you care. State why you care and why you think this thing's important. If other people disagree but they don't feel as strongly, fuck them, go do it. If they disagree and they do feel strongly, figure out why. If you feel strongly one way and they feel strongly another way, I pretty firmly believe the difference is missing information one way or the other. And there were so many times where I was 100% confident in a solution. I was like, why the fuck are you guys doing this? One person said one thing and I was like, oh, fuck, never mind. That makes a lot of sense. Do it that way. That happened to me a ton. But it also happened the other way. The other way it happened to me. This was like in my first 3 months at Twitch. We were trying to figure out how to schedule content for the marathons. So like the Yu-Gi-Oh marathon or the Pokemon marathon or the Bob Ross, all the marathons we had on Twitch. And my manager was convinced we could do this via cron, like a cron syntax for each marathon as a cron it starts on. The problem is some of these were not simple. Like we had one marathon that had to run for 8 days and then run again starting Monday the week after. So we couldn't just put it on a cron because then it would start every week, but it needs to go for 8 days over a week, stop until the next Monday. So a cron can't do that. A cron can only loop on one of the digits that it offers you. It doesn't have a concept of a loop otherwise. And that, how do I put it? Like, this was, my manager, he just hadn't thought it through that far. And he had seen cron as a solution to so many different things. It took me a while to explain, because he had me implement, he said, like, you cannot implement the system. It cannot exist as you understand. And we got into a room. It was me, him, and my exec for the org, and one other engineer. And we were getting into like a semi-sarcastic, I don't want to say shouting match, but like this level of loud, like the way I am when I get excited about things. Somebody had said they thought that we were mad at each other. I remember that detail. I don't remember who it was. But there was a point in the conversation where I just gave the example of, what if it has to be 8 days, not 7? Where do I encode 8 days here? And he thought, I remember him going silent because he was pushing so hard. And he just went quiet for like 45 seconds. The exec started talking and asking other questions about how we can work around it. And in the middle of the exec asking a question, my manager interrupted, said, no, Bill, he's right. This can't be done this way. I have to rethink this. And just walked out the room. That was the first time I felt like I could make real impact at my job. I will never forget that moment in that room. I've chatted with that manager about it since. He doesn't even remember this happening, which is so much funnier. But like, I got so lucky in my career early on to have people who were way smarter and more talented than me willing to have these back and forths with me, even if I was entirely wrong, because they knew they could convince me. And if they couldn't, that I might just convince them. And the fact that I could have that relationship with so many people for the first 4 years of my career is why I can't take, this comment seriously. Because I have worked so well with so many people that it would be hurting me to tone it down to be able to work with everyone. My options are either I can work incredibly well with these people, or I can work decently well with all people. I will never choose the latter. I don't have it in me. I am physically incapable. I tried. I genuinely tried, and I failed harder than I've ever failed at anything. Sitting in a meeting where someone was saying something wrong and stupid that would hurt our users and not being able to shut up. I am not physically capable, and I know that about myself. Yep. Your dad is right in the career sense traditionally, but you're a special case. It's the same as like, imagine Ninja, like the famous Fortnite streamer. Imagine his parents saying, stop playing video games. You need to go to school. You need to focus on your grades. They're right in the sense that's the correct advice for someone's career. But there's a certain tier of person where that advice stops fucking mattering. Yeah, you already get it. I don't have to tell you any of this. I think you're going to be surprised how little I have to tell you. Everything I say, you're just going to already understand and be like, oh, cool, someone else feels this way. So I saw this, yeah. I'm pumped there's still people with the wrench that feel this way. I was so scared when Gareth and I left that would slowly change. Yep, I love these. Our agreeing is so fun. I agree with my fucking CTO almost every single day. We've had such like intense conversations about things that we agree on because we're just framing the same thing slightly differently, and neither of us can stand to the other having the slight difference in the framing because we're so well aligned that we're so willing to like fight until we get there. And I love that. And it's why he's such a good CTO for me. We argue more when we agree than when we disagree because we care that much more. When we disagree, it's like, okay, you're probably right, go do it. Or like if him and I disagree about something with infra, he's right, I'm wrong. Sometimes I can propose something that's so simple that he's like, oh shit, maybe I should rethink this. But usually he's right, I'm wrong. It's something about DX, SDKs, and the experience our users expect. I'm right, he's wrong, and he knows that. But when we agree on things, we have a lot more to talk about. Shit. Anonymous just gifted 20. What the fuck? Thank you so much for the gift, but like, put your name on it. I want to thank you properly. I have like 15 different directions I can go on this one. All I'm going to say is there is no path in which you don't win here. Like if I refer you somewhere that you aren't good enough for and it fails, the amount you'll learn in that time is unbelievable. I'm going to find a blog post. This is a blog post a regular community member wrote after I had a similar rant with him. He is now leading design systems for Axiom. I mentioned before, they're like the best way to handle logging for like large amounts of data. He's the one who built a lot of this page. He's the one who built the whole design system and component library for everything they do. And he's also Brazilian. I don't know what Gurren Lagann is, but almost certainly. You two should chat, like, for sure. Honestly, if you just gave him a follow on Twitter and said Theo sent you, I don't know what I'm talking about. I am very not an anime guy. But if it is a reference to that, there's almost 100% certain, like, he is into anime and shit. If you think it's a reference, it probably is. And if not, you still have a great conversation. You've already talked. Okay, how the fuck? How do you think you're not hireable if you already, or that you're not ready when you're already talking to all these people who have been the exact same thing? You're ready to go, man. Why are you more worried than I am? Fuck yeah. I think you two... Oh, shit. Already? Yeah. He'll have much better advice than I will. All I have is referrals and confidence boosts. He'll actually give you practical advice on how to move in the position you're in. Yeah. Today's the day, man. You're in. How many videos did we get out? 7, but one's like an extra thing. That's fine. 6 videos in a day is great, especially with how little we've been uploading lately. So I didn't get to these, but we got plenty of time before the year's over. Don't ask like this. Ask how it is to work there. There's so many angles. Like imagine someone who's like in the same general space as you. Like imagine we have Addie here in bed. Imagine that you kind of liked your job. You were pretty happy with it overall. You're in a good spot. But you never get to talk about it because all the people in your life aren't devs. They're like normal human beings. And you can't just nerd out about your job with coworkers. They already have the experience. I'll probably stream a day that isn't Christmas. I might even stream on Christmas. I've yet to decide. We'll figure that out. But anyways. Try to picture yourself in that position where you actually kind of like your job and you want to be able to talk about it. The same way we talk about like nerdy tech stuff here. You want to be able to talk about it. Hell, you want to talk about your job here, and you did. People like talking about the things they do and they go through. Now imagine you just got a DM from somebody who's like name you recognize because they hang out in the same space as you, asking you to talk about this thing that you do all the time. It's fun. And I like to think of this as like, what are the cases? There's only really 2 cases, or I guess kind of 3 cases here. They don't want to talk about it. Awesome. You just got the red flag you need to know this isn't a place you want to work. Because if the people there don't want to talk about it, either the people suck or the job sucks. Both are useful signals, but they resolve the same thing, which is you don't want to work there. 2, they give you a vague, like, yeah, it's kind of fine. You can try digging in if you want. You can take the signal however you want, honestly. It can go anyway. But the most likely, especially the people that we hang out with, they get hyped to talk about it. The same way, if somebody asked me before I was a YouTuber, like, how was working at Twitch? I would rant for 2 hours, the way I've been ranting for 6.5 hours today. And if you can get someone to do that about the job, you're going to get way closer with them. You're going to get way more insight from them. And if you reply, wow, that sounds like a great place to work. I'd love to work there someday. Now it's not you begging for a job. It's you complimenting them, their ability to discuss this in the position they're in. It is you giving, it's a small reward, but you're rewarding them for their own work. And now they're going to want that more. They're going to want to feel the way they felt talking about the job to you. They themselves will come up with the idea of, oh, I should refer you and get you a job here. I can tell you how many people I fucking referred to Twitch this way. It's stupid. There was a year where I made like 1/3 of my salary from referral bonuses because I referred so many fucking people. Because if somebody impressed me or they would ask me about Twitch in a way that wasn't cringe, I would just send them the referral URL and say, hey, if you want to apply for a job, here are all of them. And then I would get tagged on it. Like at the job, I make $5,000. It was great. Oh shit, Kevin, I didn't know you were here. Most beneficial to just be nice to people and try to help people and not expect anything in return. Yep. Yeah, I agree. Because that's what I'm saying here. Like, if you just ask them what their job is like, you're doing a nice thing. You're giving them the opportunity to talk about that thing. You shouldn't expect anything from it beyond a conversation, but that conversation can do so much. It can position you better. It can get you excited. Here's a blog post you made about how it is working in Brazil. Can you take a look and tell me your opinions? See, check it out. Oh, no. As a busy person, as a very busy person, if I tell you I'm going to do something and I don't, give it 48 hours and then hit me up again. I need to be bumped. I tell everybody who I work with regularly, I tell them this all the time. Follow up. If I don't do it immediately, it gets on the to-do. And what's on the to-do, it either gets done by the end of the day or it never gets done. It's bad. So, yeah. Just hit the person up again. It's fine. That post was fucking awesome, by the way. I loved that post so much. And yeah, I'm so excited to get you a cool role, man. This has been a really nice end. This feels like a gift to me. I appreciate y'all so much more than you know. Let me thank everybody I missed here. All of you who subbed because of the ad, appreciate each and every one of you. We got Cameron here. I hopefully got that. Or Camson? I'm not going to be able to speak that one, but thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate it a ton. Whoever the fuck gifted Hujiro and then gifted, I'm assuming it's the same person who gifted this huge 20 bomb. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the other thing. Companies will pay the employee if they refer someone good. I got Yon here live for the long time. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. However you could finally see one. And you've been maintaining the sub regardless. Appreciate that so much. Self-centered, 26 months. I did see this time. I'm sorry I didn't reply at the time. I was super deep at something. Too busy being undervalued to have time to watch streams. Too real. Happy that we're helping you realize that and break out of it. We got Bad Moogle here, the 5 months. Appreciate you all so much. I responded to a decent number of your chats, Pixel. Yeah, I've never really looked up to people. I've just looked to people. Yeah. No, there's reason for haters. I'm not going to say there isn't. I have takes that piss people off for reasons that make sense. The people who are pissed off are wrong, but it totally, like, there are reasons for it. I won't pretend otherwise. I am disagreeable. I'm loud. I'm prominent, and I push things that a lot of people don't like. It's fine. I will be the one to take the fall for all of these things so that everyone in chat can have less pushback when they ship great software. Like, that's why I just made the Electron video. I don't want the Electron team or devs using Electron to be the ones getting shit. I would much rather the energy go towards me because it's my job to get a lot of shit. I'm a creator. Let them come at me. Don't go after the innocent people just trying to make the web better. Come after me. It's my job. DMs on Twitter are probably the best. If you're not on Twitter much, DM me on Twitter with your Discord username. We can move to that, or even email is fine. Haters are not paying my bills. Haters are trying to go to my sponsors and cause me to lose my fucking bills. We got Check Souls with a 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the gifts. Really appreciate it. There's 2 more things I want to respond to, then I'm going to wrap up. These 2, funny enough. I'm too tall to look at the people. Lol. This first one is, you're allowed to not like someone and disagree with them. Yeah. You're allowed to like someone and disagree with them. You're also able to dislike somebody and agree with them. All of these things are fine. But once you start shitting on them or saying that they themselves are a problem because of things they believe, there's a lot of people who are like, I hate Theo's opinions, but whatever. Versus it's something I see a lot, like Theo's an asshole, he's terrible, never listen to him, but he was right about this one thing. Honestly, both are fair. My favorite signal is when I say something, people who I know hate me come out and they're like, fuck Theo, he's right here though. I like that as a signal. I don't like them as a person, but I like that as a signal. But yeah, like, you should be able to think separately about a person's position and a person's statements. Like, these are all different things. You should be able to treat them separately. Linus's question was, have you ever disagreed for real and later found out I was wrong? I miss doing this. I used to do this all the time. And I just haven't been aggressively wrong about something in a while. Like, I had one yesterday where I published my video about the Tailwind v4 issues, and I had a bad assumption that the Tailwind creator, specifically Adam, had largely moved away from the like React world, and that he wasn't a big fan of React. And he replied to someone else on Twitter saying that he will always build websites in React and he can't imagine building a website without it now. So I immediately went and issued a pinned comment saying I was entirely wrong in this section. I had a bad assumption here from information I had tried to make assumptions from that was wrong and incorrect. My bad. Adam fully supports React. Ignore everything I said in this section. That was just the example from literally yesterday. I have plenty of others too. Like, I used to be a hardcore anti-Apple person. I have been so anti-Apple for so much of my life. And then I got a Hackintosh and was surprised macOS was decent. Then I got an iPhone because my friend literally found it in a swamp and gave it to me. And I really liked it. Actually, I got the MacBook Air first. I needed a laptop for college that had a battery. So I got the MacBook Air. I installed Linux on it immediately and then never booted the Linux partition. I just stayed on macOS because it was pretty good. And I got the iPhone and fell in love. And now I'm the Apple guy. Everybody makes fun of me for being an Apple soy boy. For the majority of my life, I hated Apple. So take that as you will. I've also been like super wrong about like different tools and solutions and frameworks. Like I hated TypeScript when I first tried it. I hated TypeScript when I first tried it. And then once I was in a good work environment, like a good code base, a good team with the right support, I saw the light. Now I'm a big TypeScript guy. I'm mostly known for that now. I used to think GraphQL was the solution to like most full stack problems. And I was a big Gatsby fan initially. I was entirely wrong about all that. I'm wrong all the fucking time. I should make a list of all the things I was wrong about at some point. That would be fun, but it's just going to hurt how people see me. So it's like at cost to do it. How am I so good at public speaking? Okay, actual last question, then I'm going to leave. That's because it's a first-time chatter. God, I'm so excited for you to get over this, man. Once you realize the impact you can have, you're going to be unstoppable. But this question, this is a good one. I talk about this a decent bit, but not publicly enough. Go watch my old videos and streams. I was not a good public speaker. I was full of ums and likes and stutters and mispronounced words. Two things fixed it. Recording a lot of videos and editing them myself. Editing the videos myself forced me to hear every word, every pronunciation, every stutter, every stammer, every holdup, every mistake. And I also, when I recorded, I used to have my headphones on always, and I had a monitor on. That monitor was Elgato, so it was garbage. It had like a half second of latency. So I would speak and then hear myself back half a second later. Horrible. Every fucking vocalist ever will tell you never do this. But it forced me to hear exactly how I sounded at all times. And when I edited my own videos, I learned what did and didn't work. And then when I spoke, I almost could think in the edit. It's like, how well can this be chopped in to fit in the format of a video? And does it flow? And if it didn't, I would stop. I'd do my little It'd actually be funny. Is somebody going to have FaZe take all of the from a video and make a thing with it because I say it so much? But it was a helpful tick. So let me know I screwed up and I'm repeating the sentence. Editing my own videos is why I'm a good speaker. Period. Use my stuff to learn React. Okay. My videos were not to teach React, but I'm pumped you pulled it off, especially if you were there for if you're a day zeroer, you're going to do so fucking well, man. I am almost jealous of you because you have so much more career trajectory left than me. We're so far away from like what your peak is. I am nearing my peak if I'm not already there. We can't even see yours yet, and that's exciting. I have a couple of my silly sounds I make when I screw up. Yeah, Oh, Ben. I'm not my peak, but I'm on my way there. Closer than ever, for sure. This will definitely not be a video. It's just me ranting at the end of stream. The browser is Zen, not Zed. I mixed them up a lot too. This is my biggest fear. Stop dropping these things. I'm going to be here literally forever. You keep hitting on like these things that I think about way too much. This is also why I hate not being wrong. It feels like I'm not progressing, and if I'm not progressing, I'm not moving, and if I'm not moving, I'm stuck. And if I'm stuck, I'm alone. All that specifics, that's my doom spiral is I'm not progressing and the people around me aren't progressing. This is how it is forever. And the loneliest, I talk about this a lot, is the people who like a Nexel, a 16-year-old kid that gets so far ahead of their high school friends that they start watching my videos just so they can keep learning and growing, and because they feel alone because no one else wants to nerd out about tech stuff the way they do. Those are the best people in my community. And I'm just thankful that I gave them a place. Yeah. I'm going to stop looking at chat because you guys are going to fucking distract me way too much. You're too good at this. Let's figure out who we're throwing you guys at. I'm going to go get all these assets ready and try to relax a bit. I thought it was Action Bronson. It's Action Button. It's actually tempting. I love him so much.
Page 2.
But I don't want to throw you guys at a game stream. You're devs. Oh, wait, no, we're raiding Skirt for sure. He's on a crazy marathon. Give Skirt some love. He deserves it. This is a fun one. Appreciate y'all immensely. See you maybe this weekend, some point next week. Might not stream Wednesday because Christmas, but we'll figure it out. Just keep an eye on my Twitter and Discord. I'll post when I know. Good as always. See you guys soon. Goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well.